Hello and welcome to Watchpoint, everyone. This is the opening weekend of our 2023 season, and day number 2 starts right now.
This is unreal. Beautiful stuff. They take him down with ease. I cannot believe what I've seen. And they've done it. I've done it for 5 years, and I've never seen anything like that. Shutting them down one after the other. That's Hardy for you. Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is.
Hello and goodbye.
It's all over. You cannot be serious.
Come back around, full 360. Striker coming from the backside.
Jeez! This man is absolutely insane today.
Oh, what?
Oh, it's nasty. He strikes again! And Papa don't miss! Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
What's up, everyone? I am Zoe, he's Danny, he's Jake, he's Johnny, and we got a great day of Overwatch coming your way. One down, many more to go. How are you guys feeling?
Great.
Good.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
Oh, wow. That's fantastic.
All right.
You know what?
You gotta give me a little more here today.
Oh, one of my favorite teams, one of my many favorite teams is playing today.
Are you sure it's many?
There are many. There are many. I got a lot of love for a lot of folks in the Overwatch League. So.
Before we go move forward, Johnny, how's your biography?
I can't believe you brought this up. I wanted a new notebook for a new season, and it looks like a tome. I mean, it's too large. I can't believe you'd book shame me like this. It's too large. I won't have it here. I'm sorry, Danny.
No.
I love it.
No, I like it.
I expect each and every page to be filled out at the end of the season.
I'm ashamed of my big book.
I bring mine tomorrow. How about that? Make it a book day. It's going to be great. Now, anyway, moving on. 5 teams will make their spring qualifier debuts today. So let's take a quick look at our schedule to know exactly what is coming our way today. We're going to kick things off with New York Excelsior and the Atlanta Reign. After that, we're going to see the Houston Outlaws going up against the LA Gladiators. And last but not least, Vancouver Titans will face off against the LA Valiant. And I believe if we're looking at those matches, the one which hopefully is going to be a certified banger has to be the match number 2, Gladiators and Houston. Now, based on what we know about the players, what we know about the rosters, and what we've seen during the Pro-Am, what are our thoughts and expectations for both of those teams? Starting with you here, Jake. I assume you're going to talk about the Outlaws. Wild guess.
I think, personally, from what I've seen so far, we have seen a lot of teams playing Zarya, Sigma. There's been a lot of identities been thrown around, but I think the Outlaws are going to be able to make the Winston, and especially that double flex support comp, work in this meta. I just think the Winston historically has been a counter to the Zarya. I think it can work against Sigma. So I think they're going to be able to make their strengths work, and I think that's going to work out for the Outlaws in this match.
And if you're looking at the opposition here, for an unbiased opinion, Jonathan, what's your take on the Gladiators?
Yeah, my bias is for sale, guys. You know, teams hit me up. You know, give me a call. Bias is for sale. Sign me. No, but for the Gladiators and the Houston Outlaws,
Desperate.
the Gladiators won when the last time both of these teams played in the Pro-Am, of course, a 3-2 victory, very close match. And the big storyline in that matchup was Dante's Ramatra. It was too powerful. Shu in the Houston Outlaws backline on Diana, he couldn't find a way to sleep Dante when he went aggressively in with that Nemesis form, for example. So the big storyline for me in this Gladiators versus Outlaws matchup is going to be, can the Houston Outlaws stop Dante when he plays the Ramatra?
I just want to see a really close game there because both those teams have been looking explosive, lots of great talent in both rosters, and I can't wait to see what they're bringing in the regular season. And we will see both of those teams in action in just a few hours. And now, for everyone who isn't up to speed on the format changes for the 2023 season, don't worry, we got you. Let me quickly walk you through it all, because here in the West, our 13 teams will be competing in a round robin for 5 weeks, with the top 2 teams automatically earning their spot in our mid-season Madness tournament. Then the remaining 8 teams advance to a double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from said bracket will then advance to our mid-season Madness Global Tournament. Now over in the East, though, 12 contenders teams, that's right, you heard me, contenders teams, are competing in 2 double elimination brackets, with the top 6 teams advancing to the knockout stage, where they will face off against 6 Owl teams who are currently competing in a round robin for seeding. So the knockout stage will then consist of 2 double elimination brackets, with the winners advancing to our Mid-Season Madness LAN event, which takes place in, drumroll, thank you, gentlemen, Seoul, Korea. So check this out. So amazing to be back on LAN in person in Korea, out of all places. And of course, let's look at that whooping prize pool. $900,000 up for grabs. It's a lot of marbles you can get for that. Lots of marbles.
Marbles?
Are we getting marbles, not dollars?
I mean,
That's a lot of marbles.
that is a lot of marbles.
How much is a marble?
I
Does
guess
it depend on the
a dollar.
quality of the marble?
I think it's a quality thing.
As a former competitor, guys, I'm pretty sure the players will take prompt deposits in USD. You know, given the nature of esports, I think that at least playing in the Overwatch League, you
Are you
know
sure
you're gonna
about
get
that?
it.
You never know. You can't talk for all of the players.
We
Some
can
of them
ask the
might
players,
want
but I'm pretty confident.
Danny's on the
We're
case.
playing
He'll
for
figure out
cash.
who's a
I
real marble
will talk to the
enthusiast
Korean
out there.
players. I will find out. There has to be
ask
at least
that.
one person.
You should
who
ask in
wants
an interview
marbles.
if you have to get paid in one thing that's not money, like physical cash.
It's gotta be marbles
Or
or
digital
jelly
cash.
beans. Like,
Yeah.
either or.
Jelly beans?
There's no way you want anything but that.
Okay, good question.
I don't know, just keeping it sweet and simple. Anyway, I just want to make sure that everyone out there knows that the tickets for the event will go on sale May 15th. Mid-Season Madness
15th.
in Seoul, Korea. You want to join us there in person, and we can't wait to see some of your lovely faces out there. Now, a quick reminder, of course, that from May 1st through May 2nd, the East Spring stage opens enter their playoffs to find out who advances to face off against our Overwatch teams. So check out overwatchleague.com/path2pro for all the times and everything you need to know. You don't want to miss it. Now, Overwatch 2 is not the only game that we're keeping track of here on the desk. Danny, you're big into bingo. I heard.
Yeah.
Blanket statement.
Of course. I love bingo, right? I
Super
love
fan.
bingo. Everyone loves bingo, right?
Sure.
And just so you know, I know you guys weren't keeping track. Yesterday, I had my pen and paper out. So, all day I've been tracking this, so I got this for you guys. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at the bingo card. Here's our amazing bingo card. Let's see which ones we could circle in. All right, let's do. I know. Let's start off with the easy one. Map 5. We definitely had that one in the first match of the day. San Francisco Shock versus the Toronto Defiance. San Francisco Shock getting the win that went to the Map 5.
Great series.
It was a great series. Second one. I think this one was a fun one. Oh, why am I circling this here? Let's do it.
Consistency.
Bring double wide shield. That happened. Any guesses? Do you guys know when that happened?
Actually, no.
No?
Wait, are you quizzing us now? Like
Sigma Comp, Havana.
Oh, Jake knows. Of
Vancouver,
course,
Florida.
Jake would know.
Yes, all right. It was,
Where do
it
you
was
hold
the
this?
Vancouver Titans versus Florida Mayhem. We had 2 Briggs whipping out their ult, and then so that one is also a yes on the bingo card. How about this one? Jake Prince Outlaws. Okay, technically,
Just press it
It
through.
hasn't happened
It
yet,
hasn't
guys.
happened
yet.
It hasn't
But-
happened yet.
Jake, is
Yeah,
it a
just-
yes or
Hey,
Cross
no
it through.
comment. Suspense. I won't give it up until I
No.
absolutely have to.
Do it, cross it.
I will
like
take
this.
that as a yes.
It's a circle. You'll think
I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna do both. Circle and X. All right. Last one. I think this was a fun one. This one actually really did happen. I don't think a lot of people noticed this one. Player forehead cam actually happened yesterday in the last match.
We love to see those.
I'm gonna pull out the receipts. This actually did happen. Let's take a seat. Not take a seat. Here they go. Oh, there you go.
Whoa!
There you go.
That's
There you go.
beautiful.
Wow.
We got a
Ah.
nice big forehead of Sky Ripper from London Spitfire. Yes, let's go here. Just to
Okay,
double
that's
check.
a forehead.
Yeah,
Yep. Can
now
confirm.
I
Yep.
can see it. Thank you,
That is
Danny.
that is a forehead. So that's also
Scientifically
a yes
validate this.
bingo card as well.
Those are pixels.
Good. Are we
Very good. Yeah,
Validated.
confirmed. Yeah.
All right,
I can't
confirmed.
clown on him completely. I'm loving the hair, honestly, Skyrippa. It's good stuff.
Same,
Nice hair,
same.
yeah.
This is
Nice
very
hair
insightful.
and forehead as well. Yeah. So we got a lot more to go. you know, one of the things is like Life Weaver actually didn't get played, so we still have that going as well, right?
True. Yeah.
Yeah, I fear the Life Weaver pick may remain elusive for now. However, our incredible fans watching, they are making sure that this gorgeous human being at least lives rent-free in all of our hearts. So just take a look at what's on your screens right now. Some beautiful submission into our art gallery by a regular contributor, Yuri. So thank you so much for sending us another one of your gorgeous, gorgeous fan art pieces. And if anyone out there watching is an artiste or an aspiring artist, make sure to send in your submissions, because we would love to feature some of your brain children in our brand new retooled fan art gallery. It's coming with a lot of changes since last season, so see what's new and share your art celebrating the beginning of the Adult 2023 season with us. We can't wait to see what you have in store, because quite frankly, our community is very talented.
I'm an aspiring artist too. Oh.
Is that
what the book is? Submissions with bated breath.
Yeah, I do some sketches here and there.
Just sketches.
I thought he was going to bust out his book, and it's just like sketches, like absolutely beautifully drawn sketches.
I'm working on something. Don't worry.
All right.
You're cooking again?
He's cooking. Oh, did you hear that?
What?
Caw-caw.
Oh, Lord.
Thank you. We got to talk about the Atlanta Rain.
Yes.
That's my segue. Thank you, Danny. Danny got it. Danny got me. Atlanta Rain, today they are going to make their season debut, and this team looked nearly unstoppable, I guess, until they got stopped in the Pro-Am. But this honestly should be my Omega Bias Atlanta segment, alas I am just a humble host, and of course I'm Swiss, so I'm neutral by default. So I need you guys to do me a solid here and just gush about how great this team is.
Like we haven't
in my
already.
stead.
You don't need to be biased, I think, to be psyched about this Atlanta team. There's so much to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, we got to talk about this roster, because Atlanta Reign, they've been really competitive now for a couple of years, right? Remember 2021, for example, they qualified for all these stage finals, but they've retooled their roster going into this season and just added like a bunch of star power to the point where we talk about them. Feels like every show, you know, there's proper, everyone's like, they talk about proper all the time. Well, it's about to be Atlanta Reign, so deal with it. Starting off with the tank lineup. Very exciting part here. Hawk, of course, a mainstay now in this roster. Dare I say that Hawk is probably the best tank player to not have won the Roll Star award. Now, what is Roll Star? It's essentially, you know, all pro, all NBA. It's just the Overwatch League version of highlighting the best players in the roles throughout the season. Hawk, in my mind, he is yet to win that award, but I really think he's a candidate for that. Dongak as well, Jake. I mean, up-and-coming Wrecking Ball Winston player, so really good for rounding out the roster as well.
It's a great spot to be, I think, as a rookie player, because you can rely on Hawk if you ever need him, if it favors him at all for the meta. But then when you want to bring out these Wrecking Balls, these Winstons, Donghawk, he can stay in his comfort zone and still put up a great performance.
Yeah, so tank lineup looking real solid here. Moving on to the damage players, we got Stalker coming in from the Seoul Dynasty. Bit hard to juggle playtime with, you know, Profit and Fitz, but he did a great job on Genji and Sojourn last year. We gotta talk about Lip though. We gotta talk about Lip. This is the main guy. How about this for a fact for you? Lip is the only player in Overwatch League history to win Roll Star 3 times. There are many other damage players, support players who have won 2 times. Leave, for example, and Sparkle. They are 2 damage players who have won Roll Star 2 times in a row. Lip is the only player to have won Roll Star in 2020, 2021, and 22. So that just tells you how good Lip is. He's the favorite to win MVP this year as well. So damage roll looking really good. Now, I want to move on to the supports here as well. We got Chio and Fielder coming in from Dallas Fuel. Both of those guys Roll Stars last year. So Chio and Fielder, 2 of the 4 best supports in the league last year.
Okay.
That's phenomenal. And you got Vigilante coming in as well. Big up-and-comer here in Vigilante as well, dare I say.
Yeah, don't sleep on Vigilante as well. I think adding him as a third support into this combo with Chio and Fielder is a really great decision for the Atlanta Reign. I think Chio and Fielder are really your supports. As a support player, you know, these guys, they're doing their job. They're enabling the team to the max. But I think adding Vigilante in, I think he's a player, he's going to specialize in these a little bit greedier heroes. I love his Zenyatta, his Baptiste. This guy puts down damage. He's a huge threat. So in the right meta, I think this is going to add a little bit of diversity that if Chio and Fielder were lacking anything, I think Vigilante absolutely fills that gap.
This is such a scary looking team. If I were any other team in the OH League, I'd not be thrilled to go up against them because that's going to be punching upwards for sure. Now, I am just super excited to see the Rain in action today. And if you, our dear viewers, want to share all the Overwatch League goodness with your personal communities, make sure to check out our official Watch Party program. Sign up using this QR code.
There you go.
Nice.
It's like almost first try. It's difficult actually. Try that at home. But yeah, we're gonna give you a few minutes to get that sorted out and apply for making or be part of our Watch Party program.
Watch party.
Well, it's not Watch Point. They're not doing. I mean, maybe you can have your own.
You
Watch
should
Point.
do a watch party.
Yeah, why not?
Actually, you should. Good point.
Good shot.
Yeah, but we give you some time to get that sorted, and afterwards we answer some questions. Will Atlanta stomp their way to a quick opening win, or can the New York Excelsior maybe have a surprise in store for us? We'll discuss the match and make our predictions after this.
down in the car. One time, give it all. Bust it open hard. Let me see you drop. Get down in the car. One time, give it all. Bust it open hard. Let me see you drop. Hustle, baby, we hustle, but the
Oh my.
Those team hype videos, though. The teams have been showing up this season. You guys have a favorite? I mean, the New York one, obviously a banger, but
Well, I mean, it has to be Houston Outlaws,
and
right?
for me,
Houston Outlaws, right?
Wait, for hype videos?
Yeah.
Dude, their hype video is
The music
insane.
is, yeah.
Crank that volume, turn it way up.
I gotta throw out London
catchy, so
Spitfire.
here's the song. I
London
agree.
Spitfire.
London's not bad. I didn't see the
not bad.
new Houston one yet, so I'm gonna judge it live. An unbiased opinion, of
Okay,
course,
I'll-
as always.
I'll
For
be
me
get to
about
see
the
that
Houston
soon.
Outlaws.
Sure, Jake. Sure, unbiased.
No, we're super biased on this
Yeah,
one.
we're biased. That one-
Their hype video
one
is
slaps.
absolute chef's kiss. Now, teams certainly putting in the work to get fans amped up for the season, and with hype videos and all sorts of things, but also, of course, with new merch. So check out your favorite team's 2023 team jersey in our official 2023 Overwatch League shop. Grab yours now. They're retooled. They're looking sleek. They're looking clean. And I now also want to take a look at our schedule once again, so we see what's in store for us for day number 2 of the opening weekend. The first match is just minutes away, so let's dive into the nitty-gritty of everything there is to know about these two teams, starting with the New York Excelsior.
New York Excelsior, well, I mean, they could surprise us, but I'd be surprised. I think, if anything, it's cool to see Halo, a rookie, coming in to this roster. I would have expected to see Lep play, frankly, especially on control, with Lep being a Lucio specialist, but Halo, also an experienced pilot of that hero. So I'm excited to see these guys. I think Kellen had a lot of hype behind him last year, but New York did kind of struggle. I think these players have a lot to prove.
I think the star player for this team is probably going to be Fitz. If you're looking out for one mechanical player on the side of New York Excelsior to take over the game, of course competed with Seoul Dynasty for a couple of years now. Now moving over to the New York Excelsior. If they are to beat the Atlanta Reign today, Fitz needs to have a monster game for New York Excelsior.
And for looking at the opposition there, of course, we already looked at those players, or rather, Reinforce sang them praises, and
We all did. It was
yeah,
collective.
We did.
It was a collective effort to gas them up, but rightfully so. I mean, there's just so many star players on this roster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you still sticking with Lip here for MVP, Danny, or is it someone entirely? Because Lip is the front runner for MVP, dare I say.
You know, in the Pro-Am, I mentioned that Fearless was going to be MVP, but yeah. No,
Oh, you got 3 now. You got 3.
He's
Maybe
just
he's
covering
hedging his bets,
covering
like,
his.
I'm just gonna add one player every day.
It's a player who has letters in their name.
But yeah, I mean, Atlanta Reign is just a scary team.
Yeah, Lip is one of the best players in the entire league, and I'm hoping to see like an amazing performance from Lip today.
I see Stalker on that level too, honestly, especially piloting the Tracer, a hero that I think is going to be crucial at all phases of the Overwatch League, always a relevant pick, nearly. And I think Stalker can play to that high level.
Stalker's tracking is actually insane.
Yeah,
it's bananas if you watch it.
mechanically
Yeah,
monstrous, for sure.
it's absolute monster, just like everyone else in their role on that roster. So there's no denying that, of course, New York Excelsior, they're going to fight an uphill battle. Is there any key to victory? Anything you would say, looking at what we saw from the Atlanta Reign, or just looking at the roster? Does anything stand out as like a soft spot? Is there an Achilles heel at all?
Achilles heel for Atlanta Reign. I mean, we'll see how Donghak integrates into this lineup. We've already seen Donghak play in the Pro-Am, for example, with Atlanta Reign, and it looks real good. But the Atlanta Reign, part of why they lost their match in the Pro-Am as well, was, I think, because their adaptations were a little bit off the mark. Donghak, can he integrate into this lineup? Can they adapt depending on the tank compositions? That's what I want to see from Atlanta Reign. Can New York Excelsior throw a curveball here that perhaps throws them off their comfort zone?
Well, let's take a look at our predictions for this one. I think mine is just going to be very obvious. Atlanta Reign, I never deboarded the Reign train. I'm just all in on that team, especially this season. They just looked phenomenal in the Pro-Am. So much star calibers. There's no reason not to vote for them.
I'm on the same page as Zoe. I went with Atlanta Reign, stacked roster. They looked really good in Pro-Am, and yeah, I think it's going to be an uphill battle for New York Excelsior.
I put this squad at the top of my power rankings, just pure strength of roster alone. I think you've got to expect Atlanta to be winning this. You know, New York, maybe they could throw a curveball, but honestly, I think taking a map for New York would be a win for this squad.
Yeah, it's not New York Excelsior's match to win. So I'm going with the Atlanta Reign as well. It's just New York Excelsior. If they show something good, that'll be all right? You're not expected to win this one.
Which might be good. That takes pressure off of your first performance, because you are the underdog coming in. So that's usually putting players at ease, I would say, right, Jake?
Yeah, it sort of depends on the individual. I think their mental approach, though, will be certainly under threat here. You know, like, how are they going to react if this is a complete beatdown and they get kind of destroyed as it might happen? Then how are they going to respond to that? Are they going to be able to pick themselves back up, get back into scrims, and give it their all?
All right, we are ready. The teams are ready for the first match of day number 2. So let's bring in our casters.
Hello, what's up, everybody on the desk? Thank you for bringing us in, Zoe. I mean, it's awesome to hear the Lanterrain are favorites. Obviously, previously, when I was on the team, we were more underdogs. And somehow, some way, they've become a super team. So that's quite insane to watch. The fact that they are going against the New York Excelsior, one of the, in the history of Overwatch, best teams, to actually be the favorites in this match is quite a surprise, isn't it, Moxie?
I mean, like you said, Lanterrain have collected a super team. Like, literally, I think the best way to describe the pickups that they've been able to find is just assembling the Infinity Gauntlet. They've been able to grab both Chio and Fielder from Dallas Fuel, the previous winning support lineup for the 2022 season, Donghak coming in as well. Previously, he was under the age of 17. However, now that Overwatch League has allowed 17-year-olds to be able to integrate into the league, he's been picked up from Korean contenders. As a result, we're going to be seeing, I think, a little bit more dive compositions coming through. The desk was saying that we saw him in the Pro-Am where he wanted to play things like the Wrecking Ball, when we would actually see Hawk come through and play things like the Diva and the Ramatra. And starting off in Ilios, it feels like we can see why Atlanta are immediately going to be assembling that dive composition as opposed to trying to move towards that ramp roll.
Yeah, I think that as they progress as well, I mean, I've talked to Hawk outside of the scene. I was like, how are you communicating with these guys? Have you learned a whole lot of Korean? And he was like, no, I've only learned like maybe 5-6 words, and I can kind of understand what they want to do at times, but maybe just having that language barrier could be also impacting them. Or, I mean, like you said, Moxie, potentially just the fact that Donghak, fantastic Winston player, maybe that's why they want to run him.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like, it does come down, I think, to a lot of region as well. Korean dive is incredibly aggressive, and you're going to have both Lip and Stalker. Lip obviously going onto that Sombra or Tracer after using that Symmetra TP. Stalker on the Echo to immediately be able to follow up on these dives to come through. When Atlanta pick a target, they're going to fully commit 3 players onto taking them down.
Stalker already trying to deal with Kellen over the top of that high ground, and the dive actually comes through early from Donghak to land immediately onto Creative to find him that first pick. He does, however, Lip also continues onto Halo, even though they did lose Stalker in that same fight, as Donghak's just kind of rotating and finding each pick as he rotates. So great work from the Atlanta Reign to win that first fight.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough spot as well for Excelsior to try and find themselves out of, given that Stalker doesn't have hit scan opposing him at the moment. So he can wait for Excelsior. If they try and challenge point, they're walking right into the dive. But if they try and challenge the high ground to be able to push onto either Fielder or Chio, they're walking straight into the Echo, just dropping down. But Psycho finds Lip, and immediately that opens things up. You don't have a Tracer to be able to like perimeter for your backline. Excelsior can just challenge the point.
Yeah, Psycho just kind of rotating around that point while also dealing with Donghak over the top, and the anti-grenade came through and landed on his Stalker and Fielder, allowing Kellen to follow through, and New York Excelsior flipped the point through that anti-grenade from Creative and dive of Kellen.
Yeah, losing Lip for Rain is really unfortunate because Excelsior go on to that point knowing that the Tracer can't come and contest it. Instead, it's got to be other members of Rain, and no one is really mobile enough, so they have to send Chio as a package deal to try and use the Break Shield to block that damage and anti-nade coming through from Excelsior's side, allowing Excelsior to be able to pick apart Rain's isolated forces. Now, however, it's going to be a battle off the Tracers. They've both got a Pulse Bomb. Who's going to find the better value from it?
Both kind of waiting for it. Kellen did jump onto the high ground to use that Winston bubble, and drop off could enable Lip, but Lip's just trying to pressure this point in kind of a 1v2 with Fitz and Seiko. Seiko's actually used the pulse bomb, but unfortunately did miss. However, Stalker does fall on the Echo to Seiko and Kellen. At the same time, Chio's taking out Kellen on that point, while Chio has that nano boost, so can kind of just run down everybody of the New York Excelsior. They flip that point, and the New York Excelsior actually kind of back off. Try to wait for Kellen, but a sleep dart came through. Can they get the damage? Unfortunately not. Seiko does back out of there and head to the cage side to find Donghak with Fitz. So this is kind of turning on the Atlanta Reign's head right now as the New York Excelsior relocate towards this point as a group. As 4, they've officially rotated all the way over here, getting that point flipped almost. No, they don't actually flip it. The rally is popped. Chio's was committed earlier, so his eventually runs out as Halo kind of running around this point. They flipped it at the same time. New York Excelsior's Donghak was slept and hacked, but Fielder does trade back Creative after the sleep dart came through, and Lip also connects onto Halo. So in this fight, Atlanta Reign are flipping it.
Yeah, really good rally coming through from Halo. She actually makes sure she rallies when Rain's backs are to the environmental knockoff, so they can't risk going into the shield map, into that break wheel follow through. So they do allow Excelsior to push forward and stall up to 69% of that point. Rain, however, now in control and building, are going to have stall ultimates themselves. If they find themselves getting pressured, if they find themselves losing plays before these fights properly begin, because they're picked off by either Psycho or Fitz, they have the primal to be able to make sure that they equalize and continue to build in that point percentage.
Stalker with the copy, building towards that EMP in the copy form, but cannot do it just yet, and actually just forced out of this copy. And Heroic Excelsior, they do have some ultimates to work with here, so this game so far is a bit closer than I think people would have expected, but with Stalker, you know, off of that Tracer and onto that Echo, maybe things would act differently. Heroic Excelsior, Mox, you know, they have EMP, but at the same time, Dawnhack just lands immediately onto Fitz, who was trying to set that up, and now they're at 92% of the board for the Atlanta Reign, so they're in a massive advantage in the current situation. So Dawnhack commits the Primal Rage to continue their dominance at the moment as Fielder connects on the Psycho as well, and I don't think anybody from Heroic Excelsior could even touch, so it seems like they're just holding on to EMP and Nano for next round.
Yeah, EMP is brilliant as an ultimate when you're in control of that point, because you have to bait everyone to actually walk onto that point to find the flip, and that means that the EMP is going to hit so many of them. As a team that's trying to aggress in with an EMP, however, and with Rain running such a mobile composition, you really do just have to try and pick out one target with the EMP, most normally the backline that gets locked down. If you're running something like a Kiriko or an Ana, we see Sombras just commit the one EMP to be able to take them down immediately, but Rain just makes sure that Fitz is not able to find his way into the backline. Dawnhack's doing a very good job on the Winston of controlling all of those lanes, so that Excelsior, even though they're the only ones running a Sombra, just aren't able to find those entrances, aren't able to take Fielder or Chio down or even pressure them before the fight begins, and that's going to have to be something that they're able to do on this map, on WoW. We have to see more backline pressure from Excelsior's side.
And Heroic Excelsior are going to have to, like you mentioned, just pressure that backline, but at the same time, they're kind of just playing back and waiting for the Atlanta Reign to be the first ones to make that aggressive push. However, now Kellen now rotates in towards that cage, try to find that dive in the back line, but is also forced to use that Winston bubble quite early. So the jump back is going to have to happen. Taking a whole lot of damage surely is going to fall here to the Atlanta Reign. No, the pocket from Creative and Halo is enough to keep Kellen alive. So great work from that back line, but Halo is slept and then taken out by Lip. So the Fielder and Lip combination comes through, and Dawnhack also connects on to Creative. So Atlanta Reign take that point first, and they want more.
Yeah, Excelsior, there is no proactivity coming through from them. You can see it in the way that both of these Sombras use their first hacks, right? Lip's first hack is onto Kellen, and by the time he's actually hacked Kellen out twice, all Fitz has done is run around Rain's backline in stealth form to find the information of where they're playing from, and unfortunately, you just don't get to actually formulate the dive off of that intel because it's Kellen who's being hacked, and it's Kellen who has to make the first move. Rain getting to play aggressive, pushing Excelsior now. They have to act. Fielder takes Fitz down. The Ana is going to stay standing. Rain is still going to be in control of this point, and they're going to have the nano boost to put onto Dawnhack if they find even more pressure, as the boss one does attach, and Dawnhack finally goes down. This has to be Excelsior moving onto the back line, but Fielder and Chio are still up.
Yeah, they're still up. That was a weird combination of events that happened. You know, Kellen, or EMP now comes out from Lip. We'll talk about it after. In EMP into the main. They actually don't get those kills necessarily because Heroic Excelsior disengage it, but, you know, really interesting series of events because Fitz took down Lip early in that fight, and then Fielder with a sleep dart equalizes. And now that Nano comes out, but a sleep dart onto Kellen. However, he's immediately woken up at the same time. Stalker has traded back their Tracer counterpart of Seiko, but now Heroic Excelsior with a counter EMP on that dive of the Atlanta Reign connects onto everybody of the dive, resulting in Heroic Excelsior reclaiming this point.
Well, that's the second time in this series that both Fielder and Chio have died so far. And it's a resulting win for Excelsior. So again, like, you really do just have to continue to pile this pressure onto the backline, especially now that Reign don't have things like the nano boost or the sound bar to peel when Excelsior try and formulate these aggressive dives. They can't allow Reign to dictate the tempo of this next dive. And really nice to see Kellen takes that movement, takes away the high ground. Reign are forced to back out.
Yeah, they're forced to play safe, but, you know, who's not playing safe is Stalker with that dive of Dawnhack. They've dove Halo already, and now Kellen just trying to pressure out Fielder. The sleep dart was unfortunately hitting that Winston bubble, so it doesn't connect onto the Winston, but the peel is here yet again for the Atlanta Reign. Kellen does make that jump away, but the point eventually will be flipped here. Seiko does fall to Dawnhack and actually quick rotate, even though Heroic Excelsior surely wanted some stall.
Yeah, Excelsior just not able to find the soul, and in fact, if they try and take Rain in these isolated fights 1 versus 1, all they're doing is stalling for their opponents. Rain continues to build up point percentage, and Excelsior, being so split in that fight, have barely scratched the surface of ultimate economy. For this next one, they're walking straight into an EMP as well in this final fight. Rain literally just get to sit back and wait for New York Excelsior to serve themselves up on a silver platter, and there's nothing they can do. They can't stop contesting this point, otherwise they give up the map just in overtime.
It feels like Fitz's entire role is just to find Lip's translocator, just to be an annoyance to him, but he doesn't even care. Just waiting towards that main. Now crosses the translocator all the way back towards the mini health pack, just playing kind of a bodyguard on this point. Seiko does come through to touch the point, but eventually we'll have to recall out of there as Donghack gets that nano, pressures that backline, and also finds Seiko. Kellen falls to Lip too, and the New York Excelsior, they forced to use a nano onto Halo, and they can't even touch the point at the end of it. The Atlanta Reign will win map number 1.
Yeah, I think like we can see a couple of problems from New York Excelsior's side, especially that dive. Like if you're running a dive, especially if you're running alongside a Sombra and a Tracer, you have the means of follow-up. You have to, when you send that Sombra in for that first fight, find a hack. Even if you're just running around, hack somebody, hack Chio, so that when a dive comes through from Atlanta Reign side, they at least don't have a Lucio to be able to enact upon it immediately, and you can maybe punish the fact that they're all stuffed up in that side room. But it doesn't happen because, again, Kellen gets hacked back to back. So there is just no punishment for Atlanta Reign getting to play aggressive with Lip on the Sombra and speeding up to that EMP.
Yeah, I'm curious if the New York Excelsior can make some adjustments, leading into the following maps. But in that map number 1, Mox, like you said, it was just not going their way. The Atlanta Reign just continually setting up those dives, and even though, nice nano by the way from Fielder in the highlight, but even though they kept trying to just counter Lip on the Sombra with that translocator, just sending Fitz consistently going back, it just never resulted in them getting a fight win. And for the next map of Blizzard World, let's see if it can actually go in their favor after a short break. So we'll be right back in just a second for Blizzard World. Welcome back, everybody. What a fantastic series we have. The New York Excelsior attempting to put up a fight against the Atlanta Reign, who have so far looked amazing with their tank player of Donghak, but he's also going to be subbed out now for Hawk. You know, obviously one of the best players in the league, and just a little bit of a, John Anik interesting fact about Hawk. He actually doesn't eat vegetables sometimes, Moxie, actually. I talked to his dad, and his dad was like, I was like, hey, why doesn't your son eat vegetables? He'd just say, hey, Hawk doesn't want to. He doesn't eat vegetables. So hopefully on Blizzard World, he maybe gets a big feeling or a filling of meat alongside Lip. Moxie, you wanted to talk about him, right? One of the best DPS players, one of the best Sombra players in the game. I'm sure Hawk and the rest of the Atlanta Reign very happy to play around this guy.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the stat differential as well between Lip and Fitz, Lip playing a much more proactive Sombra comes in setting 7,128 damage, and that aggression, it's reflected in what New York Excelsior were able to do. Creative on the Ana dies 4 times, Halo on the Brigitte unfortunately goes down 5 times as well, and then Atlanta Reign, Fielder dies twice in the entire 2 submaps. And it's because Fitz is just playing not so much a passive Sombra, but playing for information to be able to better equip New York Excelsior for the dives to come through. They know just how good Reign are on those dives, so they wanted to have that full information, full knowledge of their surroundings before they fully committed in, and it cost them, unfortunately. When they were in control of the point, when they were able to actually formulate those dives, it looked a lot more put together, especially on Lighthouse. We saw a really good rally coming through from Halo, really good holding of that ground from New York Excelsior, but they're not going to have the ground to hold. They're going to be on the attack up first, and Hawk coming in for Donghak means that Reign are going to be moving over towards the D.Va. So it's still dive of some sort. It's just that with the D.Va boosters, you're going to be able to just jump between the low ground and the high ground and peel for your backline as well. Should, however, set Fitz up on the Sombra, right? I want to see these damage numbers for the Sombra increase, given that you're going up against a mech that is literally just an ult battery for EMP.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big difference maker potentially for the New York Excelsior on this map. The anti-grenade did come through onto both sides. Hawk also got hacked by Fitz on the other side. Kellen trying to take some space on the high ground. Hawk actually backs out of there as the Atlanta Reign want to set up defensively. Fielder maybe on that top high ground with the Brigitte of Chiho, where Fitz waiting on that hack again hits Hawk, just being a nuisance, a thorn in the side of Hawk at the current moment. He's just able to get out of it though, jumps back to the high ground as Kellen also attempts to do so. They're already on this point. The hack again comes through onto Hawk through that Winston bubble as New York Excelsior regroup together towards this point. The Atlanta Reign are building up towards that nano incredibly fast though, but an anti-grenade connects on the Chiho. However, the follow-up damage is not there, so he managed to play his life while Lip builds that EMP very, very close to it. Actually, first before the New York Excelsior build their ultimate, so we'll see if Lip gets a big one. That's huge. That's a 5-man EMP on this point. Halo immediately falls. The pulse bomb does try to come out from Seiko to trade things on the point, but it's not enough, and he falls to Chio as well. And Atlanta Reign, solid hold just off of Lip's EMP.
Yeah, Fitz was using those hacks to keep Hawk in check, and unfortunately wasn't really able to find the EMP charge to rival Lip because Hawk just kept backing out of those engagements because he was in positions to be able to peel for his backline. So the rest of Excelsior aren't able to get the D.Va out of the mech, and with that tank still up in the mix, Lip has all of the presence in the fight to be able to build the EMP and just back towards Excelsior, and Dustin, he's already 55% to the next one! He literally just used the last fight!
I was gonna, like, yesterday, Sombra's just so broken. Sombra's so crazy, can build that EMP so fast. It's just so nuts how fast he's built the EMP.
He's about to lap Fitz in EMP charge.
No way. Could he do that potentially? Fitz, please, just look for your EMP, buddy. The nano does come through onto Halo, though, on that back angle. Also, Chio gets a nano because Fitz did EMP earlier, so nice disengage from that back line of the Reign as they now rotate in towards that point, just try to zone things out with the rally. And like you said, Lip, he's already built that EMP. An anti-grenade, though, does connect. And Fitz is there with the follow-up. Lip does try to equalize it with an EMP, but is the damage there to sustain the Atlanta Reign in this fight versus New York Excelsior? It looks like no, because Seiko does connect onto Stalker as well, and nice job of the New York Excelsior did disengage Lip's EMP with a nice anti-grenade from Creative.
Yeah, Hawk unfortunately not able to use that self-destruct either to buy time for Reign to get those members back into the group. It's because Kellen just holds on to that Winston bubble so that he's going to be able to block the damage and follow through from Atlanta Reign. And Excelsior now moving forward, taking up this position, trying to make sure that Kellen denies that high ground position, but Lip is still able to find creative. The Winston went so far forward, he was split from his Ana, and Lip sees an opportunity and strikes immediately. New York Excelsior are going to have to wait now for something like a Nano Boost to be able to come up and challenge, and in fact, they only have to just turn around, back out, and deal with Lip, who again is hounding down the backline.
It's just not able to get anything done. Lip trying to get some value as well on this left side, just afforded all the opportunity in the world because of what Hawk has been doing. And now, you know, Lana Rain in great spot, Moxie, it seems like, while they have even more ultimates over the New York Excelsior.
Lip's going to be coming in with an EMP in this next fight. Kellen gets hacked out, so New York Excelsior aren't able to take Hawk off of this high ground until now. But the Diva boosters are going to be back, so you can immediately just jet right back into that position the second Kellen has to turn around and peel for his backline. And here comes the EMP. Nano Boost comes out onto Kellen before Atlanta Rain can make that first proactive move, however. And the backline entirely occupied, trying to deal with the Winston. The anti-nade will connect, but the Primal Rage is connecting onto all of the members of Rain, pushing them against the wall as Kellen has to back out and try to make sure he takes Hawk down in the self-destruct so that the Diva at least doesn't get back in the mech.
I mean, poor Kellen just trying to make everything work there, right? Came back, zoned out the supports, and then also peeled Hawk in that baby Diva form where he found him, and Lip's looking for that translocator of Fitz as he's setting up that EMP in the backline. There it is, but actually hits the treasure chest, but at the same time, it doesn't matter if Fitz has that translocator because he's safe with the rest of his team. In this cart, it's getting spaced the entire time. Halo does have that. Rowley Chio's built up to theirs as well, as Creative sits at the back of the map trying to peel off, as well as Seiko then chases down a Stalker with Fitz on the low ground. They're able to just find these opening picks. New York Excelsior look like they continue to push this payload towards the end of the checkpoint, about 2 meters left, and they actually do so quite successfully. What a streets phase for the New York Excelsior.
Yeah, New York Excelsior have gotten so much more proactive, and it's paying off dividends for them, right? Even though they had to contest Hawk on that Diva with self-destruct, sending Kellen in to just keep Fielder and Chio occupied so that Fitz can build up that EMP and connect onto the members of Atlanta Rain works out perfectly for them. And they're able to blister through a place in the map where normally a lot of teams actually get slowed down. It's now Fitz's turn to camp that translocator. He's just going to be cancelled out and immediately will translocate back into his own backline just to make sure that Lip isn't trying to jump onto Creative before that Nano Boost is up and running.
Looking for the hack on Kellen on the front. He actually finds it. Stalker waiting in the wings with the pulse bomb. So is Seiko on the other side. The nade was actually used by Creative early in this fight, so they're not going to have that cooldown until just about now. While Fielder with his own Nano Boost, they could go first. Atlanta Rain kind of ready to go. The New York Excelsior understand that they are the ones that have to go first. Creative pops a Nano onto Kellen, but doesn't really find any target except Lip. And in fact, it's Stalker to find the first target. Halo goes down in that back line, and Seiko tries to come back, but it cannot escape Stalker's grasp. The Atlanta Rain, pretty successful counter dive on Kellen's Nano Boost.
Yeah, and Fielder was actually hacked, so they didn't have that counter Nano Boost to go up against New York Excelsior. It is just shenanigans from the DPS line that forces New York Excelsior back, and that's going to buy Atlanta Rain a little bit more time. Not going to buy Lip back, however. They're going to have to wait the full 30 seconds for the EMP to come back into the mix. And this is New York Excelsior's time to go immediately.
Yeah, they're ready to go. They're reeling at it in the front line. Fitz then setting up that EMP, but he's detected in the back by the Tracer of Stalker, who has been scouting incredibly well. And now you don't have Fitz in this fight, so the New York Excelsior have to wait for Fitz to come back. But while they do so, Lip connects with his own EMP onto Halo, and Fielder with an anti-grenade allows them to get that kill as well. And, you know, they get those kills. However, Hawk does get poked out of mech and forced to use that Diva bomb.
Yeah, Stalker being able to find Fitz in the rotation for that EMP is massive for Atlanta Rain because, like you saw, Fitz had to use the translocator, so Lip gets to come back in with an EMP entirely uncontested from New York Excelsior's side because they just have to sit there and take it. Now, however, they have the EMP, they have the Nano Boost on the Winston to be able to follow up too. They just have to take Fielder down before the Nano Boost can come on Chio.
Oh, Stalker!
Stalker makes the first move!
What a pulse bomb. Chio also peels off Kellen. 45 seconds now on the clock. You know, that was a good setup for the New York Excelsior, but it resulted in them just being rolled by Stalker, who is on fire right now.
I mean, the EMP too. They used the EMP in that fight, but we did not see any follow-through come through from New York Excelsior because Sokka just gets to slip forward and find that pulse bomb attachment. New York Excelsior now will at least have 4 ultimates to work with moving into this next one. Fits onto the Hanzo to be able to use those Sonics to try to keep a track of Lip, who's going to have another EMP. And New York Excelsior, they can't give up the ground. We're about to hit into overtime. They can't pull back. If one of them goes down, they have to just keep contesting the payload.
The Nano Hanzo comes through onto Fitz to save him from Hawk that was diving on him through that high ground. And now, you have the Atlanta Rain pressuring out the side of Fitz on the low ground. Averchio now pops that rally to connect onto Kellen in that backline, who has to jump out of there. But Halo does find Stalker, so that's a great pick for the New York Excelsior. They have to keep getting these picks and continuing on forward as Hawk does jump off the map because he lost the mech. So there's not tanks here for the Atlanta Rain to stall. So the New York Excelsior, they just capitalize and capture out this third point.
Yeah, it isn't overtime. However, for New York Excelsior, this is a victory. We saw that point A. We saw that potential of the full hold when Lip is able to hit nearly back-to-back EMPs. Like, absolutely insane what the guy can do. You absolutely see why he's the only player in Overwatch history who's been able to pick up 3 role stars, and he is trying his heart out. And Rain now going to be on the offense. New York Excelsior have to keep an eye on those backline channels. They cannot allow Lip the freedom of being able to infiltrate that backline and pouncing onto either Creative or Hilo, who has to be playing that Brigida, has to be going for full anti-dive measures.
Moxie, at the same time, New York Excelsior, they were, they capped out, they played it well towards the end, and they took a long time, but eventually capping out the entire map of Blizzard World is a big deal. And that was off the back of, fantastic plays from Kellen, Creative, in Psycho at times.
My worry, though, is that we're going to see New York Excelsior wait and play reactively to Rain. And that's not going to work out. It didn't work out for them on Control, where they started pulling ahead, where they started pulling that time bank back. Was on B, where they were playing proactively. On C, where they were having to play on the back foot because Lip comes in with an EMP or Stalker finds that first pick. That was where they were struggling to be able to pick that momentum back up. And now, when you're playing defensively, that doesn't mean that you play passively.
No.
You're still able to try and find these targets. We're even seeing Fitch revealing themselves to keep Atlanta Rain split, forcing half of the team to turn around so that Fielder and Chio are a little bit further out of view from the backline, as Excelsior will be able to just immediately pull back, giving that high ground up almost immediately, but making sure to keep an eye on the rotation coming through from Rain if they try and take the backline.
Just waiting on this left side, does have Hawk with him, so he's enabled to do a lot of these aggressive hacks with that defensive matrix. The integrated early from Fielder connects onto Kellen and Seiko, so they back on either to get some heals, some creative. That should give them that nano boost, ult charge boost because of that early damage they took. But at the same time, Fielder is doing a great job pocketing Hawk and building that nano so fast. But Kellen and this front line of New York Excelsior, they want to go aggressive, and it results in them getting that opening pick. However, it does result in Halo falling and creative on that back line from Hawk and Stalker, so they're already out of the fight. Kellen falls to Fielder too, and it all falls apart at the seams for the New York Excelsior on the first point.
It's a good dive. I like the idea of it on the paper, right? New York Excelsior, they see Fielder and Gio left behind, the rest of Rain going aggressive the way that we saw on Control. And Kellen comes through, splits the team, drops the Winston bubble so that Fielder isn't able to use the Anadart through the bubble. Gio goes down, but the problem is so many of New York Excelsior's players had committed onto trying to take Fielder down. Everyone on Rain, just on the Tracer, on the Sombra, and on the D.Va, they've got self-sustain.
Yeah.
And the kills come through from Rain's side because Kellen's just not there to soak the damage and play distraction, as Excelsior now will go for that proactivity. Should be able to find fight win and chokehold coming through from their defenses now.
A big EMP there from Fitz does land on everybody on the Atlanta Rain, but they only lost Lip in that fight. They've been able to regroup towards this cart. Lip will be back in the fight momentarily. At the same time, Kellen's trying to, just pressure Hawk the entire time. You got Stalker dealing with Fitz on the low ground, forcing that translocator back. The New York Excelsior just want to keep controlling this high ground. That's going to be the linchpin for them winning this next fight. As Kellen gets the nano, they dive into that back line, and at the same time, Lip EMPs Halo here on the high ground. So nobody dead just yet because of the support ultimates of both teams. Halo still has that rally where Chio just used his in that last fight, so they're ready to go on the Atlanta Rain, who only have a D.Va bomb. Hawk is hacked, but does fly to the high ground, gets slept by Creative and anti-grenaded. At the same time, you know, they've dropped down below. Lip is forced to translocate back, and New York Excelsior, they're just kind of biding their time. They don't want to use any ultimates on the Atlanta Reign because they know they have none, but at the same time, Atlanta Reign's gotten this car almost to the very end of this second point.
Yeah, and this is crucial for Reign to be able to do that because Kellen from the high ground with that Winston cleave is just connecting onto so many targets and building up that primal. Creative, however, goes down to Chio with the flail, and this is Reign's time to move. Kellen has the primal rage, but he doesn't want to invest it in a fight, knowing that Reign are just going to stall through, but he's just going to have to. He gets anti-nated, has to use the primal, tries to find the pick onto Reign, uses it to be able to jump back to his team and keep this payload in limbo, but Reign still aren't able to pull it through.
EMP from Fitz, they want to just win this fight outright, even though Stalker was already gone. But, you know, Atlanta Reign doing a good job disengaging a lot of these ultimates. Fielder is hacked, and even though, you know, they do New York Excelsior win this fight, I thought it was a little bit suspect for them. But, you know, at the end of it, they did a great job rotating those ultimates to stop Atlanta Reign before they capped out.
And they're going to have another rotation now. They've got a pulse bomb to try and pick off a member of Reign early. They've also got a nano boost. The problem is, Lip has an EMP, and they're spy checking in front of them. He's behind them already.
Waiting for it. Ready to go. Creative on the bridge. Is he going to wait for his team to regroup? It looks like he's doing so. Hawk, you know, slowly going to work up. They know he's here. They spy checked and detected. You heard the little Sombra fade noise to know that Lip is there, and now he drops down below, relocates to know to avoid New York Excelsior on that high ground. EMP connects Fielder with a perfectly timed anti-grenade. Immediately results in Halo's demise, and then, you know, the Atlanta Reign in a massive advantage. At the same time, you know, Fitz does get traded out by Hawk, so they tried to find Atlanta Reign's members because they were so low, but they're down so many members now. The rally does come through from Chio as well, and the nano boost is here from Hawk, so a layer of support ultimates should still result in the Atlanta Reign capturing on second point, and it does.
Yeah, and Excelsior were able to burn a fair chunk of time to try and recover from how fast Reign were able to take point A, but now they're going to have to live through these next couple of engagements. And it's a matter of how many ultimates are they going to use, right? They have all of the cards. Well, they don't have Kellen, unfortunately, because Reign are able to just track the Winston down and stop any potential turnaround from New York Excelsior in the next couple of meters because you don't have a tank. But they'll have the Primal Rage, they've got the Rally coming through, they've got the EMP. If they have to invest all of these in the next fight, Reign are literally just going to play patiently. They're going to burn you out of your ultimates, and then they're going to brute force the fight afterwards.
What they do in New York Excelsior is Kellen does jump to the high ground. Usually you see a lot of these tank players control that, or if you have mobility on Hanzo or something, that's usually the characters that control that space. Atlanta Reign just getting free cart pressure the entire time. You know, where on the defensive side, they've been able to stop New York Excelsior on their offense when it gets this far. Teams like vice versa is not the case. Hawk is slept on that front line, though. Kellen does try to dive the back and is immediately traded out. Even though he had the primal, the damage was so fast, probably didn't expect that from Atlanta Reign's team. You know, Stalker then diving onto Halo with Hawk there, forcing that ultimate, forcing the rally out. Hawk is there, but also a pulse bomb from Stalker connects onto Halo, and they're just getting staggered one by one. They're forced to nano boost Kellen. They have the dive here, but Chio's nanoed, and an EMP from Lip. This is absolutely terrible for New York Excelsior, especially if there's time left on the clock, and there is.
Yeah, New York Excelsior, unfortunately, they knew the situation that they were in. They knew that they had ultimates. They knew that they couldn't just drop them all in one fight. That's why we saw Hawk taking that pressure and trying to, or rather Kellen trying to go for that health pack, that mega pack, so that he's able to hold on to the primal in case Reign start picking off his squishies, and he needs stall potential on the payload to be able to buy the time back for the members of New York Excelsior to regroup. Unfortunately, that restraint costs them. They lose the Winston, and that opens the floodgates for Reign to just continue to pick apart and pressure these members of New York Excelsior, who without a Winston just don't have any way of target focusing the members of Reign down.
New York Excelsior, Moxie, I mean, they're looking to mix things up. They put Fitz back on the Hanzo. Did you like that comp they played earlier?
Yeah. Honestly, in my opinion, this is the best thing that New York Excelsior can do, given the fact that they're able to full push, but it was an overtime, and Reign, because they were able to full push but still had time accessing, they need like one tick of this point So if Lip or Stalker are just able to, on either the Sombra or the Tracer, move past this high ground undetected and go on to that point and pull all of New York Excelsior's focus, and because you're running Halo on full anti-dive strategies with the Break Flail and the shield to protect your Ana, you don't have to Lucio. Your rotations could potentially cost you one member, and when your respawn is this far away, one member is going to cost you the map.
Atlanta Reign now just gonna push through this choke as New York Excelsior back all the way towards that point. They want Fitz to get those Hanzo shots off, but you know, at the same time, they've kind of made these progressions probably a bit too fast. However, Fitz now just looking for that backline, just hunting Hawk at the current moment. Just throws the Sonic down to scout for the Sombra. Perfectly placed, in fact. But Lip doesn't even care. He knows he's spotted. Just decides to play with the rest of his team. Has the defensive matrix from Hawk, so he might as well play as aggressive as he has been. An anti-grenade lands on the Fitz as well, but doesn't really care. Just gets to keep pressuring out Hawk on the front line, building up to that Dragon Strike. Hawk trying to find something here, but the Sleep Dart did come onto Halo, and the anti follow-up is there from Lip, but Seiko does trade him back. However, Kellen dove in the backline with no support of Seiko, so he falls, and New York Excelsior don't really have a lot of point pressure, just relying heavily on Fitz to find something. But what do you do when Stalker is playing as well as he is? Fitz drops the Dragon Strike, but nobody touches, and they land a Reign win map number 2.
It's always going to be a really tough spot for New York Excelsior to be able to recover from, right? Having more than 2 minutes in the bank for Atlanta Reign when we saw that Lip was able to build into an EMP in something like 30 seconds, they were relying on Fitz on that Hanzo to be able to find those logs onto those members. And you can see Atlanta Reign, they have full knowledge of this. They go for the high ground rotation, even though we didn't see it when they approached the point the first time around, because they're fully aware that by increasing that distance between themselves and Excelsior, the Hanzo is going to be able to situate themselves into potentially finding a one-shot onto one of those squishies. That one-shot doesn't happen. And even though Lip is found out by the Sonic, well, they're already on the point. They already have that pressure. And unfortunately for Excelsior, the fight has begun and they haven't been able to find an early pick. And because there's only one tick needed from Reign's side, they have to throw themselves into line of fire again and again and again. And it's only a matter of time until they lose one of those players and Atlanta Reign just gets uber aggressive.
Yeah, I think Atlanta Reign as a team look amazing at the current moment. And one person that we also need to kind of call out there was Stalker. Just had an absolutely phenomenal map. And the backline also, Fielder and Chio peeling off, you know, any dive that came through from Kellen. You know, at points, the New York Excelsior do look like they can win team fights. I mean, they camped out the entirety of that map. So maybe on the next one in Rialto, they could make that reverse sweep happen. We'll have to see after a short break. Welcome back, everybody. Atlanta Reign so far are up 2-0 over the New York Excelsior, who at times look like they can make it work. You know, they capped out fully on Blizzard World and almost made it work, but, you know, you couldn't stop Hawk in the side of the Atlanta Reign, who, you know, at times just had too much dominance and not a lot of vegetables in their systems, apparently.
I mean, now we know. Now we know the answer that has always been asked whenever we look at these Overwatch League divas. Like, how do they prepare for matches that they can defense matrix over? Apparently, you don't eat veg, and then you're going in hungry to a match so you can defense matrix everything.
I don't know if we can legally recommend people not to eat vegetables.
Yeah, do not listen. Eat your vegetables. Eat your vegetables, otherwise you'll have to worry about Sombras. And I think that's something that New York Excelsior are incredibly concerned about. This was something that we were discussing in the downtime. It seems at times like Kellen is calling for aggressive dives, especially that one moment where he like pushes fully onto the back line of Fielder and Chio. But then there's just very little follow-up. And I think it's down to New York Excelsior. Like, you can see that they're concerned about the Sombra. They're playing Halo always on this Brigida to play for that counter dive strategy in case Sombra does show up, so you can at least either use the shield to block the hack or just bop him right in the face with the shield and the flail. But it does mean that Fitz and Psycho are playing a lot closer to the back line to be able to bail out Creative or Halo if either of them get into a little bit of a pickle. And as a result, there's just no follow through when Kellen is able to find those moments and look for those isolated targets.
Yeah, and it ends up overall for the New York Excelsior. That's why they're down 0-2. I mean, that's perfectly put, Moxie. For them on this attacking side, I think you're right. They just got to play with a little bit more, you know, pace, a bit more confidence, really trying to avoid lip at all times.
Because, I mean, you know you're going to run into them, especially on defense. You know you're going to run into Lip, and they're trying to spy check out to see whether or not he's going to be playing up there. Halo looking very much all around her with that shield, but it's Creative who's actually going to get hacked before they're able to just get on top of that ground and block the line of sight.
Yeah, Kellen just checking for Lip the entire time, and the Atlanta Reign just over these high ground angles and just have a phenomenal point of view. But Fitz gets slept after the translocator is gone. Oh my god, barely relocates in time, which results Kellen getting Lip. So a phenomenal sleep dart from Fielder doesn't result in anything positive for them because they lose Lip. And now in this fight, they have to deal with the pressure of the New York Excelsior, who are just running a train on this back line. Hawk is slept, though, on that front line. Stalker does trade back Kellen. So that is a decent trade for the Atlanta Reign, who now regroup with Lip, but that was very questionable at the beginning.
Yeah, but again, like, there's the dive that comes out from Kellen, but they're going after separate targets. Psycho is on Fielder, and Kellen is nowhere to be seen, not chasing after the Ana, certainly. And New York Excelsior having that split focus, it's costing them. Alone, Winston, Tracer, and Sombra just don't do enough damage to be able to chunk down these targets in time for Reign to be able to turn around and immediately exchange blows.
It's like Atlanta Reign just kind of staying over the top. Fitz goes for that hack. The intergrenade comes through, but Fielder waiting and out with that nano, then uses it on Hawk, who dives onto Creative. And even with that peel, it's not enough to keep Creative alive. While Fitz falls to Stalker, and Stalker's there as well with that follow-up damage. Atlanta Reign just winning fight after fight at the moment.
Now, Hawk may not be eating vegetables, but he's definitely eating all of the utility coming through from Creative at the moment, because I have yet to see a single anti-nade land from Excelsior's side, and that's not their fault. Like, they are trying to land the sleep duds and the anti-nades, but having defense matrix just immediately mitigates a lot of that Ana utility, which can be a go sign for some of these dive compositions.
New York Excelsior rotate under the high ground, and, you know, Lip just waiting with this EMP onto Halo, just goes for it immediately, and they want to dive onto Halo, who gets that nano from Creative. Good counter dive as Seiko does trade back Chio with his own ultimate, and Lip in fact falls off the map because they didn't have a translocator there in that fight. So Halo and the rest of New York Excelsior reclaim his cart and will try to capitalize this first point.
Yeah, good pressure as well coming through onto Fielder. Psycho funneling up onto the Ana as well, so that they're able to take that support down. Reign will be able to hack Kellen, so no Primal coming through before Reign are able to cross the bridge and use that rally, now that they're not at worry of being flung off it.
Seems like Atlanta Reign then push towards this point. Rally from Halo to try to capitalize on this first point. The nade, or the pulse bomb, comes out from Stalker, but connects onto the shield as Kellen tries to find this backline with the Primal Rage onto Stalker, who still has the recall, but they're touching this point. They have Hawk's Diva Bomb and they use it. Does Fielder get booped off the map? Doesn't look like it, because the peel is too good for Fielder on that backline, although, you know, 0.34 meters left. New York Excelsior trying to pressure out Chio and the Atlanta Reign on this point. You have that pocket from Fielder, who's building up to that nano boost and has it ready to go in a sec. They use it on the Hawk, but they lose Stalker. However, Hawk does find creative. They still have people here. Lit drops the EMP on this point, and it results in them stopping the New York Excelsior last second.
Yeah, New York Excelsior will have an EMP and a nano boost to be able to follow it up with Kellen getting to play aggressive dive, but are they going to be able to even make it back onto the payload? Fitz is going to be in position to be able to touch if Lip reveals themselves and tries to take down one of the squishies of Excelsior's group when they're in that reform formation. Uses the translocator, will be able to back on out in case they get found out early, as there it is. Lip finds a stagger onto Psycho, and Excelsior aren't going to have the tracer to be able to initiate. That payload contested has to be the Winston.
The sleep onto Fitz, and then the follow-up. He landed the EMP, but with no time left, it was a very dicey situation in the first place. New York Excelsior, they're going to be stopped on this first point, and that was off of the pick onto Fitz, and unfortunately for the New York Excelsior, they were so close. Unfortunately, Atlanta Reign will now move on to attack and have a lot of time in the bank to take that first point.
Yeah, and again, it's the exact same situation as Blizzard World, right? For New York Excelsior, they cannot allow Reign to just free roam around this map. And there are significant concerns that that is going to happen, that they're just going to continue to back off and give the ground the way that we saw them immediately pull away from the high ground and try to rotate towards the point when they had to defend Blizzard World a second time in a row.
Okay, Moxie. Atlanta Reign, they're looking incredibly strong. Lip, like you said, he was just absolutely a star player on the previous maps. New York Excelsior in this situation, did they try to bring back the Hanzo, maybe a sniper in this map, or no, just going to keep mirroring it, looks like it?
I think you just have to keep mirroring, especially with Hawk on this Diva. Right? You have to be able to use the Sombra and try and just deny the defense matrix for as long as possible, because so many times we would see Hawk get taken down. As we're having a look at a replay, this is Fitz setting up for that dive to come through. Raleigh comes down and it actually shield bashes the EMP, and Fitz just has to translocate out. Brigitte now in ultra wide, now unfortunately crushing New York Excelsior's hopes of being able to push past A on Rialto.
Jesus. I mean, that was just insane peel from Chio. That's why he's one of the best Brigittas in the game, Moxie. It just seems like he's consistently pulls out these plays, and also that ultimate change, it just allows Brigitte to be so strong in the current meta. Atlanta Reign have a great spot, or they're in a great spot at the current moment as New York Excelsior trying to stop them on this first point. Creative and Halo are anti-grenaded by Fielder on that high ground. So New York Excelsior want to keep backing up because they're dealing with so much pressure from the Atlanta Reign.
And again, they're giving up these crucial places of high ground. They've given up that first corner. New York Excelsior going to have to be falling back towards bridge. Creative a little bit alone, but Atlanta Reign not focusing on the Ana hand at the moment. They've pinged them out. They know that they're there, but Halo is able to move forward and intercept Chio. So New York Excelsior should be able to hold strong, at least on the high ground. The problem is the payload's already moved almost half the distance that it needs to.
Yeah, it's just not really in a great spot at the current moment. Kellen does find Fielder. Hawk trades back Halo as well, but he just kind of regroups with his team, gives that ult charge surely to Fielder or Chio, but just grabs the health pack and opts to come back into this next fight healthy.
Well, Psycho's going to have an EMP, or not an EMP, a pulse bomb. Stalker's going to have one of his own, but Lip is approaching that EMP, and New York Excelsior have to make sure that they're positioning away from that Sombra. The problem is Halo has to play really close to Creative in case the Sombra tries to show up early before the EMP's built up. Nanoboost now from Creative will unfortunately get hacked by Kellen, so that they're not able to find that aggression that they want with that jump pack only now coming back onto cooldown. It does at least keep Atlanta Reign at bay, but Atlanta Reign already have the ultimates built up to be able to win this next fight.
Psycho coming back for that peel in that left side room. Chio does have to bash back and actually goes very aggressive. However, Kellen and that Tracer dive onto him perfectly in that back line. So Chio, Stalker both fall, and EMP from Lit. They're committing a lot of ults into lost team fight.
Oh. Hello. Both Sombras know where each other are. Both Fitz and Lip fall low and have to use the translocators. So Lip at least is not going to be in position to try and build towards the EMP as quickly as possible. Kellen just sitting around that corner waiting to see whether or not Reign try and pressure onto Psycho on this Tracer. Has the promo bridge built up already. As Reign have to play poke phase at the moment. Fielder's got the nano boost, could potentially go into Hawk to try and create that space, that movement. Or they could use it onto Chio to aggressively push onto Halo.
ready to go with that nano. They could dive, and then Hawk, once loses mech, can actually just use that deep bomb, drives that back line, but it's a bit too far, so he comes back for Fitz, who translocates back to that high ground as the support is here for the New York Excelsior. Kellen was slept while Primal raging in that back line, and now Hawk eventually will lose that mech incredibly quickly, so he's forced to use the Diva Bomb, trying to remech, and actually does so as Halo went a bit too far, does get picked off by Chio. The anti-grenade did connect onto the back line, but Atlanta Reign peel off this dive from the New York Excelsior too well. Psycho does eventually find Chio, but Stalker and the rest of the Atlanta Reign are just collapsing on the New York Excelsior at the moment. Creative tries to stall out this Halo. Halo is here as well with Fitz, but eventually the Atlanta Reign will find both Halo and Creative. Also connecting with the Sleep Dart onto Fitz. EMP from Lip to top it all off. In the Atlanta Reign, they're eventually going to win this map 3-0 over the New York Excelsior.
Yeah, New York Excelsior, the moment that they had to try and just peel so heavily for that nano boosted Diva coming through from them, it's not just their entire backline, it's also Fitz who has to turn around and throw out that Sombra hack to be able to connect onto the Diva in the nano, so they're not able to find those squishy supports. And as a result, Atlanta Reign just gets so much more movement to be able to pick apart those players, throwing the self-destruct out as well to be able to clear up that space. And Reign, the second they're able to move through courtyard, they have all of the control in the fight after.
Atlanta Reign just looked amazing at times. New York Excelsior did have the, keys to actually winning against the Atlanta Reign. But yeah, Moxie, I think that overall, they just looked too strong for this New York Excelsior today. Blizzard World was a decent map for them, but Ilios and then also Rialto just ended up being in an absolute dominant performance of the Atlanta Reign.
I mean, it's Lip. What more can we say? Someone is making a real good showcase for entire series MVP, but Lip too is also throwing their hat into the ring. I'm sure Desk are going to be so happy because, they're already advocating for it.
Yep. Yeah, Lip is obviously going to be our player of the match. Fantastic performance from him. And, Stalker easily deserves a shout as well. So both of these players played well. Also the back line. I mean, this was just an overall kind of team diff for the Atlanta Reign. Perfectly placed EMPs pretty much every single time. Even if they didn't get those kills, they found the pressure on that front line. Everybody was there to follow through, and they built ultimates off of it as well. So fantastic work from one of the best Sombras in the league.
It's not just the EMPs either, it's that control of the map, right? The paranoia that starts to come into play when you're facing up against such an aggressive Sombra. Going for the hacks, taking the duels. When you get spotted out, a lot of Sombras just immediately translocate. Lip will be more than happy to just take the 1 versus 1. As you can see, in 10 minutes on average, he died 3 times. Absolutely insane. The damage as well that he was able to output, 8,653 damage. That's nuts.
It is. I mean, that's just correct. Like, whenever you see down to that 3 mark, Moxie, we always notice the best, Tracers, Sombras, whoever, usually have such few deaths. But, maybe we have to see if the Atlanta Reign later on, will get tested by some of the best teams, and we'll see if Lip can deal with that, Moxie.
I mean, again, what a brilliant performance for this guy. The first time that he is playing on American soil as well with the team, having a brilliant performance, and Atlanta Reign continue to look absolutely dominant moving forward into the remainder of the season.
They have been, and we're going to a short break. When we come back, I'm sure the desk will greet you on the other side, so we'll be right back after a short break.
He arrived on the shores of North America in a Hannibal Lecter-style case, shipped over by Moon, a special acquisition of Coach Gator himself, and now North America is having to deal with the 8'9" gaming warlord on their daily. Previously, North America, they were insulated from this terror. He was simply a phantasm in the night that only really came out to play during those international tournaments. Now, every single week, a team is going to have to suffer at the hands of Lip and the Atlanta Reign, and that gives a lot of room for fear because this guy has got it all. Oh, Lip! He's got the Cassidy, he's got the Hanzo, and crucially, he has the Sombre.
Lip immediately pops it, hits all of Saints, and there wasn't even a chance.
He is the phantasm in the night, only he's also real. This night terror, no matter what your therapist says, he can hurt you.
And he's underneath your bed right now.
He's behind you.
Don't look.
If you say Lip 3 times into the mirror, he will in fact appear. That is a
He will
fact.
headshot you.
I gotta be real with you. I'm not going to just watch, but I am terrified of Lip, and so should you be.
That was a spooky one.
That was a spooky one.
We're spooked.
You know, we're all into character building, and he's apparently turned out to be like the Omega villain. It's pretty scary.
Under your bed.
He's right now.
Hold on.
Say
Wait a
his
second.
name in front of a mirror 3 times.
And he will appear.
Yeah.
Facts.
We'll try it
Try
later.
that. Yeah, we try that later. But first, let's talk about it. I mean, Atlanta Reign, dominant performance here. No big surprises there. But there's still a few players that you want to highlight especially.
Yeah, I think Lip, we obviously mentioned him a lot, and we got to appreciate that. But as well, I've got to highlight Stalker on the Tracer. I think Lip really, you can't underestimate the importance as a main DPS of having such a solid Tracer, winning duels on the flank, keeping the pressure off of you. That just enables Lip to constantly be looking for his maximum value. That's exactly what you want as a main DPS. So I just want to highlight this combo of Stalker and Lip. Lip is a super important element of it, but without Stalker, they wouldn't be nearly as consistent or threatening.
It's just honestly quite boring the way Atlanta Reign just approaches the game because they play this slow diva. They play like Brig for healing around with your team and Ana with bio-nades, heal people up. And then they just let Lip and Stalker cook. Like they're just playing this slow kind of like composition. They're beating down Kellan on the Winston. Kellan doesn't have a chance on Winston. He just gets harassed all the time. Psycho doesn't stand a chance in the Tracer duel. So Atlanta Reign, they're slowly just like rolling over their position and making it so difficult for New York to stand a chance in this matchup. Exactly what we expected, dominant performance from the Atlanta Reign. And I think we'll see a lot of this the rest of the season.
I will say there were some moments for me from Hawk, especially on the attack with D.Va. You know, just sometimes it can be hard to break those setups with D.Va. So I wonder is it going to be an Achilles heel for Atlanta that, you know, it's kind of clear, oh, we're going to play D.Va, we got Hawk in. We're going to play Winston, we got Dongak in. It can work, but I think against a top team, who knows? Maybe that is some glimmer of a weakness.
Maybe.
Take notes, teams out there. Like, take notes. What Professor Jake says. Now, we do, of course, have our favorite Nightmare Fuel standing by for an interview. So, Danny, please take it away.
Thank you, sorry. Yeah, of course, the scariest person in the Overwatch League. We got Lip right here on the big screen. Lip, 안녕하세요. 들리시나요?
네, 안녕하세요. 들려요. Hello, hello.
Hello. All right. Can you quickly just say hello to your fans? 자, 일단 인터뷰 시작하기 전에 한 말씀 일단 이번 이제 시즌 첫 경기였기 때문에 인사 한 번만 해주세요.
일단 저희가 이제 이번에 애틀란타 오피셜 선수 오피셜이라고 많은 사람들이 기대를 했었는데 이번에 프로암 대회에서 좀 안 좋은 모습을 보여주면서 끝내게 돼가지고 정규 시즌 걱정하시는 팬분들도 많았을 텐데 그래도 첫 경기를 이제 좀 수월하게 이겨서 좀 다행이라고 생각을 합니다.
Yeah, I know a lot of our fans were very excited to see when they first heard the Atlanta roster announced. But unfortunately, in the Pro-Am, you know, we were going strong, but we weren't able to win the whole tournament. So I know a lot of our fans were sad about that. And they were also worried because after that, we were coming in with a loss and starting our regular season. But I'm just very glad and happy that we got our first win today. Yeah, you know, actually, I do want to follow up on that, Lip, because throughout the whole tournament, you guys, I think it's no question that Atlanta Reign is a very strong team. You guys are a stacked roster. Pro-Am was going great, but then you guys did lose to who did they lose to?
Could have been anybody, Danny.
I think it was. Wait, let me ask you. You guys lost to the Gladiators. That was right. So what sort of went wrong in the in the match against Gladiators? 자, 방금 말씀하셨던 거에 이제 그거를 첫 번째 질문을 제가 한번 할까 생각을 합니다, 립 선수. 프로엠에서 굉장히 좋은 모습을 쭉 이렇게 보여주시다가 아쉽게 글래디에게 패배를 하면서 프로엠이 끝나게 되는데 그 경기에서 좀 어떤 문제점이 좀 있었나요?
일단 선수 간의 소통도 좀 원활하게 이루어지지도 않았고 그다음에 저희가 아무래도 좀 서로 다른 팀에서 막 2, 3년 이렇게 있던 선수들끼리 모여서 좀 많이 플레이 쪽이나 스타일 쪽 부분이 좀 서로 많이 안 맞았던 것 같아요. 그래서 그래도 지금은 좀 시간이 지나면서 맞추려고 많이 노력하는 중이에요.
Alright, I think the biggest problem that we had in the prime and the result that the reason why we lost to the Gladiators were two things. I think one of the biggest issues was the communications problems, and also, you know, a lot of the current Atlanta Reign team right now, we spent 2 to 3 years in different teams, so we had our, I guess, stylistic differences that we couldn't sort of come to terms with. So I think that is why we lost against the Gladiators. But you know, after that, we made a lot of effort, and we were working very hard to sort of narrow those stylistic differences, and I think we are, you know, showing progress. I do agree as well. I mean, you know, unfortunately, you guys did lose to the Gladiators, but I mean, you guys are just stacked roster. You guys are just killing it. I mean, for this matchup as well, NYXL, like you guys were popping off. I do want to talk about, I guess, we know that the Atlanta Reign team is a great team, but I want to know more about your personality, like as a team. Atlanta Reign, Liv, who would you say is like the I don't know, funniest person on the team. Who would you say that is? 자, 뭐 당연히 아틀란타 팀은 뭐 당연히 실력적으로는 굉장한 팀인 걸 모든 사람들이 다 알고 있기 때문에 실력 말고 조금 더 이제 성격이나 팀 자체의 좀 재미 요소를 좀 더하는 좀 팀 내에서 제일 재미있는 선수가 있다면 좀 어떤 선수가 될까요?
굳이 그러니까 저희가 다 막 예를 들어 막 광대 막 이런 팀원들은 없어가지고 그나마 뽑자면 호크인 것 같아요. 그냥 호크가 뭐 연습할 때든 뭐 대회할 때는 좀 재밌게 좀 재밌는 상황이 있으면 더 재밌게 만들려는 상황이 많아가지고 굳이 뽑자면 호크인 것 같아요.
Yeah. I do want to say that there's not really a I guess class clown or someone that really loves to like make jokes, but if I have to pick a funny person on our roster, it has to be Hawk. Even when, you know, it's a serious situation, he sort of likes to lighten up the mood and really have fun in the games as well. All right, I'm going to end the interview right there. Liv, thank you so much for your time. And again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 인터뷰 여기서 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다, 리 선수.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Liv. Congratulations, of course, once again to the Atlanta Reign. First W on the board. Hope to see many more of those. Love the insight there as well he shared about their loss to the Gladiators. Seeing, of course, so many star caliber players always raises the question. You know, they all have an idea of how the game should be played and how they want to play it. So being able to like end up on the same page can be very difficult. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people are worried about Boston Uprising, for example, because, you know, you have a lot of big names. Right. Can they mesh? Will they mesh? Right now, Atlanta Reign, of course, looking good. Also good to know that Hawk is the emotional cheerleader and, you know, brings them back down and makes everyone feel good. Speaking of good things, I got something for you watching. Oh. That's right. We've got another bundle. Want to take a look at? There we go. Legendary skin for Zarya. It's a rock climber skin. You don't see it right now, but Jake's face lights up like it's Christmas when he sees that.
You're so enthusiastic. I want this one. Finally, there's a climbing skin, man. I mean, for all the climbers out there, any gamers, you should try rock climbing. It's a fun activity.
I feel like a lot of gamers got into rock climbing. I feel like that's like a trend, like a gamer trend.
Yeah, it's a good trend.
It really is. Yeah,
I don't
dexterity in the fingers.
No, it makes total sense.
It's dangerous.
No, it's not that dangerous. It's safety equipment.
What if you fall?
You don't.
You're not free climbing.
Yeah.
You're not free soloing.
People get that idea. They see that movie and they're like, I'm going to go climb El Cap without a rope? No, please don't do that. Like, don't do that. Nobody does that.
I don't get the goal. Like whoa, I climbed. Like, why?
It's a physical activity, you know, balancing out gaming as a hobby, but also it's fun. You know, it's very cerebral. You got to make a lot of decisions. It's very tactical. And so I think for gamers, for me personally, I always found that to be so enthralling. And now you can represent it in game with the Zarya bundle.
Yeah, for just 300 tokens, it can be yours. You should grab that skin before May 9th because, Well, he's not into it. Okay, well,
I don't get it.
We'll go to the gym.
I don't
We'll go to
get
the
it.
gym.
If you want to climb for survival, we're talking. Like
Johnny's so
escape
tall,
a lion.
He just grabs the top.
I get it.
He's like, I'm here. Like, what are you
I
guys
can
doing down
unleash
there?
some
Like,
hyenas. And
Like some
you're
plastic
fighting
clay climb? Like, no. Like, what are we doing?
Okay, well, just an absolute hater of the climbers out there. Yeah, hit him up on social media and tell him
Don't
how
do
he's
that.
just wrong. Because, no, it's
That's
at
something.
Reinforce on Twitter. Make sure to hit him up. I want to take another look at our schedule to see what game is coming up next. We already talked about it. We already teased it. This is potentially the title match of the day, I would say. Is that a boxing thing? I'm just
Sure.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's go with that. Houston Outlaws Gladiators. Big names, big teams, great rosters this season. Lots of expectations, of course. But if we really want to look at the stylistic difference here, that could be a big one for this one, because I think we're going to see a compositional mismatch here, potentially.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if these teams are actually mirror matching. We do see Fearless in the lineup. No surprises there for Outlaws. Very likely they're going to be able to run a Winston meta. And probably also this double flex support comp could come into play, although Violet, of course, has the flexibility to bring out the main support if needed. But Fearless, this guy is terrifying. Yes, Gladiators were able to overcome it in the Pro-Am, but in my opinion from that series, I think Houston kind of let that one slip. I think they will be able to take this one.
Not enough for you. Seeing them lose, just like, no, they're still favored. I still think they can win. But yes, this is the meta for the Houston Outlaws, arguably. There are a few different compositions I'd love to see this team on, but the current one we're seeing a lot of, like the Sombra and Tracer in the previous matchup, Houston Outlaws going to be really good on that one, so.
Yeah, but Gladiators, right? I mean, the big strength of the Gladiators, Dante's Ramatra was terrifying.
Yeah.
Like lip-level terrifying. Not that he plays Ramatra.
No, but it was as terrifying. It was.
It was as deadly, is where I'm going with
Dante
this.
is in your back line. He's throwing punches with Nemesis form. Yeah, Dante played majority of the time Winston, but in this specific matchup against the Houston Outlaws, the big problem for the Outlaws were they couldn't stop Dante when he was playing the Ramatra. Shu on the Ana, he couldn't land the sleeps required to set Dante back. And so going into this matchup, I think it's a similar story. Can Houston Outlaws stop Dante on that Ramatra?
I think Kevster as well is a huge threat to highlight, especially if the Outlaws want to run a double flex support comp, want to play the Winston. Those heroes really, their one weakness, if you're going to play that comp, is a dominant Tracer, and there's not many players more dominant on the role than Kevster.
Well, on the other side, we do have, of course, Pelican. Also, nothing to slouch at. So let's take a look at the direct stat comparison between Kevster and Pelican. What do we see here, guys?
Well, they're fairly even matched. I mean, Kevster, he is a back-to-back Roll Star damage player, so that just speaks to how good he is. I would argue, though, that Pelican, he's had a couple of years in the league now. We've come to know who Pelican is. And it's about time that he starts competing with the likes of Kevster for that Roll Star award. Very evenly matched if you take a look at the Tracer stats from the entirety of the Pro, and we can see that Pelican dies slightly less, Kevster hits slightly more pulse bombs. But it's such a small difference, really, Jake, that I think these are kind of evenly matched, and in my opinion, this is Pelicans for the taking. This is when he needs to show up and make a name for himself.
I mean, these are great stats for Pelican. I think Kevster is absolutely on the elite par for Tracer, and so if you're keeping pace with Kevster, you're in exactly that same category in the elite tier. And Pelican, I wouldn't even say Tracer is like his most comfortable hero, his best role. So the fact that he is that good on something that might not even be his peak only speaks to his quality as a player and his flexibility.
It's not time. Unfortunately for you, Jake, because I know this one is tough for you to predict. We do have to hear predictions. You have to pick a favorite to win this particular match. Starting myself here, I went with Houston Outlaws just because Fearless will forever live in my golden frame. Like, I cannot bet against Fearless in a Winston-centric meta. That's madness to actually do that. Yes, Dante looked good on that Ramatra, and yes, that comp worked really well for the Gladiators, but it's also obvious that they might do that because I don't expect him to actually trying to mirror against Fearless on that Winston comp, and if they do, I just don't think they would have the upper hand.
Yeah, I also went with the Houston Outlaws, exactly the same reason. I think we're seeing a lot of Winston dive competitions being played on most of the maps, and if it's Winston-centric, I guess, gameplay, then I mean, definitely I have to go with the Houston Outlaws.
you know, my prediction.
Wow, where's he going with this, guys?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
See the drum roll?
I can't
Dante
wait.
and Lastro, my good friends. I've got to predict the Outlaws. You guys mentioned Forest.
Wow.
That's a very relevant point, but I'll also say agree. Tracer Sombra is a great look for the Houston Outlaws. I think the supports really shine in a dive meta. It's very important they not only stay alive, but output big damage. And I mean, a player like Shu, able to play Ana, I think he's the best Ana in the world. I just think this roster is stacked head to toe in this meta. So yeah, he's not lost.
I'm stunned. I'm stunned. I am.
Johnny.
Wow, that's crazy. I went with the Gladiators for this one. Come on, the answer is easy. They beat them just a few weeks ago. They beat them in map 5. LA Gladiators should be the favorites going into this matchup. So yes, I understand so many great names on the Houston Outlaws roster, but they got beaten just a few weeks ago. I'm going with the team that won the last time. It's the LA Gladiators for me. Kevster, show up.
You know what I love the most about your pick? If you're wrong,
You're one of us.
Welcome.
then I'm leading predictions.
I'm not worried in the slightest.
Oh, Zoe will take the lead. True.
I'm not worried in the slightest.
All right, confidence. We love it. We hope the team is matching that confidence, and we are ready for all the action. It is going down between the Houston Outlaws and the LA Gladiators, and for all the action, we're going to once more bring in Dustin and Moxie.
I think I'm with Johnny here actually a little bit here, Zoe. I mean, like overall, they have proven to be the runners-up in the Pro-Am. Very good lineup, very good team. But Moxie, I bet you're probably leaning towards the Outlaws, which, as the desk mentioned, have a lot of fantastic names.
I mean, you were casting me all the way for Pro-Am. Like, you heard me gushing about Outlaws and the backline and the survivability as well. The amount of times that Tracer players tried to infiltrate into that backline, and Shu and Violet just turned 180'd and sent them packing within seconds. Like, I lost track of it. And that's going to be something that Gladiators have to do. The thing is, I'm expecting this to be a long match between both these teams.
Yeah.
Desk said it. It was a rematch. Gladiators did win, but it was after 5 maps, and a lot of it was down to Dante pulling out that Ramatra. And Desk, I agree with them. I think that Ramatra is expected, and I think Outlaws have been preparing to be able to take it down.
Yeah, I think they really have been. And for this situation, we'll have to see if they can actually do that. I mean, like, obviously, you know, maybe it's a difference maker having Jake on the desk instead of in that war room for the Houston Outlaws. We'll have to see if they can actually make those adjustments and deal with the Gladiators, which are, you know, still a great team in their own right.
Wow, you're really doing Jake dirty as well when we've cut away from Desk, so he can't even return fire.
It's a compliment because he's not there, the Outlaws are way better, right? Or worse, I mean. Oh, wait, oh no! Well, okay, maybe I did diss Jake a little bit there on accident.
I was gonna say, how is that a compliment?
It may be not. Okay, yeah,
It's
you're
just
right.
not opposite day today, Dustin. That's that's not even a backhanded compliment. That's just mean. As Gladiators and Outlaws, they're going to mirror. Dante is not going for the ramp. They're going to mirror. And okay, you know what? Desk, they're going to be happy. They said that Gladiators could struggle, and a lot of them predicted Outlaws to come out on top.
You already have Dante jumping up to support Lastro on the high ground, but Babel with that early pick onto Happy, I mean, that's the benefit of running this Kariko, is you can find those headshots and get that opening pick that you need. But Pelican trades it back. He does find Lastro on the high ground, and Babel just being able to support Dante through this high ground is incredibly crucial for them. But that bubble and Outlaws rotating towards this point kind of give them the edge, and they'll take that point first.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about the benefits of running the Kiriko. Benefits of running the Echo, you can just drop down and annihilate one of the members from Gladiator's team. As well as being able to use the beam to just chunk through that Winston shield too, given the nerf that its health bar is on now. It just makes it so problematic for those Winston players to deal with.
Pelican just kind of coming back now. Actually comes back for the peel. Happy did trade back Kevster. Nice job to come back and peel for the Dante Winston and Outlaws. Very, very fast team fight win for them.
Shu holding up that nano boost. Violet's keeping pace as well with that Brigida rally. The problem for Gladiators is that they don't really have the nano boost built up because Lazarus come under so much fire coming through from Outlaw's side that he hasn't been able to sit back and build the nano up when Dante is taking damage, and as a result, Outlaws will have it up, while Gladiators don't, and they're the ones that need the initiation.
Yeah, they already have to save Dante with the Suzu, but it's not even enough to save him. I mean, Outlaw is just pressuring him out, just getting that damage onto him early and removing him from the fight. I mean, that's just too much damage for your Winston to be taking in the current situation.
Oh, Yaki gets found out as well, and Gladiators, without that Winston, they just have to go for the full reset. Lastro, because it was Dante who was taking so much fire, hasn't got the Nanoballs built up again. Gladiators this time having to rotate all the way around the side of point and rely on Kevster being the one to open the way for them.
Kevster with that pulse bomb. Does it connect? No, he unfortunately misses. And because of that, Pelican onto Lastro gets that kill. Yaki's forced to use that EMP, so they do get Shu, but this point is still ticking in favor of the Houston Outlaws. Kitsune rush from Babel, but at the same time, Violet has used that Brigitte ultimate. Eventually, Dante does find him, though, as Pelican just trying to find that primal rage in the copied Echo form, but Dante pressures him off of that point. However, Outlaws are still in this fight. They still have this point under the control, and they're still here with a Fearless ultimate to stall it out to 99, but they don't even worry about the stall because Happy connects onto Kevster in that Tracer duel as Fearless is just finding this backline, juggling them all the way back to their own spawn, and what a dominant round one for the Outlaws.
We said we were concerned when we saw it was the Winston mirror matchup coming through, and the concern was there and valid. Houston Outlaws able to just pull apart Los Angeles Gladiators every single time before those fights began. So much pressure coming through onto Dante, so he just wasn't able to build the space for Kevster and Yaki to be able to try and bite into Houston Outlaws backline. Now as we head over to Sanctum, however, you can move away from the Winston. This is what we were expecting to see coming through from the Gladiators, right? Dante going onto the Junker Queen, you're going to be able to react incredibly quickly to when Outlaws plays aggressive dive, just brawling into Outlaws backline when Fearless is chunking down Gladiators.
We'll have to see if it works. I mean, like you mentioned earlier, you know, we've seen so much of this Tracer Sombra so far. It's been very, very strong in the meta, but Pelican, in fact, going to lock towards that Genji. So a little bit of variation over here, but the Gladiator is locking a Soldier, being able to just run all the way around, take that rotate for Houston Outlaws' backline. They're trying to find Shu. That is the target of this rotation. They go incredibly deep. Dante is hit with the anti-grenade, though, so it should stop them for just a second, but Lastro was slept as well, so Outlaws doing a great job disengaging it, throwing that sleep dart in to stop the push. Again, another anti-grenade into Dante. They just keep connecting full onto the Los Angeles Gladiators, but it's actually them that come out on top. Kevster connects onto Fearless, and the sleep dart onto Dante again. He's just taking every cooldown from Shu, but it does not result in the Outlaws winning the fight. In fact, the Gladiators will win the first one.
Yeah, it looks a little bit dicey, right, when LA Gladiators are able to run into that side room. The problem for Houston Outlaws is that they have to push in on Dante, who's going to just use that Carnage on cooldown to connect onto all of the members of Outlaws. If they try and pressure LA Gladiators, and will be able to take Happy down early into the fight as well. So Outlaws aren't going to be able to use something like a hack to push Gladiators off just using this chokehold the way we saw that last fight go. Using the side room, using the close engagement, forcing them into the Junker Queen damage.
Gladiators just sitting at the choke. Dante ready to rotate with Yaki, and this is their time to go. They already get that Jagged Blade onto the Winston of Fearless, and Kevster opts to just wait, trying to do a little bit of a crunch onto the Outlaws, but actually, in fact, rotates back towards team's incoming Junker Queen ultimate from Dante, but Pelican finds two, gets Kevster, finds Yaki with that Nano Boost, doesn't even have to use a blade. That's what a lot of these really amazing Genji players do well, is just not use the blade, just Nano Boost damage, find those kills, and the Outlaws will surely flip this point.
Yeah, as a result of not using that blade, it is a little bit of a slower fight, so Gladiators are able to stall to nearly 50%. But like you said, they are going to be going up against that blade and EMP in the next engagement, and that is going to put a magnifying glass on Lastro's sound barrier. If he uses it too early, it's going to get stripped away by the EMP, but if Pelican uses the blade and the EMP when the sound barrier comes through, Glad still lose the fight.
Happy's ready for it. There's that EMP, like you mentioned, just connects onto everybody of the Los Angeles Gladiators. Fearless actually finds Yaki through it. However, you know, the Gladiators aren't out of this just yet. They do have Kevster over the back with attack visor, but he's jumped on by Fearless. Just finds him with the Primal Rage. Can also look for that Lucio, and Outlaws, that's already one successful hold for them so far.
Pelican still holding onto the blade as well in this next engagement. Kev's now off of the Soldier. He's not going to get immediate access to those side lane angles to pressure Atlas as they come through the choke. Instead, he's onto the Tracer. He knows he has to be the one that goes through the chokes, infiltrates the backline, and forces Shu and Violet to turn around, thus pulling Atlas' attention to their backline and away from the frontline brawl that Gladiators are trying to get back into motion.
They actually just rotate all the way around the point, trying not to focus on it, just looking for those early picks with the Death Blossom of Yaki. But Pelican with that blade is ready and reeling to go. Lastro and Dante are also hit that by the entry, and so they can't get fully healed. Pelican pops the blade out, but doesn't find a target immediately until Lastro shows his face towards the point. So they get the Lucio player of the Los Angeles Gladiators. They also pop that Kitsune rush, and surely they'll find the pickoffs here on the Los Angeles Gladiators. The hack comes through onto Yaki. They actually don't want to pressure too far, so good disengage by the Gladiators.
Gladiators not able to pressure that rush though. Yaki would have been able to use the Death Blossom, but they're all stuffed up towards that side lane. No one can get onto point. As a result, they will have the Death Blossom now. Yaki has to use the Ray Form, however, goes incredibly low. Won't have it to infiltrate into a position to use the Death Blossom, and has to now use the TP to be able to contest the members of Outlaws in the backline. But he gets slapped! He's now going to be able to use that Death, connects onto one before he goes down, but we're in overtime, and Gladiators cannot afford to lose any more members.
No, they cannot. I mean, Yaki tried his best with that Death Blossom out of the Sleep Dart, but Dante commits his ultimate. In fact, falls all the way back as Happy's forced out of the fight temporarily. Fearless goes incredibly low, but the peel is here for the Glads until Lastro falls to Happy, and Pelican just kind of still alive, 1 HP over the top, eventually falls to Kevster, but Babel already gone as well. Yaki is here with Kevster, and you never want to count these guys out, especially Kevster, but he's in a 1 versus 3 on the point against the Sombra, Kariko, and Ana. Yeah, eventually he falls, and the Outlaws, amazing map number 1, they win it.
Yeah, it looked a lot cleaner, I have to say, from the Gladiators when they moved away from the mirror and they started just running the Junker Queen, something that's their comfort pick rather than trying to match Outlaws in a game of chess, essentially, right? And we know Fearless is just one of the best, if not the best, Winstons in the world. Shu and Violet more than capable of being able to keep him content and happy. So seeing Dante move away from that Winston allowed not just Dante to be able to survive a lot longer, but also Lastro and Babel to be able to get a lot more effective utilities connecting onto their members, and then that has the domino effect of allowing Kevster and Yaki a little bit more room to be able to run. So hopefully moving forward, Gladiators are going to take what they learned on the first 2 control maps, and they're not going to mirror this Winston dive anymore.
Yeah, I think that they obviously, like you mentioned, probably don't want to mirror that Winston dive, but at the same time, you might have to in the current meta, so they're stuck in between a rock and a hard place, kind of like in Season 2 of Overwatch League when people, didn't know if they wanted to run the full tank composition versus, a lot of Pharah, Widowmaker, a lot of those DPS characters. But on the next map, we'll see if they attempt to mirror the Outlaws. The next map is going to be Hollywood, but before then, we're going to a break, so we'll be right back before Hollywood.
turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up. Turn it way up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up. Way up.
Welcome back, everybody. We have a phenomenal matchup between the Houston Outlaws and the Los Angeles Gladiators. So far, the Outlaws have gotten the best of the Gladiators in map number 1, but there's still more maps to be played, and that next map is going to be Hollywood, Mars.
It's really ironic. I think that a lot of people are expecting LA Gladiators to come in with a comfort pick composition of things like this Ramatra, and that they would be able to find a lot of power over Outlaws in that way. And it's actually Houston Outlaws who turned the table off of Nepal, coming in with their comfort picks of Pelican on that Genji, who were just able to absolutely dominate and shred through that Jungle Queen composition. That Gladiators tried to roll on Sanctum, and moving into Hollywood, having Yaki taken out and Kai coming in, I'm expecting LA Gladiators to be running this full placement composition so that when the dive comes out, you have things like the Ashe Coach Gun, you're going to be able to have a Brigida flail as well to connect onto the Winston, who's trying to dive onto Cafe, given the fact that Gladiators are going to be playing on the defense first of all. They have to be able to survive this initial dive burst coming through from Outlaws.
And we also have to bear in mind Kai got subbed in, so yeah, probably going to be playing some of that Ashe. Moxie, do you like that composition where we see that Ashe, especially when there's no Kuriko on the field?
Well, yeah, you know I love it, right? Especially if you want to be playing this high ground on Cafe, you know it's prime territory for the Winston to try to dive onto, because not only does it force off your DPS from trying to chunk down a squishy as they enter onto that point, it also a lot of the time pushes things like that Ana out of line of sight of their tank. What I'm more concerned about is the fact that Dante is again going to be mirroring this Winston. Kevster is going to have absolute impeccable follow through as well, given the fact that Kai is going to be on the Ashe. His position is going to be a lot more static, so he's not going to be able to follow freely up on the targets that Dante is able to isolate down.
Maybe Outlaws are aware of it, though. They're running that Kuriko to potentially use the Suzu as the Dynamite comes through. Gladiators is playing back. The Outlaws want to rotate all the way around while Happy sets up his flank in that back of the Cafe, while the Outlaws fake like they're rotating back of the alley. In fact, they actually want to do so in its entirety to set up their dive on that back line, but Violet already loses his life. Shu does trade it back, so Kai falls, and the rest of the Outlaws have to rotate around this point, around Shu, because he is the only support in this fight, but a quick swift step away should let him keep his own life and still pocket Fearless as the Gladiators try to sustain, but they do not keep Dante alive, and that should just give Fearless the opportunity to just run back into Mastro and Babel, who had to fall back.
Yeah, Outlaws rotations around back alley is absolutely perfect. Like you said, they're running the Kiriko, they're expecting the Ashe to come through to be able to seize things like the Dynamite. They also know that they can't just outright dive onto Cafe because they're going to be displaced either by the Ashe or the Brigida, so they take that little bit of a longer wraparound but still collapse onto Kai and take the Ashe down. Even though you lose Violet in the rotation, the Lucia's already done their job. You've already got to the point that you want to be standing and fighting onto. You've already been able to funnel Pelican to Dante's front doorstep to be able to take the Winston down. Now we have to see Gladiators hold on to the high ground. Given that Outlaws aren't running the Ana, they've got the Kiriko instead to counter the Ashe. They don't have the Nano Boost to send on to Fearless to immediately push Gladiators off of this space.
Bell sitting with that Nano Boost, ready to go for the Los Angeles Gladiators. The cart's still getting pushed the entire time by the Houston Outlaws, just progressing it through the Streets phase and also have a large ult bank to work with, but as do the Gladiators. In a sec, Dante did take a lot of damage, so he does have to back out. Kevster with the pulse bomb looking for a target, but knowing that Shu has that Suzu to potentially counter this, a teleport does come through from Pelican onto the high ground, but Dante actually finds the first kill with the Nano Boost, and Pelican falls to Babel as well. Kevster also comes back for Fearless, so a pretty solid hold so far for the Glad.
Yeah, good spy check as well, pinning Happy's location down so the Sombra isn't able to infiltrate past Gladiators and set up a preemptive position for the EMP to allow Outlaws back onto this payload, as this is the place that Gladiators should be able to slow the payload down the most. Having Kai on this high ground uncontested is forcing Outlaws into using a lot of utility just to make their way past the initial choke.
Kai sitting with the Bob. Suzu actually utilized, so that beat drop needs to come out from Violet, in which it does. So Kai just sitting over the top, knowing no support ult, drops the Bob into that back line, and it actually connects just well. So Shu eventually falls to Kai with that great Bob placement in. For the Outlaws, it's up to them if they want to commit in the ultimates. Eventually, they're going to lose Violet, who's all the way here in this cafe in the streets phase. Kai does get him. Another teamfight loss for the Outlaws.
Yeah, Shu is now going to go on to the Ana. They've identified that the Kiriko is not quite working, that Suzu being used incredibly early just to try and survive that initial pressure coming through from Gladiators on the high ground. It's better that Shu was able to pump out the heals onto Fearless and build the Nano Boost to be able to pressure Kai. As Happy is in position with the EMP, will be able to connect onto the backline of Gladiators, and the immediate follow-through from Outlaws is absolutely finite.
Fantastic coordination. Violet, by the way, on the Zenyatta now, like you said. So for the Outlaws, they're just going to keep pushing this car forward. For the Glads, though, Moxie, I mean, they have Primal Rage, will build that Nano Boost, and on the opposite side, Outlaws doing a very similar thing.
Yeah, I mean, Outlaws, though, they have Violet, like you said, on the Zen, and that's the ever so slight difference in these compositions, right? Orb of Discord is going to chunk through Dante, even with Primal. That extra 25% damage that you take up against a full focused team of Outlaws, you're going to get evaporated.
Yep, that's going to be disgusting for the Outlaws with that Discord to be able to pressure out somebody here. But at the same time, they're doing a good job just avoiding that from Violet. And now they go for the dive full onto him. They do have the support, though, in that backline. Pulse Bomb used by Kevster to force Shoot to use that Sleep Dart, but both of them missing those cooldowns. Violet comes back to try to duel Kevster and has the Sombra here to follow up, but the Nano Boost comes back into Violet, so he can take this duel, but unfortunately, he's not hitting those shots at the current moment, so everybody escapes with their life. In the meantime, now Dante comes through, but eventually will get slept with that Nano Boost. Fearless is Primal Raging in that backline. There's only 4.13 meters left on this payload. The rally is forced because of Fearless being here, but the peel was there for the Gladiators. They take out Fearless, and they're looking for more.
Kevster, able to occupy Shu and Violet for the entirety of that fight so is crucial for Gladiators, because it means that not only is Shu out of line of sight of Fearless, Violet is out of line of sight of Dante, so when he goes for the Primal, he doesn't get discorded. And Gladiators are able to retain that position around the payload. And Outlaws now, they have to build up ultimates. Happy's going to be able to come with an EMP, but you can already see Lastro just swinging that flail around, trying to spy check this Sombra's location.
Looking for him the entire time. You have Violet rotating, trying to get around safely. Doesn't have to worry about a sniper, so it's pretty easy to rotate on the Zenyatta through these angles in the back of that bank. He's actually coming around far side as they actually take a pretty good angle. They want to fight in this open space for the Zenyatta, but the EMP is here on the indoors angle. Pulse Bomb from Kevster connects onto Shu. Fantastic pulse bomb from Kevster as Pelican and Happy try to get something moving with this cart. A little bit of a cheeky play from them. But at the same time, you know, Fearless does find Dante. They came back with that peel. Pulse Bomb now on the Lastro. And Pelican in the back line of, or the front line of Houston Outlaws actually make this work. Pelican finds Babel as well. And now they're going to capture out this second point, moving on to third phase.
It's cheeky, but it's effective coming through from Outlaws. It splits Gladiators, it disjoints that composition coming through, and as a result, again, Dante gets split away from his supports. Now he's split away from his entire team, potentially getting staggered, but Outlaws can't actually fully commit, given the fact that Gladiators, all of the rest of the players coming through from that C respawn, will be able to group up and keep Dante in the mix, so he's still going to have the Primal. They've got the Nano Boost as well. Just have to make sure that Happy's EMP doesn't come through first.
Happy with that AMP setting up in that back. He's looking at Lastro specifically to make sure. Actually, he just hits everybody. He's the Tracer and the Brigitte there. They find Lastro with the dive as well. Perfectly placed onto Lastro. Removes him from the fight immediately. Although you still have Kai, who is now on Sarm on this backside trying to find something. Does get hacked, and Happy finds him as well. So now the Outlaws in a great spot as the Glads try to soft reset.
Shu's going to have the Nano Boost to be able to match the damage that Dante is able to output. And again, we are going to see the difference being that Orb of Discord just chunking down all of these members of Los Angeles Gladiators the second that the Winston bubble pops.
Violet ready with that Nano to peel for him on that back. On that dive from the Glads. Pulse Bomb did come through from Kevster, and it connects onto Shu. Happy does trade it back with Vel, so both Annas are out of the fight, resulting in Violet not having any peel. But Lastro also falls on the Glad side, and Dante and Kai are all incredibly low, so Dante has to use the Primal Rage. Outlaws are probably just fine with committing that ultimate there, or Dante committing that ultimate there, and they're going to reset.
Yeah, Phyllis holds on to his. Violet's going to have a Transcendence coming through into this next fight. Kai might be able to catch the Zen in that regroup formation. If you can take the Zen out of the mix before the Transcendence can save the team for the EMP, Gladiators might be able to keep this payload in limbo.
Jumps above the high ground, spy checking a little bit there for Kai, who is hacked again. Almost they find the kill on him. In fact, look, you have Fearless diving on him, really wanting to force Kai out of this fight. He has the EMP in that situation, but Fearless has enough HP to eventually fall back, drops down below. Lastro with the rally, keeps his team healthy here. Dante sitting on the front line, but a Transcendence and EMP should result in Dante and Lastro dying there. Kevster also gets slept. What a fantastic sleep dart from Shu. The peel is there, and eventually the Outlaws capture out on Hollywood.
The rubber band from Outlaws, it's so effective. Gladiators, because Kai takes so much pressure when that dive comes through, has to throw in the EMP, knowing it's not just the Winston it's going to connect onto, it's also going to be the squishy members of Outlaws who are sending that Tracer to try and pin the Sombra down as quickly as possible. Unfortunately for Gladiators, when the EMP comes through, they know they have to win the fight. So they double down on it. They throw in the rally. As a result, Outlaws, all they have to do is just disengage and wait. They've got an EMP, they have a Transcendence, they can use the Transcendence and EMP at the exact same time because Gladiators have nothing to be able to A, just aggressively push back onto Outlaws, and B, sustain through a Transcendence because they've already used both support ults.
I mean, in that situation, they just got outplayed by the Outlaws, right? I mean, like you said, they just finally build that Transcendence, they push forward, and on the attacking side, they do have another chance. I mean, to stop them, or to at least have no time on the clock on third point, is some sort of win, right?
Yeah, and I mean, Gladiators, like you saw, they did force Houston Outlaws to swap. The Kiriko stayed for point A, and then the second that they had to move towards B, that was where it started having problems. Outlaws now on their defense are going to still be running the Kiriko to try and counteract Kai on this Ashe, but Shu is actually going to still playing that Ana. So you're going to be able to continue to build towards that Nana boost, continue to prop Fearless's aggression up, because the second that Cafe breaks, Gladiators get to swarm onto point.
Outlaws scouting at the beginning, Happy surely going to go for a little bit of Sombra damage to build up that ult charge, you know, already looking for in the backline. In fact, he's actually just waiting, just scouting for the rest of his team the entire time. Fearless has a very aggressive angle, building his supports, cooldowns, or ultimates. At the same time, he's actually committed the bubble and his jump, so can't exactly escape. Now Happy gets poked out. Violet's still trying to pocket him. This is such an aggressive hold from the Outlaws, and it was working until the sleep dart did come through from Babel to stop Fearless on his tirade, but he's backing all the way up. Shu eventually gets punished, though, because of this aggressive play from the Outlaws, so Gladiators would try to capitalize on it and move towards this point.
So I'm gonna take Violet down, please. This Kiriko is giving me concern. He's still alive, likely to swift step back to his team now, as Pelican is also behind enemy lines at the moment. Kevster knows, he's watching that side angle. He knows that the Tracer has to come through, as Gladiators will try to push Outlaws back now that the recontest is here.
Fearless has to jump towards the high ground, drop down, and incredibly low. The anti-grenade, or the nade from Babel, keeps them safe as well, so they do peel Fearless off. The sleep dart on the Kevster was clean, but nobody was there to follow through onto Shu, and Glads stopped that second recontest from the Outlaws.
Kai, not gonna have a Bob just yet, but still having that scope, being able to pressure Outlaws, as well as make sure that when the dive is committed onto this backline, you can still connect the coach gun, you can still buff it back any follow-up that comes through from Outlaws, and a lot of the times too, if Outlaws try and play aggressively off of that Winston dive, Fearless gets displaced, and suddenly Pelican and Happy are in a position without a tank, because Gladiators are in a great position right now.
Yeah, Violet a little bit greedy there, but did swift step back with 1 HP, eventually got sniped by Dante, who is starting to come online on Winston, 4 minutes and 40 seconds now. They have a pretty solid time bank in the Streets phase.
Yeah, Gladiators immediately getting to allow Kai that access to the high ground so he can just pressure these members of Outlaws as they come through from the doors. Shu has the nano boost, does get Anthony and goes low, but is able to find the angle onto Fearless, who immediately swarms onto the high ground, and Gladiators are ejected within moments.
Yeah, perfect dive there from the Outlaws on the high ground, and now they're just looking for Dante, who has to use the primal ratio if he wants to live, but he's not going to save it for next fight, obviously. Makes a lot of sense. They still have a lot of time on the board.
They're going to have so many options as well to try to deal with this Bob that comes through from Kai to just clear Outlaws off of this payload. You can EMP it, you can sleep it from Shu, just to make sure that Gladiators do not get to use the Ashe ultimate to break that choke that they have to fully commit and overcommit in this next fight, because breaking B is all about ultimate economy.
Yep, they're trying to build results. They do have the nano ready to go. Dante continually just has to worry about the payload, though. The objective is very crucial for the Gladiators to take control. The EMP comes through. Fearless is there with a dive onto Babel, and they also find Lastros to the back line removed. So is Kai, and the Outlaws, fantastic dive from Fearless. The EMP from Happy was perfect as well. The Gladiators, they're still holding some ultimates, and it's not over yet.
Yeah, really good lockdown coming down onto Babel. Like, they know if the Ana gets pressured, literally the last line of defense is going to be that Nano boost coming down onto Dante, so he can just push back onto Outlaws. But the Ana goes down before they're able to find an angle, and as a result, like you said, it's still going to be up, it's still going to be available. However, Outlaws, if they feel pressured, they can literally just drop a Kitsune Rush and supercharge up Pelican's Pulse Bomb.
Going to be terrifying for the Glads to have to worry about. They do move to the high ground. Fearless does jump in, but there's that Kitsune Rush from Violet, like you mentioned. Bob from Kai. Do they sustain through it with Nano onto Lastro? It looks like they lose Kai, but Dante does trade back onto Violet. So because of that, the Outlaws have to back up. They don't have a lot of heals besides Chu here. Kevster also finds Pelican, so slowly but surely the Gladiators work them out of the high ground.
Yeah, really good Nano boost coming through from Babel, not onto Dante, to just allow the Winston to be sent into Outlaw's backline, onto Lastro. So the Brigida survives the impact of that Kitsune Rush coming through, but Outlaw's still making it scrappy. And the payload, as a result, not really getting the distance that Gladiators were hoping to pick up from that fight win.
No, but they do force Fearless to use that Primal Rage, and now they're in a weird situation because Kai also picked Violet off, and Fearless doesn't have a lot of heals until the Nano comes through, and everybody in Outlaws is so low because they're missing that extra support. So Kevster finds down Chu, and now nobody is here to support Fearless with that Nano boost. It was a very scrappy fight for the Outlaws, eventually resulting in them losing members, kind of like in a skirmish situation. The Gladiators will gladly move on to third point.
Yeah, like you said, it starts off with Outlaws just stalling and making sure Gladiators have even less time moving into point C where they're walking into an EMP, which should be a free fight win for Outlaws. Let's be honest, right? But like you said, Kai finding that pick is absolutely huge. It opens up the fight entirely, and Outlaws will have to win this next engagement with the EMP. The problem is Lastro has the rally. He's going to be able to make sure that he doesn't get connected onto the Sombra ultimate. He can come in with that ultimate to try and just immediately push Outlaws back so they can't use this EMP proactively.
Playing back with Babel in the back of the map towards this gate as Happy tries to set up these EMP. Looks like he notices the support line is a bit disconnected from the front, so he's going to use the EMP on the Dante, and that results in a fantastic follow-up of the Outlaws. Great decision-making from Happy to change his target from that back line to the front line, and Glads are going to have to reset.
Yeah, it's always really unfortunate as supports when you're trying to position around an EMP, because like you said, a lot of the time, the way that you counter an EMP is splitting your forces, but that means no line of sight on the Winston, and Babel did not have the Nano boost to immediately be able to save Dante when that aggression was turned onto the front line and off of the back. Now we're going to see a hack come through onto Babel as Kevster was able to take down Violet, and immediately that backline from Outlaws without the Orb of Discord, Dante gets to go aggressive. He doesn't have to worry about having a bubble up to break the Discord Orb. He can break the backline instead.
Yeah, Dante and Kevster, their dive is kind of coming together. You know, Gladiators slowly getting that synergy built in this match, in the very first match of the regular season. Lastro trying to peel off Fearless, but does have the anti on him in that rally, so unfortunately he's going to die, and Pelican connects on that pulse bomb, so a 2K for him in this fight. Bob is still on the point, eventually does take Pelican out, is pressuring the cart, which means the Outlaws can't leave it until the Bob is eventually gone, and now it is.
Well, it's still going to be a better win for Outlaws. Gladiators thought that they had that fight in the bag. They were literally just playing off of staggers, but Kai's Bob does not find the damage it wants to because the hack comes through from Happy. Violet sitting on that Transcendence doesn't even have to worry about a Pulse Bomb. Baiting it out early. Gladiators, they used up all of their fight firing Primal.
That's going to be a big deal in this fight. Now Kevster tries to pressure the high ground, drops down to the rest of his team, though. Notices this Tracer over here, also came with the Zenyatta, but Kai opening pick onto Pelican, and then onto Violet. Nice shots from Kai, and cheeky angles from him on the left doorway. Now the Primal is used from Fearless just to stall, to wait for Violet to come back with the Transcendence, but there's only 2 meters left. Kai has a fantastic off angle to look for this backline. Connects onto Happy. That's 3 in this fight for him, but Lastro does fall. Now Pelican is trying to pressure Kai on that left side flank, and is actually doing a great job. Kai has to back out. Coach Gun to main to try to get some support, but maybe he's done enough on the backline until that peel. The sleep dart onto Pelican shuts that down until the dynamite is here, but another sleep dart on the other end. A shoe connects onto Kai, and Babel both fall.
LA Gladiators have one more chance. They cannot afford to get staggered out, and Pelican is looking for it. Lastro falls. Gladiator's going to be down one support if they can even connect the tap onto this payload to activate that overtime. And it's all going to come in the form of Kevster. He's so close to the pulse bomb. He's going to have to be the one alongside Dante that makes the play.
Happy switches back to Ash, noticing how there's no Kariko, so they can Suzu for free. Happy also finds Kevster, so that pulse bomb is removed, no longer a factor in this fight. The nano boost onto both Winstons, though, on this front line just gives Dante a bit more room to work with. Meanwhile, the Glad still waiting for Kevster because of the overtime spawns, but eventually Kai's Bob runs out. Dante incredibly low without his bubble now. Pelican chases him down. Lastro's here with the rally on the cart, so that saves her a bit, but the pulse bomb is there from Kevster on the Fearless, so that is one, and he's still around the cart, kind of juggling it. Finds Shu. No way could they do this. The Dynamite is here on the back line. If Pelican equalizes it, it could be extremely detrimental for the Glads, but they do lose Lastro. Kevster trying to put his team on his back, but is eventually shut down. In the Outlaws, all they have to worry about now is Dante, so they take this map going up 2-0.
It looked so good from Gladiators, right? It looked so good when Kai comes in and connects one headshot, two headshots, and then Pelican shows up. And Pelican is just playing absolutely stellar, keeping Kai's attention purely focused on the Tracer, so he's not able to pick on the squishies, currently guarding that payload, not able to create that focus on the front line that allowed LA Gladiators to be able to move forward. And having Pelican still surviving, even though he does get hit by Babel with that sleep dart, he's done more than enough. He's been able to allow the Outlaws with their forward respawns time to be able to regroup and push back on the members of Gladiators, who, knowing that they were going up against that Zen, knowing that they were going up against that Orb of Discord, didn't want to have to make their way through main again, because the chances of one of them getting picked off mid-rotation when Discord Orb is in play and you're not running a Lucio in your backline rise drastically.
Yeah, that's just too much damage to deal with. And, you know, name a better duo than also for the Los Angeles Gladiators side to really rely on Kevster to carry. He almost pulled it out, but unfortunately not. However, series ain't over yet. You know, it's the same thing in the Pro-Am. They can still come back and make this a 5-mapper. So we'll have to see on Shambali Monastery, which will be our next map after a short break.
That is the delay tactics widely dealt with in 4v5. Oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
What is dirty?
A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied.
Oh,
Yeah, that is it.
Hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field. Nano Zen just to keep him alive. Roy trying to keep him alive. With Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dudley shuts him down.
Welcome back, everybody, to the matchup between the Los Angeles Gladiators and the Houston Outlaws, in which the Outlaws are up 2-0, so they're confident, don't want to make any subs. Meanwhile, for the Los Angeles Gladiators, Babel is out, Astro is in, and then Kai out, Yaki in.
There's two Astros. Like, my English degree is trying to figure out what would, like, those two like Astros together, two apostrophes, what would that make?
Oh, what would it make, Moxie?
I don't know. I guess it would make one pair of speech bubbles. Or I guess a half a pair of speech bubbles. So up next is Shambali Monastery, and you do not want to attack this map by halves. You really have to fully commit if you want to be able to full push on this map. Just with how long those line of sights are, this is where we can potentially see things like that Ramatra come through, challenging that dive. I hope that it's not going to be mirror dive coming through from Gladiators. Like, they've looked incredibly strong. Their performance in Hollywood was incredibly strong, especially in that overtime play where Kevster really does make it seem like Gladiators are going to be able to pull the fight away. But in my opinion, where they're weakest is the Winston mirror matchup.
Right. I agree. I mean, that's probably why we're going to see the Gladiators mocking the situation block the Ramatra.
I'm more than happy with this composition. Like, Dante's going to be on that Ramatra, able to continue to pressure out all of these players from Outlaws as they walk out from spawn. You're going to have Yaki going onto the Mei as well. So if Outlaws try and rotate up staircase to remove the high ground angle for Gladiators, you're going to be able to wall them off. If they try and go main, you're still going to potentially be able to catch Fearless out of position. Kevster on the Soldier, we already saw it. On Sangsum, he's going to be on an off angle, just trying to continue to pressure the backline from Outlaws, so we could potentially actually see, not the Lifeweaver, I don't think, but sure, if he feels pressure enough, maybe going on to something like that Moira, because he knows that the second Fearless is diving that backline, he's open and vulnerable.
I mean, no team has tried it yet, Moxie, but, you know, speaking about the Lifer real quick, maybe you could do like a quick, you know, Widowmaker onto the pedal platform, you know, one shot out of spawn. That could be a thing that we see in the future, but, you know, like you mentioned, they switch off of that, go to that Moira Lucio. They have a bit more mobile of a composition. They're just going to wait for Pelican to dive in, and they'll have Fearless there as well with that follow-up. But Outlaws just want to stop this payload right now. Lastro is hacked, but is together with the rest of his team, but they're continually giving up space, so this cart is getting spaced the entire time.
Yeah, they've given up the space where the Mei wall can potentially just isolate everyone out. Now you can walk around it, as Immortality Field has to come out so early from Gladiators. They're able to take Fearless down before the dive can fully come through from Outlaws, and this should be a retreat, but when she was on the Moira, you're still going to make it expensive on Gladiators side. You're still looking to try and find a trade.
Yeah, they try to, but cannot, unfortunately. Now they have a minute off the clock, so great hold so far for the Glads, and built up a good amount of ults in this next fight. Lastro coming up in the Baptiste Amplification Matrix, and Astro with that beat drop.
Yeah, Gladiators identifying that there's no Tracer in the mix, so when the dive comes through from Outlaws, there's not going to be a side angle that they have to worry about. It's just going to be the players in front of them. So being able to just brawl back onto Outlaws, waiting for this team to make that first move and pushing back into this Ram and Mei to punish that lack of mobility from Outlaws is perfect, and it's something that they can continue to do.
Yeah, happy waiting for that dive, but it's a bit separate, it's a bit distant. However, the hack comes through from Lastro. Eventually he's able to get the Amplification Matrix. It was too far of a dive for the Outlaws, so they have to separate for now. Eventually the Coalescence falls out. Lastro's beat drop as well, so they kind of layered support ultimates there for the Gladiators. Violet's going to build that beat drop and a little bit of comeback through it. Another hack onto Lastro. Happy to do a good job just pressuring Lastro up, but Lastro is well aware of that situation, so he tries the Immortality Field, but gets booped by both Violet and Fearless on the front line after Violet drops the beat. And even though Dante does trade Fearless, he's down too many members on his team. Pelican as well layers on that Death Blossom to ensure a team fight victory.
Yeah, Outlaws still going to have ultimates to be able to snowball into this next fight as well. Pelican just wanting to clean up, given that Gladiators were able to pull back their match against Outlaws on the back of Dante on this Ramatra. Happy's going to be waiting in position for all of Gladiators to fall from the high ground to the low to contest that payload. And they don't really have the means of being able to spy check him out either. They're not running a Diva, they're not running a Brigida, so Happy is entirely unnoticed.
It lands that EMP. Lastro's gone. Happy in the follow through of Pelican and Fearless with the Primal Rage. It's just Kevster who's flying into space because he's being pummeled by this Winston, but eventually does fall even with that tactical visor. Outlaws connecting with that checkpoint on first point.
Now, Dante's going to have an Annihilation, but Gladiators, to be honest, they're just going to have to use it as a sort of reset point to be able to scale ground away from Outlaws. Given that Violet is running on that Lucio, you're going to be able to disengage it and immediately wait for it to burn out before coming back in. The rubber banding from Outlaws this game today has been absolutely on point, and I have more than enough confidence they're going to be able to do the same on Annihilation this next fight.
Ready to go. The Gladiators through that top window, drop down, still have that Annihilation. Now they pop it. It eventually is onto that Coalescencing Moira, but eventually fades out because of those changes where Moira can fade while Coalescencing. And in fact, not a lot of kills yet until Kevster and Yaki follow through into that back line, and eventually the Outlaws do take an L here and reset.
Really good Annihilation actually coming through from Dante to make sure that Outlaws don't get to rotate into that small cavern where they're going to be able to wait Annihilation out and then rubber band back in. Shu with that Coalescence just trying to pressure Dante down, but Fearless goes down and suddenly Outlaws just have their back quite literally against the wall. As Gladiators sitting on ultimates, going to have a really good bird's eye view onto this next fight, forcing Outlaws to take the longer wraparound.
Outlaws now going towards that coast like you mentioned, but they are met here by the Glads and they immediately pump in that Death Blossom by Yaki, but it is disengaged quite successfully for the Houston Outlaws. Amplification Matrix, though, on this coast, there's not a lot of cover here, so this is a great Ant Matrix from Lastro, although they do have to layer on Beat Drop. Yaki does eventually find Pelican to rotate. Unfortunately for the Outlaws, is not entirely successful, but they still get so many ults out of the Gladiator.
Yeah, Gladiators really wanting to hold on to this window space. Throw in so many ultimates, again layering Sound Barrier and Ant Matrix so that Gladiators don't immediately get forced to disengage and lose any of that impact of the BAP ultimate, as Outlaws going to be coming into this next fight with so much control, and Gladiators just have to engage aggressively before Outlaws get that time to be able to set them in motion.
I mean, I like that. A very fast engage for them trying to force ultimates out of the Outlaws. It matters if the Outlaws use more than just that coalescence, but it looks like they're smart enough to hold on to it, and they only use a coal.
Yeah, that's huge from Outlaws, right? Like you said, Gladiators are trying to force Outlaws into potentially not losing the fight, but losing enough members that they have to throw ultimates in to make up for the absence of numbers. And it doesn't happen. Shu's Coalescence is all Outlaws need to be able to win. And as a result, Death Blossom's there, EMP's there, Primal's there, and Sound Barrier. Gladiators going to have to try and find an early pick to be able to keep control of this initial corner. At least they're playing into Yaki on the Reaper. He's going to be super close to be able to land those shotguns.
Happy with the EMP, connects onto Lastro. Let's see if he can find the kill before the Immortality field is here. He can't, but Lastro also does fall because Violet in that front line also have to beat drop. Yaki eventually came back for the field. Dante doing a great job, still alive somehow, some way with the block, but eventually Fearless finds him with the Primal Rage. Violet also connects onto Kevster, so eventually Outlaws will capture this point unless Yaki can pull off a heroic play with the Death Blossom, finds one. Violet is gone. He also has Funny Astro here, so there's heals here. Yaki onto Fearless too, and nice job from Yaki, a hero play to stop the Outlaws.
Yeah, Death Blossom, so impactful, and Houston Outlaws are only going to have 13 seconds. They're going to go Fearless onto that Doomfist just to be able to keep this payload in contest. Happy in that backline, already in position to be able to translocate on top of it and potentially hack out one of these members of Gladiators.
Looking for that hack. At the same time, Pelican with the Death Blossom fades towards that cart. Now drops the Death Blossom into the Ant Matrix, but it's peeled for. Amazing job from the Gladiators. Dante in the back line of Lastro. Eventually the Coalescence does come from Shu, but it might be too little too late. And Lastro, I don't know how he lived through both of those team fights, manages to stop the Houston Outlaws in the streets phase.
I mean, I'll answer that question immediately, Dustin. It's Dante. Dante comes in on the Zarya to be able to bubble the members of LA Gladiators so that even under so much pressure coming through from Ilios on the front line, Gladiators don't actually feel the pressure. They don't feel the heat. They don't have to step off the payload, thus allowing Ilios to win the fight in spirit. Not finding the kills, but being able to push the payload even further so that their time bank extends. Really good, smart plays coming through from LA Gladiators. And that was something that we talked about before the series probably began. Gladiator's strength is their flexibility. Now we're starting to see it.
They have, like you mentioned, that flexibility of Dante. You know, sure, at times, you called it out earlier, Dante really trying to practice a lot of his Winston to match up against the likes of Fearless. But, you know, I don't think Fearless, you know, as good of a player as he is, can match Dante on either the Zarya or their Ramantra.
Yeah, like we wanted to see Dante playing to his strengths. He has been such an amazing off-tank player, and now we're really getting to see him thrive. For Gladiators, as Outlaws going to be playing on that attack. However, we can get to see this coalescence coming through from Zhu using that fade, trying to keep himself alive, drops the heal bubble, and immediately gets hunted down by Yaki, who saw the Mora use the fade, knew it was on cooldown, knew that Outlaws could turn the tide with that ultimate, and make sure that it's off the table.
Yaki for sure has a shout at one of our best Reaper players, I mean, so far. That kill onto the Coalescence and also a Death Blossom to save the Los Angeles Gladiators. Kevster going for a quick snipe shot and then swaps back to Tracer, so pretty much the same comp here for the Glads. Meanwhile, Outlaws, similar situation.
Kevster on that Tracer. Dante, though, sticking with the Zarya. They've seen how effective it was in being able to peel away that follow-up aggression coming through from Outlaws off of a successful dive. And they're deciding to fully commit to it out of the gates. And as a result, the payload continues to move.
Zarya has been played a lot, I know, in practice and then also in a few games so far as Gladiators try to push forward into that left side, force Outlaws back. And Outlaws are just giving a ton of space right now. They're waiting for the perfect fight. They're just giving so much space to the Gladiators and getting that cart pressure already down to this ramp.
I mean, the question for Atlas is how do you engage? You can't really rely on Happy Sombra because Dante's is going to bubble and cleanse it. Likewise, if Fearless fully commits in, you're going straight into a Reaper and a Zarya who's pretty charged up on that beam.
Yeah, I mean, they try to get Lastro, but like you mentioned, just too much peel there with the bubbles and also Funny Astral there, and then also the Immortality field. So Fearless eventually falls. Suzu was used earlier from Violet. Now it's just him here in this fight, although Shu does find Yaki. Pelicans trying to make this fight continually work for them. And in fact, the Nana Boost Pelican, so Dante a little bit over aggressive, is left without his team. Shu also finds Funny Astro, so Outlaws last second stop Gladiators push.
Yeah, Dante goes down, so Happy gets to push aggressively onto the retreating members of Gladiators' backline, and Lastro gets staggered out too. This is crucial for Outlaws because now Happy is going to be able to hit that EMP timing at the same time as Lastro comes in with Ant Matrix, and you can cancel it immediately.
Was with the MP, but Violet the pickoff, no way. That's why Kuriko is such a phenomenal hero, just to get those pickoffs with the kunai. It's an amazing shot from him, and Outlaws just have to wait for that respawn.
Dante not really able to find the Graviton charge either because you're not being faced aggressively by Outlaws. Everyone from Outlaws jumping onto the backline. As a result, he's not getting the damage necessary as that's the follow-through necessary. EMP comes through from Happy, and it's just an absolute bomb for Pelican.
Pelican on the card trying to dual Kevster, forces recalls out on both sides. Fearless will eventually respawn as Dante's still in this fight, so the Gladiators want to continue to make this a scrappy one. Full spawn for Pelican still available. I'm sure Dante has to be aware with that with his bubbles. Make sure to save at least one of them for that full spawn as that continued rush is committed from Violet. Forces the beat drop from Lastro, so now no more support ultimates as Shu is coming up onto that Nano as well as Happy on this cart. Kind of just playing around the left side flank. Pelican still holding on to the full spawn. Now drops it, but does not connect on anybody as Fearless tries to Primal Rage and find value, but it's Dante, even through those ultimates, get a kill, and also got this cart to the checkpoint.
No ultimates coming through from Gladiators, and as a result, they're going to have the Graviton to lock Violet in position. Getting that kill on the Kiriko is so crucial because you deny that Suzu, which keeps Kevster in check when the Pulse Bomb tries to attach onto one of these squishies. So I'm not going to be surprised if we see Dante just fully commit the ultimate to be able to find that one pick onto the backline.
Glads are looking good at the moment, Moxie. I mean, they built those 4 ultimates. Outlaws have, what, just a Nano Boost and EMP coming up? I mean, Outlaws, I think you're going to mention, just Happy is just be able to get this big EMP, and that's their only opening.
Yeah, that EMP, like you said, is the opening. The next opening for this fight should be that Nano Boost from Shu onto Fearless, but a Nano Boosted Winston is still going straight in to a bubbled Reaper mid-Death Blossom.
So here's that bubble already. One used. Maybe he's going to hold another, but the hack comes through. Graviton search with the peel, actually. It's a 3-man grab. Pelican is there. Also, Kevster, I think, dropped in the pulse bomb, but Dante finds Violet in the grab, too. Fearless does trade back Dante. If Shu can live, that would be the catalyst for the Outlaws to still come back in this fight, but Kevster wants to stop it. It's Shu again with the sleep dart, dealing with this Lucio as well. A one-man army on the left flank, still alive, though. It also kills Kevster. Oh, my God. How did he just 1v2 in that situation and eventually die? Happy gets onto Astro. Here comes the amplification magic. Yaki pushing that payload, though, trying to push it at the very end. The hack comes through. Now he can Death Blossom on this card. Eventually, the Suzu's gone. Yaki knows this, so he drops the Death Blossom with the bubble, and there's nothing here to stop it besides that Winston bubble. Eventually, the Kitsune Rush is here. Yaki still pressuring out, but Happy and the rest of the Outlaws on this point with that Kitsune Rush have enough damage to stop Gladiators with 0.33 meters left.
Okay, Shu and Happy. Jeez. Shu being able to win that duel against Kevster and Funny Astro, even though he does go down in the process, he still finds the pick, right? He still delays Gladiators from being able to push that payload. And Gladiators, they thought that was their fight. They thought that there was literally their victory lap. And now they have a sound barrier. They've got 1 minute 28 seconds left. They're not going to be able to build up into Graviton again. Else can just chain cycle ultimates and keep Gladiators from being able to push back.
Yeah, there's that hack, and knowing that Astro tried to beat drop, but also the bubble from Fearless zoned out Astro so the beat could not hit him. And everybody is still quite healthy on the Outlaws. All they have to worry about is a potential C9 here for the Gladiators, but they eventually clean them up.
Yeah, Gladiators unfortunately just forced to take fast fights and burn as many ultimates from Outlaws' pockets as possible. They're still going to be walking into a Nano Boost, they're still going to be walking into a Pulse Bomb, but at least the Primal Reach, that stall potential in a fight, is going to be removed. And as we head towards overtime, that's one thing Gladiators cannot allow to cycle back up again.
You have the Nano. Pelican with the Pulse Bomb also available, but they are doing a great job playing this choke, just making sure their dive lands perfectly onto Lastro. The hacks did come through, but the bubble is there onto Lastro, although now you got a Nano Boost to Winston, so the Immortality Field should get deleted ASAP, and eventually it is. They lose Yaki. Dante falls too. I mean, 30 seconds now left. Gladiators in a bit of a pick.
They're going to have to go past this window as well. They don't have enough time to be able to look for the full rotation. And Outlaws, they know this. They're literally just sending Happy to intercept and find these answering hacks onto Gladiators to pull out either that Immortality Field so early or find just a normal pick, as Gladiators have one shot, one chance, and they're doing it without a grab.
And we'll see who touches. It's more than likely going to be Kevster forcing the overtime to begin. Outlaws now sitting at the back, Happy with an EMP. Could be huge, but in fact, he just killed Astro after the Immortality Field couldn't even save him, so backline gone. Gladiators don't even get a clean dive off here, a clean fight in the situation, and Outlaws want to stop this right here. Right now, Kevster, in fact, just leaves his PC at the very end, and the Outlaws will win on Shambolic Monastery to win 3-0 over the Gladiators.
It looked a lot better for Gladiators. It looked a lot cleaner when we saw them come through on the Zarya. The problem is that they had to cycle into those ultimates. The second that Outlaws started clocking onto that, they had a lot of real good fight initiation ultimates, right? They had the EMP, they had the Nano Boost, the Primal to be able to stall through, and that isn't really coming through from the rest of the members when Gladiators lose that momentum on B.
I think this makes sense why so far it just seems like the Outlaws have that talent that people always mentioned, Moxie. I mean, you always mentioned Shu being one of the best Annas, really showing up in the clutch when it mattered most. At the very end of Shambolic Monastery, it looked like Gladiators could pull it through, but fight after fight, even though they had a massive time bank to work with, they could not capitalize over that mechanical diff and also team diff for the side of the Outlaws.
Yeah, and I mean, you said it perfectly, right? Gladiators thought that they had some of those fights in the bag. They were like, okay, well, we only have to clean up one Anna. How hard is that going to be? Apparently very. Apparently,
yeah.
You know what? It's just straight up impossible because Shu is able to live. He's able to find that sleep dart onto Kevster, and then that actually pulls Funny Astro in to have to peel for the Tracer. He gets hit immediately by the anti-nade, has to allow the kill to come through, and as a result, Shu just gets to continue to stall so the regroup can come out from Houston Outlaws, and Gladiators, thinking they had it in the bag already, had thrown in so many ultimates, their ultimate economy just never really managed to fully recover after that fight.
It didn't, and for the Outlaws, they got to feel very good about that, and also about their players, because one of them obviously gets the player of the match after that, and for the Outlaws, that has to be coming up in a sec. We'll see who it is. It's going to be Happy. Happy getting your player of the match. Fantastic hacks. You called it earlier, Moxie. His positioning was so good to find those hacks. Also playing Tracer on a map too. I mean, phenomenal rotations from him. People might say Shu robbed and all this sort of stuff, but the Outlaws together as a team, as a cohesive unit, really came together.
I mean, Happy was so effective, as well as being able to identify when it was safe to aggressively push. Like when you're going up against Azari, who just always has the bubbles, as well as having to just burn through Immortality Field from Lastro's side as well, that Sombra is always going to struggle. But Happy did such a good job of being able to recognize when those bubbles were removed and when the Zarya was removed, when that avenue of peel was gone, moving from just keeping everyone contested to hunting down those picks relentlessly.
Wait, Moxie, I like this from Happy. I mean, those deaths, 1.5 per 10. I mean, that's super good right on Sombra. We see so many of the Sombra players just get a little too greedy and eventually it cost them their life. But Happy, you know, even though a lot of people may not think, oh, he's like not that star player, oh, he's this, oh, he's that, he's done a great job for this Outlaws team to slot in on that Sombra role to give him that edge.
Yeah, again, identifying the composition he's playing into. There is not a lot of spy check potential coming through, especially on Shambali. So Happy gets to set up and just play for those stealths, for those hacks to really be so impactful. So many times we saw that Gladiators had to throw in the Immortality Field because Lastro is hacked before a fight can properly begin. And the second that that lamp is removed, that was when the true dive came through. It was a little bit of a tease, a little bit of poke pressure, and then the full commitment on the fight.
Fantastic work from the Outlaws 3-0 Gladiators. Although they beat them in the Pro-Am, Glad's fall today. We're going to a short break. We have to see what our analysts in the desk have to say about that match.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up. Turn it way up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up. Way up.
Welcome back, everyone. We're seeing Fearless in action here, being followed here close, of course, by his support duo. And yeah, tanks, man.
We love
the name
tanks.
of the game. We love them. Get your tank bundle now. They're on sale as we speak, and they feature Ramatra, Doomfist, and Sigma, and of course also a weapon charm. I love the charms in game. Getting charms in your favorite team skins, yes.
Yes.
More of that.
You gotta represent.
All of it. Exactly. Gotta represent in game. We're all about that. Now, speaking of representing, Houston Outlaws here, Jake. Almost no one on this desk is surprised about the victory of the Houston Outlaws.
No one less than me, for sure.
But I mean, Houston looked good. We expected both teams to rock up and impress us, dazzle us, but it was Houston running away with it in a dominant fashion.
Yeah, I will give Glady some credit that, maps 2 and 3, they made it reasonably close. But I think what we saw here is that this is a Winston meta, and Outlaws able to force their style, able to have so much impact, especially Fearless. But also, I want to really highlight those supports. I want to highlight Shu and Violet, 2 players. You got to consider them potentially best in class. I would call Shu clearly with Ana best in the world, and Violet as well looks insanely sharp on this Kiriko. Able to play both of these often in this series. Shu as well, no slouch on the Kiriko, able to pick up the frag. So these 2 guys were just so consistent in producing, which really matters a lot in the Sombra Tracer comp. You need your supports to be fragging. You need them to be contributing. Sombra Tracer are pulling all the aggro, and you need 2 strong backliners who can actually capitalize on the space that's being created. So many times we saw Shu and Violet getting into the mix, fighting it out together with really impressive synergy. I think that's going to be a strength for them all season long.
Absolutely. Now, I do want to break it down a little bit more in depth. We're going to look at some details here, Jonathan, because on map number 1, adaptation from the Houston Outlaws was the name of the game, and you have something to show us there.
I really hate doing this. I mean, I was ready to celebrate the Gladiators, but I gotta go.
Okay, Johnny.
I'll go commend the Houston Outlaws. I get it. All right, this one just for you, Jake. So we're gonna take a look at map 1 here, how Houston Outlaws closed it out. They're up 1-0, of course, when it comes to the round. But then we see this odd composition. I got a pen now, guys. I got a pen. All right, I'm very excited about this.
Great.
We're seeing the Gladiators. They're playing this Reaper and Junker Queen composition. So they want to fight close, right? They want to take these close quarters, and also they're playing the Lucio as well. So that's really going to help out that composition. They take this fight against Fearless, playing this Winston. Not the best of time in these close corridors, so if we just play this out, we can actually see the Junker Queen. The first fight takes place here. Houston Outlaws, they're not ready for this at all. They have no idea. So Fearless gets cleaned up, and that's that. Gladiators are going to take the lead here in this second round on Nepal. And this is what the Houston Outlaws would try to avoid moving forward. So I think this was a really neat adaptation from the Houston Outlaws. After this fight here, Gladiators are going to build to about 49%. But then we see the Houston Outlaws, they're already in control, they're in the lead. But this clip right here, it's a great display of what they're doing differently here. So as we can see, there are different kinds of groups here. Fearless is playing close here, holding the point. We're seeing the supports back here for the Houston Outlaws, and Happy, he's just going to be able to lurk and walk around the point. So really good setup here for the Houston Outlaws. What we're going to see them do is, we're going to see Pelican, he's going to blade on top of Fearless here and hold this corner with him. And what we're also going to see is that the backline is actually going to move all the way around, just so they can avoid those very close quarters of the LA Gladiators. So if we play this out, we'll see that the Houston Outlaws, a very different kind of approach when it comes to fighting. Of course, they're skirmishing here a little bit, but Pelican, he pulls out the Dragon Blade here on the point. Again, just look at this Genji. He's not even like committing. He's not diving. So Genji players, you don't have to commit. You don't have to dive. Instead, very smartly, the Houston Outlaws, they play these open areas instead. They try to distance themselves away from the Junker Queen, away from the Reaper. And with this very neat approach, the Houston Outlaws, they close out this Nepal first map. So very well done by the Houston Outlaws. It's a great adaptation and just explains why they are so good when it comes to playing this Winston composition. It's something that I'm sure Jake is very proud of. You know, he was smiling all along, bragging about his team. So I'll admit, it was a great play, great adaptation from the Houston Outlaws right there.
Oh, yeah, you gotta understand, there's a lot to brag about when you're looking at that Houston Outlaws roster, and it's gotta feel like your kids, right, at this point, basically.
Yeah, I mean, for me especially, Happy and Pelican are two guys that I was able to work with in the past, and two of my favorite players to play and work with as a coach. And to see the two of them together as a DPS duo, really exciting for me. So, you know, I'm just happy to see it come to fruition with a beautiful trio in their first
Oh
game.
my God, quit it!
Wow.
Well, you're Locke, one of the kiddos, is actually joining us here for our winner's interview with Danny.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Pelican, we got Pelican, or Jake's son Pelican here for the post-match interview. Pelican 선수 안녕하세요. 들리시나요?
안녕하세요.
Hi, all right, you could hear it. I mean, this match was sort of a rematch, right? Because you guys played against the Gladiators in the Pro-Am, and unfortunately, you guys lost against them. But today, you guys beat them. So, I guess, what was sort of the main difference between those two matches? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 일단 오늘 경기 승리를 축하드리면서 어떻게 보면 이게 재경기라고 해야 되나요? 왜냐면 저번에 글래디와 프로엠에서 한번 이제 경기를 했다가 패배를 하신 후에 얼마 되지 않아 다시 경기를 하게 되셨는데 이번에는 승리를 거두시게 되셨습니다. 좀 어떤 변환점이 좀 있었나요?
변환점은 없고 프로암 때도 저희가 원래는 이기는 건데 저희가 못해서 졌기 때문에 크게 변화 주질 않았고 그냥 하던 대로 했더니 뭐 쉽게 이긴 것 같아요.
Right, I mean, there weren't any significant changes that went into, I guess, for this match in order for us to get the win. I honestly feel like we should have won against the Gladiators, even in the Pro-Am, but, you know, we made some silly mistakes. You know, we couldn't really get the win then, but yeah, we just played how we usually and normally play during practices, and I think it just played out well, and we got the win against the Gladiators. My second question for you, Pelican, is it seems like the Winston composition is sort of still the meta right now. Do you think there are any other viable compositions that could be coming into play? 자, 두 번째 질문은 지금 이제 경기를 몇 개를 좀 본 후에 보니까 아직까지 좀 윈스턴을 쓰는 기용을 하는 조합들이 좀 많이 보이는 것 같습니다. 펠리칸 선수가 보셨을 때 지금 현 상황에서 윈스턴이 아닌 좀 다른 조합이 좀 어떻게 좀 사용이 될 수 있는 기회가 있다고 보시나요?
많은 팀들이 일단 자리야 뭐 정커킹 이런 걸 쓰는데 저희는 아직은 윈스턴 괜찮아 보여서 저희가 잘하는 거기도 하고 해서 네.
Alright, I mean, it does seem like, you know, some other teams, they like to play Zarya, Junker Queen. But for us, I think the Winston composition is working very well. So I think we're going to stick with something that we are comfortable and good at, and that is the Winston composition. Alright, Pelican, thank you so much for the interview. And again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 승리 다시 한번 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕히 계세요. 바이.
잘했어, 세현아.
Jake said, great job, Sehyun. This is Pelican.
Oh, that's his name.
Oh, you can't just say Korean. You have to, come on, you have to translate. You have to translate.
All right, next time.
Now we have two translators on the desk, right? So you gotta make best use of that. But yeah, that was Pelican from the Houston Outlaws, who just got their first W of the 2023 season. And I'm pretty sure with performances like that, we're gonna see them climbing the power rankings in absolutely no time. Now, speaking of climbing, look what we got here on our screen. It's on sale right now, and it does include not just the beautiful skin, but also, of course, the Rock Climber Zarya voice line and the name card. All of that is available for just 300 League tokens before May 9th, so grab yours now. And also, if you want more competitive Overwatch action, we got you covered with our Contendo Spring Series, which will bring you the best of Tier 2, which is happening actually already. So check overwatchleague.com/path2pro to catch up on all the action. Speaking of action, one more look at our schedule of the day, because we have one more match coming your way. It's going to be the last one between the LA Valiant and the Vancouver Titans, as in the last one of the day, not the last one of the two teams, because That'd be a short
I
season.
thought the season was over.
Yes.
Okay, time to go home.
Yeah, no, Vancouver Titans and LA Valiant. Let's take a look at the rosters first and discuss what we have in store for the 2023 season. Start with the Vancouver Titans lineup here. We've already got a glimpse at Vancouver yesterday. Was there any big takeaways from their performance in their first match?
Respectable. I mean, for me, very respectable performance. We know Mayhem would be one of the top teams, but I think for the Titans to take a map away and for this roster to be very new, coming together from diverse experiences, I think, you know, I wasn't worried for the Titans even taking this loss. They almost set it to a map 5. Arguably, I think they kind of let Coliseum slip away from them. They had the lead almost the whole map. I mean, Johnny can tell you, I was like, oh man, they got this. They're going map 5, but
you were hyping them up big time.
I'm a total reactionary, but I hold to it. I think they slipped up, and I think they could have won a map 5. I think they're a team to watch out for.
I wanted to go get my dog, and you were like, no, Johnny, we can't have that. We're gonna watch some more Overwatch. It's going to map 5. Well, they closed it out in 4. But yeah, the Vancouver Titans, I'd say they are favored going into this one, so
yeah, I mean, this is going to be the first look we're going to have at that LA Valiant roster. Some familiar names there, but a lot of up-and-coming players for that squad. How would you gauge their strength here?
I think there's actually a lot of very exciting rookies on the Valiant, so to be honest, I won't count them out either, even though maybe they're a little bit more of a known quantity on the Titans. I think these are some potentially very motivated young players who want to make a name for themselves on the Valiant. You know, I think a lot of people would put these guys near the bottom of the power rankings just off of name value. They don't have too much of that. But if you've been following the contender scene, these guys are some of the best rookies out there. So they could definitely make an upset here, though. Although I agree, I'm probably going to be favoring the Titans.
Yeah, one star player to look out for is Seeker, who played on the Boston Uprising last year. I'd say Seeker is probably the most impactful player on this Valiant team. If the Valiant make this game competitive, if they are to win today, Seeker needs to have a big game.
Sounds a lot of ifs there, but let's see if they can bring it on the server. Let's take a look at our predictions for this very game. I had to go with the known. I went with the Vancouver Titans until I actually see what the LA Valiant are going to bring to the table with this brand new roster. I'll have to go with what we saw. And as you said already, Jake, the Vancouver Titans, they looked competitive yesterday. So I would consider them the favorite for now.
Yeah, especially against Florida Mayhem, you know, getting a map out of them was very impressive. I actually was very impressive with LA Valiant doing Pro-Am as well. Like, I was a Seeker fan, but, you know, I'm going to have to go with the Vancouver Titans as well.
Yeah, you guys, you couldn't have said it better or I couldn't say it better than you have. I think the Titans, they're the known quantity. They're the ones to expect. For Valiant, you always have to ask the question, is there going to be some first match jitters playing in the Overwatch League? However, I really am excited to see what the squad can do. I have my eyes on them as the season progresses, but I do expect it'll take them a little bit more time to gel.
Vancouver, 3-0. 3-0. Let's get it, Vancouver.
Calling it out. I think this could be more than a 3-0. I mean, personally, I think we'll get some more.
What's more?
Why is that like,
I think Valiant can take a map.
Cue the gifts, guys.
3-1?
I think Valiant can take a map. Maybe more. I'm ready to be proven wrong.
Come on.
Let's go for scores.
Danny, hit us up with the numbers.
3-0, I think.
3-0.
3-0.
3-1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huge.
3-2. Why not? Not that I want that much. No, but honestly, I think for both of those teams, or at least not for both of those teams, because we already saw the Vancouver Titans playing yesterday. I think for the Valiant, this is going to be a great first way to measure up against fellow Owl teams. It is a new roster coming in with the only veteran player in Seeker, so I think this is potentially going to be a great opportunity for them to show where they're at, and for all the action, we're going to bring in absolutely gorgeous casting duo Vicky Kitty and Necra.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Hi, guys. You know what? You guys must really like 3-0 Overwatch because I'm on Jake's side here. I want to see at least a map taken from the Valiant. This team has a lot to prove, but I'm excited because this is the first look that we get to look at the rookies coming in from the Valiant that isn't, the Pro-Aim. And Vancouver Titans, they looked pretty hot yesterday. Of course, Florida Mayhem is definitely on our radars of being one of the best teams in the league at the moment, and they still looked fantastic. Sugar Free, there's a lot of pressure on this rookie, and he really showed up yesterday, but he has to continuously keep showing up for the rest of the Titans, Necro.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with you here, and I also agree with Jake. Sorry, folks. I think we're going to get a 3-1 here. Maybe Seeker is going to pop off, and I think that in this map set, there are absolutely worlds where I see that Ramatra Brawl working that we ended up seeing as one of the main looks from the LA Valiant during the Pro-Am, and that's actually our very first map of this set in this first to 3. It's going to be that Antarctic Peninsula where I really feel like when you look at Icebreaker, you look at sub-level, that's a really great way to make that Ramatra Brawl powerful.
You know, to follow up on that, now that we are going to AP for our first map, as we can see right here, seeing the Ramatra coming in from the LA Valiant, potentially, especially after we saw that showcase from the Pro-Am, I'm like putting all my stocks on that preseason tournament, but again, it just really is what enlightens us to see what these teams are going to come out with. And kind of comparing it to the performance from what we saw from Punk yesterday, Necro, what do you think is going to come in between Punk and Krawi?
I think Krawi showed us a lot of the Ramatra during the Pro-Am, and so I was expecting to maybe see a little bit there, but that's where I have a lot of question marks over the LA Valiant as a team. I feel like they can show us a lot more that's in their back pocket as
all right.
That match chat. So you guys gotta win first before you talk about the money, or maybe that is the main motivator here. But hey, at this point, it looks like it is gonna be the Winstons that are gonna be coming out from both teams, and so this is a composition we've seen a lot of teams start to rely upon when you're able to pair something like the Sombra and the Tracer, but Seeker is that wild card factor, Vicky. Playing the Hanzo, already able to get a pick and start things off right here for the Valiant.
If you want to check the Titans right now, we've been highlighting Sugar Free. He's been that main storyline when we highlight the Titans as that rookie that's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders to prove to everybody else that hasn't been following contenders what an insane DPS player he is. And Seeker is right there to check him already off the gate. Point already open up here as the Titans are going to be able to try to move their way over onto that point. Spire taking a nice off angle as Seeker continuously tries to find those open sight lines to harass Crimson.
Yeah, Crimson had a little bit of trouble staying alive yesterday, but as soon as they were able to keep him up and active, Vancouver Titans started to look really good. But Punk is going to fall here with that main source of frontline gone. Los Angeles Valiant may be able to take this point back.
That was such a nice check right there, too, between CJ and Liar. Crimson threw that anti, hit the backline, and Punk immediately tried to follow up on that and then got shut down from Liar when that shield bash. Great positioning here from the Valiant on this high ground, and this is where it gets a little tricky. Yeah, you have those open sight lines, and you can see Titans now trying to take a different approach here. And unfortunately, with the Spire going down, they won't be able to build up into that EMP of this fight.
This is a huge delay for the Vancouver Titans as we look at LA Valiant continuing to build up capture percentage on this point. And when Crowley's also going to play bouncer at the door, Valiant can just continue to roll with this. They can keep these angles that they've set up. I love that you called out the high ground here. We get a really nice vantage point of what that looks like. If we wanted to see Punk go after CJ or Seeker that are playing on that high ground, they are committing a ton of cooldowns to be able to actually reach that point. And at that point as well, they're just super vulnerable to being taken out.
We love hyping up the rookies out here. We see the Nano Boost coming in as Sugar Free's trying to move in with the Pulse Bomb. They're trying to do something about the positioning of the Valiant between Seeker, who does get hacked, about to get the Dragons online. Nas shuts down Sugar Free in the process. Nice ult economy coming in from the side of Valiant. Punk did get hit with that anti. He is able to get away in time, and he will have Primal to re-engage for that next fight, as well as Aspire having that EMP.
Yeah, that EMP is going to be the biggest difference maker here for the Titans, and this is where it's going to really count, because Valiant at this point have already worked their way up to a last fight territory where it's EMP now or EMP never.
Oh, the EMP coming in the moment the Riley gets popped. Shutting down Seeker, shutting down Liar and CJ. Liar manages to get away in time as Sugar Free was able to find that initial pick. Good repositioning, good disengage. Now you see Aspire making the quick swap into the Soldier, so that way he can try to contest Seeker, who also makes the swap over to the Soldier. Here comes Krawi as the overtime ticking away in favor for the Valiant. The anti getting hit onto Krawi, and Nas manages to find Punk. They've been shutting him down amazingly right before that sound barrier from Faith was able to help out Punk. Just a tad bit late, a frame late here. Overtime ticking away here for this first round, and the Valiant are looking great. Cry is taking a quick nap, and the Nano Boost was put onto him, so it does delay a bit. Good positioning here from Aspires. He does find Nas, but he trades it immediately for Cry. He splits that attention onto him. Sugarfree's been doing a good job at trying to check the backline here. CJ is also going to go down. Over time now, as it takes away, it's going to be swapped over here as the Titans are doing their best to stay alive, and they have been able to manage to force Valiant off.
They did. I mean, the EMP ended up hitting 3 members of the Valiant, and so that was enough for Vancouver Titans to recover their percentage here. And they still have a big mountain to climb. You have the Nano Boost from Crimzo, which is a great start to being able to deal with that problem. But it's not going to be enough to get Punk up to this Primal Rage unless he goes absolutely sicko mode here with the Winston. And even still, you're looking at Valiant giving themselves 2 fights to get up to powerful ultimates of their own.
Goes that Nano Boost. Punk gets put to sleep immediately after. Somebody wakes him up. Here's CJ's taking a lot of that pressure, just trying to get away in time. Love the check now coming in for Pride, but a nice ante also coming in from Crimzo. Managed to restabilize. Nas unfortunately goes down. Spire again in that backline in such a good positioning here. And it's that disengage that we're now seeing as the Titans still rack up some of that percentage to match that with the Valiant's 99%.
I mean, the Valiant just took an eco push here. They didn't need to be able to use anything. They didn't have anything in the bank, but at least you know that they have the rally now to be able to go in and contest with some of these backline members of the Titans. Also really helps you too, because Aspire shouldn't be able to just headshot your team if you do have that armor on top of you, and that's really what they're trying to mitigate here is Aspire's pick potential.
He does get hit with that ante, so does Liar. Crimson's been on the top of this, as Sugarfree is going to be able to get that follow-up. Probably took a nap, he gets immediately deleted by Aspire. Getting that backline right behind the point. Such a crucial positioning here as Punk gets hit with another ante. He tries to get out of that line of sight. Faith now getting the follow-up. We see some trades coming in with Faith and Punk going down. Number advantage still in favor of the Titans as Cry and Liar still left on the point. Sugarfree clearing the rest. The Titans have managed to not only flip the point, but force the Valiant to stay off, and they did not allow them to flip it, and not even once after they got to that 99% Necro.
I mean, Sugarfree. Well, what more is there we can talk about with this player? Because Sugarfree played such a pivotal role in Vancouver Titans winning Havana yesterday versus the Florida Mayhem, and also making that Coliseo map so close. And I want to take another look at a replay here from Sugarfree, because it just felt like every single time Sugarfree was able to get on the board, it was just nice follow-up on top of other damage that had been put down from the rest of the team. So I feel like the call-outs here for the Titans are getting just a bit cleaner. They may have needed half of that round to really ramp up.
His tracking's insane. In that one round alone, he had over a K damage more than Nas right there too. Really impressive. And again, I just want to call out Crimzo and Faith and their positioning too to help enable Sugarfree. Crimzo's been on top of those antes. We do see the Roger now coming out from Punk. Saw this earlier before too. Like this look from the Titans, and I also like the way that the Valiant trying to play more passively here, but they are going to allow that point to go in favor for the Titans if they don't try to engage here, as Sugarfree's trying to take a cheeky angle.
Well, I want to talk about the fact that we're seeing Bastion, May, and Reinhardt in this brawl composition from the Valiant. Seeker's about to go crazy here, just going after members left and right.
Oh, they didn't see that coming. They didn't see it coming. The follow-up and the immortality field coming in from CJ, keeping everybody in that back end of the point. Punk going down as the Titans going back to the drawing board just to regroup here too. All right, Valiant, with Seeker coming out of the Bastion, how long is this going to work, Necro?
I mean, it's about whether or not they can keep the defensive position here. Valiant won the first fight. I guess they're going to keep staggering the Titans here too, as Nos gets a big pick onto Sugarfree, and that's going to delay the re-entry of the Titans and actually just allow the Valiant to go aggressive here. They're just going to go towards that spawn for Titans. And I love Liar being able to play with this Lucio speed to help enable the movement on this team. It's allowing them to get these really quick pivots and rotations and set up Seeker in the perfect position with the Bastion.
So 100% agree there too. Look how quickly they were to just cut off the rotation attempt from Titans in the back end. Here on Labs, it provides a lot of those open angles for Aspire to really profit off of the Hanzo. But the moment that the Valiant saw where Titans wanted to counter-rotate, quickly Liar was able to set up the team in position.
I think something that makes it so difficult about this map in particular is that when you have these walls, you have just very limited entry points, and with that point, the way that it is, kind of more of like this, I'm going to call it a rectangle, it's really not, but you know, it's a little bit longer than some of the other control points that we have. You just are able to rotate way quicker, and it's working. Except for the Seeker's down. Maybe this is the moment that Titans need.
Talk about changing plans up here to immediately round and wrap around the Valiants right after Nas tossed out that Blizzard to try to contest that choke point that they originally tried to go through originally for the last fight. Now they cleaned up the entire point around Valiant, and it's going to be a reset as the Titans manage to take control of the ball.
Okay, we're gonna see ultimate use here by Seeker. I feel like that was not the best use of that. Would rather see that go over to passive ultimate charge for the Hanzo, but we are seeing Krawi make a bit of a pivot. Was on the Reinhardt before to be able to protect Seeker's Bastion, but it's gonna be back to more of the Ramatra Brawl. A look that we were hoping to see from them, Vicky, just knowing how they were able to use this in the Pro-Am to that 2-2 success.
Love seeing it come out. Double Vortex out too, controlling so much of the space on the point. Liar does have that sound barrier. Faith can try to match that here too. That still put the Valiant right back into position in an aggressive spot too. Faith is going to be able to answer right back as Punk falls incredibly low. So does Sugar Free as he uses the recall. CJ in a lot of trouble, trying to have that immortality field at the ready. Talk about the positioning too that we're seeing from Seeker trying to contest Aspire. Sugar Free gets deleted the moment Seeker just peeks an eye on him. There's a barrier coming out too temporarily from Punk, but he is moving. They had to get 4 players to manage to contest Seeker as the reset from Valiant comes in.
Oh my god, the flick! Oh, I felt so bad for Sugar Free, but I was also really excited about seeing that play. This is the Seeker that we were hoping to see, just being able to hit some of these really clean shots. But yeah, Titans, after having to deal with the Bastion pick, finally feel like they found their footing again when you've got Aspire with the Dragon Strike able to split off the Valiant as they make another entrance for this final fight.
The right timing, they managed to get right through that choke point here. Sugar Free still holding on to the pole palm now as Cry is also going to have that Nemesis form ready for that next fight. Seeker finding Crimzo. Again, right timing here. The Nemesis is popped. Immortality field from CJ doesn't save Liar, but the Nas Blizzard is also able to control a good amount of space to find Punk here. Crimzo also is about to have that Amp Matrix. The same cannot be said for CJ as Fate is able to find him. Taking control over the point, 99% in favor for the Valiant, and overtime is taken away from the Titans.
Yep. Valiant might be able to do enough here, and it looks like they will to tie it up. Bastion, all right. Let's talk about this really quick, Vicky, because I feel like that's one of those heroes that you look at and go, why are they playing this in the Overwatch League, right? And Bastion is one of those heroes that, like, we were seeing this out of the Reaper yesterday. It's a really great way to actually check the team synergy on the other side. It worked. It worked, and now we're going to a 3rd round.
Which really, I love this. I love being able to see the team banter in the chat.
That's great.
And watch your heads out here. I mean, Seeker was definitely doing a good job at finding them. I think a good enough impact there. Tying up the rounds in this first map now as we roll out. Or 3rd map now. Or rather, 3rd round here. Titans still sticking with Punk on the Ramatra. Probably still sticking to the Reinhardt like we saw originally in the opening of that 2nd round, Necro.
And this is just goes back to the conversation that we had at the beginning of the day yesterday. Ramatra versus Reinhardt. Who really is able to get the upper hand here? Ramatra versus Ryan, you could just like punch the Reinhardt into oblivion. That works too. But I think that the biggest difference maker here is that we've got the Hanzo and versus the Sojourn, and then the Mei really allows this brawl on the Valiant side to be tanky if they are able to get the first point capture.
See here with the position from Punk, he does have that high ground advantage trying to boot him off as he does manage to drop down as the Valiant still manage to take the point first here. Vortex controlling some space right in front of them as counter rotate does come in from Valiant, specifically from Cry, trying to get into position while the rest of the Valiant trying to come in. Huge anti and the cleanup from Punk, getting harassed at every angle from Sugar Free too. Amp Matrix now coming in, just trying to take advantage while just still holding onto the point, getting in some of that extra credit, Necro.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why you want to have Nos on this Mei. It's just that stall potential, being able to use the ice block, and unfortunately it just delays the inevitable here, but if we're at least 25%, which feels really good. We are going to see Crowley switch off of the Reinhardt, though, I feel like, on the receiving end of one of the reasons why we do have this discussion of Ramatra versus Reinhardt. Crowley got antied. Punk walked up to his face and punched him in it and sent him back to spawn. So I think you just have to start to match that. Otherwise, you are on the losing end of these engagements more often than not, unless your Reinhardt is absolutely exceptional. But we know that Punk can play an incredible tank. We saw that from the Junker Queen that Punk brought out last year, and he seems to pick up the Ramatra quite well too.
That's when it comes to this map here too on sub level. So many different angles as the Dragons try to split up the Valiant. Now the Nemesis is caught by Punk. He finds that Immortality field. All of the Valiant are losing their own so quickly. This Nemesis is a problem as they clean up the entirety of the Valiant. You highlighted Punk for all the right reasons. Also getting into position with Faith there too, who's going to have that sound barrier for that next fight to match that with Flyer.
Yeah, the sound barriers are going to be so important here. I think if you were the Valiant, you would have loved to be able to have that for Punk's ultimate, but now you can at least use it to play an aggressive game. Whether it's going to be using the Blizzard to be able to kind of push the Titans into an area that you'd rather fight them, and then follow it up with an aggressive beat, that can really help to get the Valiant back in this one, and they need it right now.
See here, Sugar Free does have that post bomb ready as the Blizzard gets called in. Nice Immortality as well to allow them to find a Spire up in his face. Sound barrier now from Liar. Valiant do have the number advantage that their Titans did loot out on a Spire. Now just taking a quick nap as Sugar Free sends out that post bomb. Doesn't find it smart right here. CJ's in the back angle. Finds Punk as Crowley gets the follow-up. Crowley went absolutely crazy, finding 3 in that fight. Flipping the point. 95% though still on board for Titans.
Yeah, I mean, Valiant have a lot of ultimates to rotate through, though, and so Titans are definitely going to want to take an eco push, come back into this one, and try to force out as many ultimates as possible. Feels like Seeker's ultimate here is very free, just to be able to allow the Valiant to get the fight into more positional favored for them, and then Crowley can follow that up with the Annihilation, and that's a great way to still play this aggressive game.
Vortex in the low ground to send that out as Crowley has control over that high ground. Now it's got hit with that anti coming in, manages to restabilize as the Nemesis form is trying to contest him. Alright, also has the ult at the ready. Controlling so much space as Nox was protected by the Immortality field, but not for very long after his fire is done with him. Seeker also at a different angle, needing some help. He manages to get away on time as Aspire's on that high ground. This contention at 72%. They're fighting some of these trades. Crowley goes down in Titans, managing to flip the point after Punk pops that ult.
Yeah, that ult is going to be great to just have that insurance factor to be able to get this very first map. But Valiant made that look really competitive, Vicky.
Yeah.
I really loved what we saw coming out from them on that second round, and it felt like that was a big turning point for them, and hopefully they've got more in the tank to show us for the rest of the series.
It was a very big back and forth here too. I mean, we expect a lot from the Titans, especially looking at the roster that they have to provide to us, but we also had some nice moments at the very beginning, catching us off guard immediately with the swap-ups too. You mentioned the Bastion for that second round. Look at this snipe all the way at the very end here. Crimzo getting hit by CJ from across the field. Saw some nice moments from Sugar Free, just as we did yesterday. Such an insane player here too. But I really like the look that we saw between the Duke-up performances between Crowley and Punk.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight CJ just a little bit more because we got a little bit of a glimpse of CJ's impact in that first round, just to be able to see those anti-grenades come through. I think that CJ has a lot to show us as a rookie in the Overwatch League, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to bring to the table for the rest of the season, because even just after this first map, I think CJ is a player that, especially when the meta is so flex support favored, you have to keep an eye on.
He put in so much healing, so much damage, like over 18k healing, over 5.6k damage on the board, and it was really quick to try to enable Naz and Seeker, but man, the DPS diff between Aspire and Sugar Free on that first map was just on another level. We are going on to map number 2 on King's Row, and that's going to be on the other side of this break.
Turn this one around. They've lost their jungle queen already, and he finds Isu again. Does up big. 4-4. Oh, make that a 4. I'm a threat. It's a bet. I'm telling you, Faith is an insane ring player.
Man is down, there's no more lifeline. Oh no, and yet it might not matter. Sugar Crystal super early anti-air play.
Welcome back, everybody. We just finished our first map on Antarctic Peninsula. Titans taking us already past that map, going on to map number 2, Necra. We got Kings Row on our hands, so we saw a rather close map already, going on to round number 3 against the Valiant.
Yeah, we did. I mean, the fact that we saw the Valiant end up taking that round of Icebreaker with that Bastion strategy, I really want to see them come out with something that's a bit more creative like that. Going over to Kings Row, this is a map that every team is going to have a lot of experience with, and it might just take a little bit of that surprise factor in order to make sure that they are going to be able to contend with the Titans.
Especially seeing the impact, you talked about it earlier, CJ was out here. I mean, not only did he go over 18k on the healing for that first map, but he was able to contest the amount of kills like he was able to get alongside Seeker and Nas. So his impact was definitely out here as we get to see the Titans defending first. Interesting to see what the Valiant is going to try to roll out here. Even talking about Seeker, who was finding a lot of those headies at the very beginning of that first map.
Yeah, Seeker has been able to do a lot in terms of finding an opening pick for the Valiant to be able to move in on. And I would love to see whether or not they end up sticking to the Genji/Widowmaker here just to be able to follow up with some type of dive. It feels like the Titans might be expecting that, just having Crimzo and Faith there with the Ana and the Brigitte respectively, because the Brigitte can help you a lot in terms of being able to keep Crimzo alive. You're able to throw a quick pack or even help out Sugar Free, for example, with a Tracer versus Tracer. But Valiant, here's another surprise. Vicky, we've seen a couple of teams now come out with this Zarya rush, and I think that might have to go back to the drawing board on this one.
They're gonna have to find a way to check Aspire on this high ground here too, because unless Liar just sets the Valiant up into position to counter-rotate on the high ground, it's gonna be hard. It was like, I feel like I went back in time, Necro, to our Contenders days where we saw Nas and Seeker trying to come out with something similar. I mean, Nas being the flex DPS that he is, being one of the rookies coming in from Contenders. Remember him playing with Seeker back in the day at random points on Noble, if I recall correctly, and here you have Seeker now just trying to find an opportunity to try to disperse that backline.
Yeah, Seeker's gonna have to play that disruption, especially when you have the mobility that Genji has, being able to wall climb, and also just jump into the backline, just completely bypassing Crimzo's cooldowns. But that's why you've got Faith there.
You got Faith and Aspire looking at you down the tunnel there too, and he finds Crawley all at the same time. The follow-up onto Liar. Aspire is a problem, and he needs to be dealt with already at the very beginning. You see Seeker even trying to take a quick cheeky shot before he swaps right back over to the Genji.
Yeah, at this point, Valiant right now need to get some ultimates online. The very first one that's going to come up for them is going to be that Moira Coalescence, and that should be able to help at least push the front line forward for the Valiant so that they can get into a better position to use their mobility cooldowns to access the back line. That way you don't have this problem where Valiant are taking, 20 seconds to try to get Seeker into a position that they can actually try to take out Crimzo or try to take out Aspire.
Especially when you're reaching less than that 2-minute mark here as a nano boost comes in. Here comes that coal that you were mentioning before as Punk tries to jump away in time. He's also got that primal reset if necessary once finally trying to engage, but don't think that's gonna happen here with Nas going down again. Making 2 with Seeker. And the Valiant back to the drawing board. Titans are just doing such a good job at tearing apart the approach that Valiant's trying to go in for with this Reaper and Zarya comp.
Yeah, something's got to change. And so you're going to see Nos actually go over to the Echo, maybe allowing for a bit more of a difficult target for Aspire to hit. I think the Reaper can be a little bit telegraphed when you do teleport or just even use the Wraith form. You have an idea of when that's going to expire and when Nos is going to be vulnerable again. And so being able to see the Echo here, I feel like gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of how you approach the high ground. It still doesn't matter. CJ gets bopped.
Oh man, the sound barrier now coming in, being able to help Nas and Cry, but they still lost out on Seeker and CJ. Seeker would have had the blade in that fight too if it was elongated enough, and Titans win another team fight. Now we're reaching less than that minute mark here for the Valiant.
And they're so up against the wall right now. They just used a ton of ultimates there, even to just approach the point, and Valiant still don't have anything in the tank except for the Genji blade that's going to be coming up shortly. But there's no way to be able to make it stronger. We don't have the nano boost available. Liar just switched over to the Ana. And so at this point, maybe you're hoping that a big anti-grenade is going to be the difference maker for making this blade successful or not. I think they would be okay just taking a pick here onto a high-value target like Crimzo.
Or at least trying to do what they've been trying to do, which is force everybody off the high ground. Aspire also being the problem. He finds Faith in the process after he tries to reposition here, tries to call out Sugar Free, who gets right away from his grasp. Ella follow-up comes in. This is what they needed with less than 10 seconds on the board. Yet Sugar Free and Punk are still finding the backline of the Valiant. Nas flying in, finding Sugar Free the problem, and they'll finally find some progress on the point. As overtime ticks away, there still is enough time, Necker, for the Titans to try to re-engage.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. They don't have any healing right now, and you're waiting for Liar to come back there on the Lucio, and they are able to do so and get the point capture. Looks like Titans just took just a touch too long to be able to come back in and get the recontest, and they also just simply didn't have all 5 members there to be able to do that safely. We're going to see a big switch up here for these comps. It's going to be the inclusion of the Sombra on both sides. And for Valiant here, it's going to be ultra important that they use these ultimates correctly and also find value so that they don't just get stuck in this archway.
About the archway, they want to clear that point immediately, especially that choke point can be so tricky as the beam comes in from Nas finding Punk, taking advantage of the Kitsune rush that CJ had laid out. Kari taking a nap right inside of his shield. Here comes Crimzo on the outside with some help from Sugar Free. The hack coming in from Seeker too, as they are able to isolate him down the middle of this alley. But clearing this point, rather this corner, is so important from the Valiant, because you talk about some difficult areas here to try to cross on King's Row in the second point. This high ground that does provide Titans some different angles to try to contest Valiant could be tricky to overcome.
Absolutely, and I think that's why this Echo can be really impactful here. You just have the ability to play around the roofs of buildings and make it a little bit more difficult for Vancouver Titans to try to get the drop on you with some sort of off angle. Especially when Nas has this duplicate ready. Aggro, aggro, aggro.
And he makes the duplicate, copying Punk at the same time as he gets hacked by Seeker, who's gonna get the EMP for this fight. Here comes a Nana boost as he is able to find the EMP onto Sugar Free and Aspire. 6 seconds ticking away for the second point, and Liar is able to get that sound barrier, trickling in with a lot of these ultimates. Faith is gonna be able to match that here too. Huge EMP, but didn't find Liar, who was off to the side, helping out the rest of the Valiant stay alive after that EMP with his sound barrier. But the picks need to come through as Croy finds Pulse low, so does Liar, and Punk and Aspire are able to re-engage.
Oh, that sound barrier was so clutch to be able to help the Valiant stay in this, but unfortunately the damage came through too fast and too quick there for the Titans in order to actually make use of that support. Now, this is where it gets really tricky. Valiant have only the Kitsune Rush in the tank. That should be able to at least get them the movement speed they need in order to contend with some of the damage from the Titans and at least clear that out, but they got to get to the point first and very quickly without losing anybody. Suzu has to be used here.
Oh, and CJ is able to use the rush here too. Overtime ticking away, and finding that first pick is so huge. Diving onto Punk, now having some of that extra space as Crypto's going to be able to back away. You can see Spire trying to contest too, trying to get that EMP as quickly as possible. Nas does get hacked here, and they are able to get that second point. I like the call from the Titans to just disengage so that way they can control that next corner once that payload goes around.
Yeah, and they don't want to lose anybody in the process either, right? So better to disengage and make sure that they are able to actually fight this as a team of 5. I wonder how they're going to kind of keep this moving though, because Sugar Free has been holding on to this pulse bomb for a while. They're just looking for the right opportunity to use it, and they're definitely going to want to land this on a nice target in order to just shut down the rest of the push of the Valiant and stop them from getting any more progress in this map. Valiant have bought themselves a lot of time.
Oh, I love the communication coming into the moment that you saw Nas getting hacked. Crawley put down that bubble, but he tried to get away with the rest of the team to just try to reposition, and it does cost Crawley his life there. Seeker does have that EMP, but if you look on the side of the Titans, they have that just the same to try to match that. Liar just a little bit ahead from Faith from having that sound barrier, Necra.
Yeah, I think that sound barrier needs to come up really fast as well, because Aspire is in the backline of the Valiant waiting to shut everything down and might just want to strike.
Oh man, EMP hitting 3 Kari, Nas, Seeker. Nas manages to get away. Liar has that sound barrier, so does CJ with the rush. See Sugar Free on the high ground as he drops jump. Here comes the sound barrier from Liar to keep Valiant alive as the rest of the Titans are trying to look for an opportunity to circle around him. EMP only finding Punk. Can they get the pick? He is chasing him down, but Punk manages to stay alive. Overtime now taking away as a Valiant cannot get off this cart.
No, they can't, and that makes things really difficult, but Nas switching over to the Reaper might really help out with that.
Swapped over in that previous fight there too as Seeker finds Faith. He's got that Death Blossom ready. As the rush is activated, they're trying to hold forward. You can see that speed boost able to help out Nas as he teleports into the backline, dealing with the problem that is Aspire, and Crimson finds them and buys in some more time. Punk does find CJ, only leaving Live for the sustainability. Don't think it's gonna be enough as Punk had that primal ready. The rest of the Titans between Sugar Free, Faith, and Punk are there to clear the rest of the points. Oh, it was right there. No.
Oh, that was a C9. Oh, that was actually a C9.
Again?
How many days has it been? We're cursed. It's me. It's my fault. When I was working with Jaws last year, I swear it was like every single game we had a C9 in it, and I think I might have accidentally taken that curse with me.
Look, cough, shock yesterday, but now seeing it again, I love the chat too. They're still talking about it.
How about we talk about how long a Sugar Free held onto that pulse bomb instead? I'm pivoting. I'm hard pivoting right now. So Sugar Free had that pulse bomb for like 3 fights. I actually think that Sugar Free would have been able to get another one on board had they just used it, like when he had it. I don't think you need to wait for the pulse bomb to find a perfect target. I think you just use it. Especially with a DPS that is as proficient as Sugar Free. You're doing fine. You're doing fine, son. You're gonna get the pulse bomb back.
Maybe he's looking for an opportunity to find it getting attached. He hasn't attached a single pulse bomb so far on this map, but going on to the next round now as the Titans are on the attack. I just love the bench that we get to see in the chat. I love a Liar was like, I lied. Aspire's like, okay. All right, getting started here. No way.
Anyway.
Can't say that anymore, Liar. But I want to see the position that we're going to be seeing from Valiant, because man, did the Titans have such a good position on the high ground on their defense.
Yeah, Titans did, and so now Valiant actually playing more of a low ground approach, which you have to do with the Ramatra. It's not a hero that's super easy to be able to make mobile enough to just kind of drop down, unless you're going to be playing from farther away. But the wraparound here from the Titans just feels like it's overwhelming the Valiant right now.
Especially Aspire, who was a big problem on the high ground. I like the follow-ups that we've been seeing too between him and Punk. So just trying to help peel for Crimzo. whenever Faith puts him into position. And now he's back in his god spot that we saw him in that last game, just trying to check to see down the hall. Gets pinged. He needs to get some heals here coming in from Faith. And they need to try to check these end corners because Crawley's taking a lot of that damage, Necro.
Yeah, Crowley is there to soak up a little bit of damage, but I don't know if CJ's hailing output is going to be enough, especially now that Crowley and Liar are antied. You just have to rely on that immortality field in order to make sure that you've bought yourself enough time to top them back up. But all the while, Aspire's having time to rotate.
Crimzo had that Nano boost online so quick too, ready to put that onto Punk, who's clearing this choke point, shoving the Valiant off of that archway from their defense here as the answer back from Seeker comes in to prevent Punk from overextending anymore. Cry playing off this low ground, they've still been finding a lot of success, but still you see Aspire that has been getting away with so much damage output on the high ground.
All right, Crimzo, show us what you got. That's some huge picks there. Crowley's just gonna go down.
Oh man, I like the attempt. The May wall, if it elevated Crowley, he had fallen off at the very end of that wall there too. Meanwhile, the Titans now cleared up that point. The Valiant have to reset, and they're still now gonna be able to get that payload out of the garage.
Oh, it looks so good for the Valiant too there on their defense. Just being able to outlast through that Primal Rage. We saw CJ got a really nice pick there onto Sugar Free to be able to delay that Tracer getting into the back line. But now that this card has started to get rolling, Valiant have no choice here but to play a little bit aggressively when Punk is going to start to fight on these stairs.
Trying to bring the fist out here. He sends out the Vortex. He's got the Annihilation ready as he tries to duke it out. Trying to control a lot of that space over on the side. The repositioning immediately from the Titans. They're so quick with it as the Primal was also popped from Punk. Spire's trying to clear out that choke point. So the Ant Matrix is also unleashed. All the ults coming in as the Sound Barrier from the Valiant from Liar has kept the entire team alive in that choke point. Great looks here for the Valiant. And they're holding forward to make sure that they can find the stragglers here from Crimzo. He's about to get that Nano boost.
Valiant may have won the fight, but I don't know if they're going to win the war here, Vicky. That was 5 ultimates that they threw at that team fight in order to actually keep the defense, and now it's got to pay off. Titans only use the Annihilation and the Dragon Strike, and so they can look at things like their own Sound Barrier, play a little bit aggressively. They've got another Nano boost online because Crimzo's been popping off. And so these are a lot of tools that the Titans have at their disposal to just brute force their way through the Valiant right now.
The Rams are going to be butting heads here too now with Punk making that swap too. Talk about how expensive that fight was for the Valiant, but man, Nas on this May is having a lot of impact. I mean, on Kings Row, you have more of those narrow angles so that way you can get through those corridors. Here comes a Nano boost from Crimzo. Titans having a lot more economy here compared. Huge anti as Aspire takes care of the DPS lineup, and it's clean up on aisle 3 on the Valiant as the Titans now have some room to breathe.
That was exactly what we were talking about. Valiant just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at the fight before this. Had nothing to be able to withstand through even just the Nano boost alone from Crimzo. That was enough value that Titans were able to just pummel their way through the front line of the Valiant, and now they are looking at capturing the second checkpoint with a lot of ease. Not too many ways that Valiant can actually contend with the Sound Barrier for the aggro and also just Sugar Free in the back line, and we're even.
Nas has been checking Aspire a lot now that Faith pops the Sound Barrier. It's nice to highlight there because there is a difference between what we've been seeing between Seeker and Aspire. It's pretty big. Huge ante on Crawley to finish him off too. Rest of the Valiant back to the drawing board as the Titans come out on top in another team fight. Contention coming in right before he meets the rest of his team in spawn.
Vicky, you were talking about the difference between Seeker and Aspire. Aspire right now is almost 2,000 damage above where Seeker is at the moment. And looking at just raw eliminations as well, there were 16 final blows, over double of what Seeker has at the moment. So you can really feel how much Aspire has been able to help out the team, whether it's through a first pick or just being able to clean up.
CJ got hit with an ante, got hit with a sleep, everything from Crimzo there. The Forces comes out as well as the Dragons. Dragons to match that, dueling it out. Thinking you're on the ride as Sugar Free puts that pulse onto Crawley, taking him out. He had the Annihilation at the ready here too as the Blizzard gets sent out. After he sends it out though, he goes down immediately afterwards, getting a little ahead of himself when Crawley wasn't even there to help contest them. They're at the number disadvantage as the Titans now come out on top after another fight. So much time to work with here too. You got 2 minutes and less than 30 seconds.
At this point, Valiant gotta come out here on panic picks. It's gonna be Nas on the Genji Seeker, trying to get out of the spawn quicker with the Tracer, and the Sound Bearer has to be enough here from the Valiant to stave off the Titans.
Is it going to be enough, though? That's the question, with Punk popping the Annihilation here, too. Just finding the opportunity to also find Cry. It's lasting forever out here. You think it's pre-patch with the way that they're trying to find the opportunity to clear that front line on the payload. Look at Liar's positioning here, too. Trying to get out of the line of sight of Aspire, who's taking a good amount of damage. Nice long fight coming in here as Nas is going to try to be able to deflect Punk's pressure. See the Vortex right behind him. Cry also taking a good amount of damage. I like CJ's positioning. He's got the Nano Boost ready. Seeker also has that pulse bomb. We need to see some impact here. Faith is about to have that Sound Barrier as he activates it after that anti comes onto Punk. Somebody also wakes him up. Not the impact we needed to see from Seeker, but a huge anti from Crinzo lands onto Nas and Liar. They're taking so much pressure. Necro 2 down from the Valiant. That sets Titans up in the driver's seat for that shiny box of victory. And they clear the points and they take map number 2.
Wow, that was a really convincing map there coming through from the Titans. It felt like as soon as the defense on the Valiant crumbled, it was just momentum after momentum swing here for the Titans just to continue their roll through King's Row. And in those final moments as well, it just really felt like they understood the assignment. Go after the back line of the LA Valiant, make sure that they don't have that healing available, and Crow is unfortunately stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do you have to contest the cart, or do you have to go save your back line there? Titans made it really difficult for the Valiant to have that defense.
We also saw a difference in tank playstyles between Punk and Cry. Punk played a lot more aggressive versus Cry. I believe he had over 5k more damage, whereas Cry had a lot more damage blocked. And in terms of the positioning too, Punk was definitely enabled by Crimzo, who was getting really nice sleeve tarts like you see right there.
Yeah.
Really nice antis, especially whenever he was sniping through the back line. You saw it even in the feed right there too. He managed to kick Cry and Liar. I love what we saw from the Titans in that game. Now we're moving on to a map number 3, Necra, going on to Junkertown. Gotta see if the Valiant could do something about this, or if Titans is gonna take this home while they sit at match point, and that's gonna be on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. The Vancouver Titans currently sit at match point. And with that, we're seeing some changes in the Valiant roster. Necro, the man, the legend who does everything. I mean, what can't he do? Paintbrush is going to be coming in for the support lineup. He's their coach. He's their, I believe, their social media manager. And I mean, he's probably an artist. If not, I think the reason why his name is Paintbrush is because of his hair. But I don't want to roast him like that.
There you go. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen with Paintbrush coming into the roster to be able to fill in that support role over Liar right now. Maybe this is going to be a surprise factor here as we head over to Junkertown. But Paintbrush didn't see any play during the Pro-Am. It was just this roster of 5 that the Los Angeles Valiant have built for themselves for the season. And who knows? Maybe this is it. This is like the way that we see that one map getting won here by the Valiant, and maybe even bringing us into that map 5 that Zoe was foretelling.
You know, Necro, I don't know what the script says out here, but with Custo owning the Valiant, you know, and playing as a support for the Titans, it's very conflicting. Yeah, the defense against the Dark Arts Professor has struck again for Jaws, unfortunately, as Custo, you know, hiding behind Faith and Crimzo for the Titan support lineup. Now seeing what we got in store for us, Paintbrush 2 coming in thanks to Custo owning the Valiant. No, but on the real here, seeing this change up between the Valiant and Titans, it was very dominating for the Titans on that last map. It was a lot closer on that first map on AP. But now wondering, with the Titans, they figured things out. You know, Sugar Free has been very enabled by Aspire. We're seeing some nice angles and antes coming in from Crimzo, and Punk playing as aggressive as he can, as he usually does.
Yeah, the Titans just seem like a well-oiled machine at this point. Maybe it looked a little bit shaky on that very first map of Antarctic Peninsula, but really started to turn things around just to be a very dominant force in this match. I do want to call back, though, that the LA Valiant seemed to be a little bit off kilter with their ultimate usage, using 5 ultimates to try to keep the defense in their favor. It's Aspire doing Aspire things, so I'm going to keep going because that's just how we would expect to see things from the Titans. So, yeah, I think the Valiant just need to take a little bit of a short breath, maybe try to figure out how they want to approach things in terms of just the ultimate usage here, because they really did get off kilter with that. And I don't know what else we expected here, Vicky. Aspire, Sugar Free, popping off on the DPS. Name a more iconic duo.
It was even funnier just seeing Faith just get summoned, like as if Aspire just sent out his Pokemon to help cover his back real quick. I mean, that was so quick. Sugar Free too, got your back. Find you a DPS duo like Sugar Free to make sure that Sober won't be hacking your Widow, especially when you got these open sidelines. Oh my goodness, the accretion following up, as well as Aspire finding Nas again, who just came back from spawn, by the way. Love these angles that we're seeing, but this is expected, especially on Junkertown. It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Seeker trying to find Aspire. He did get that shot in, but Seeker managed to get away in time.
So this is a big reset here for the LA Valiant. Aspire just constantly has all of these corners on lockdown, forcing Valiant over towards the cliffs. Now they're going to try to rotate onto the high ground and force Punk down the stairs. But Punk is still taking an aggressive approach. Seeker's going to have to try to contest with Aspire, but it's kind of more of the same when you've got the momentum behind you and the wind in your sails. Aspire gonna be winning out those duels.
He's found 4 names already so far here. Seeker probably had to do something himself, you know? He already used up the Gravitic Flex earlier. He's like, all right, now I gotta find Aspire in the back, like a little side-by-side. As you can see, the payload is still moving, by the way. Nas is, okay, I mean, mind your own business. He's gonna be able to get it. Oh, he got it. He got it. Biopixel, he backcaps. Are you kidding me? With all of his strength trying to shield bash to get there with just a toe. It doesn't matter. Aspire could dip Seeker if he needs to. It doesn't matter because Nas still gets that point. Meanwhile, the Valley are still getting mopped. And Titans are like, all right, guys, come on.
I feel like Aspire's gonna be so mad now. Absolutely angry. Look at all the work that he put into that first point. And it still got captured under their noses. They were so focused on what was in front of them that they didn't realize that
I mean, to be fair, the EMP does find 2. Punk gets deleted, but I was just saying here, with the way the Titans were holding that middle ground, down that sight line, they were feeling themselves. I mean, it happens to all of us. Now the Valiant gets some room. We could thank Nas later because they're going to be able to also get that next corner. Still giving Titans enough time to set up on the high ground for that second point.
Yeah, Nas is putting the team right now into the backpack and like the back cap. You got the EMP there as well, which was a really nice touch for the Valiant to actually get some progress onto this cart through the streets phase. You still need to figure out when you're going to end up using something like the Gravitic Flux. Seeker now actually getting a little bit of a bop onto Aspire. Maybe this is now Valiant feeling themselves a little bit.
I have to do something. Got to ego check sometimes here, especially with the way that Aspire was trying to run away with it at the very beginning. The rally was popped earlier on. Nice secretion coming into Mortality Field, helping out Punk just restabilize. He then gets hacked by Nas. Ant Matrix is going to be able to clear that spot around the corner. The disengage coming in now from the Valley as they try to take a different approach. See, probably now trying to take the high ground.
I was a really great rally there from Paintbrush, and I want to call out just how nice the kiting was as well around Sugar Free's blade, but you can't go into a tiny room with a Brigitte with a rally. That spells disaster.
I mean, he needed to reset anyway. He got up the high ground by himself. I was expecting him to reset a little earlier than that. Nobody from the Valiant was there to back up Cry when he wanted to go for the high ground. So now they get to finally regroup together. They'll have the Amp Matrix. They'll have Cry's Gravitic Flux getting in, as well as Punk. So they're going to have to match that suit here after Faith had used that rally previously.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I think the rallies here, now that they're off the table, you're looking at something like that Amp Matrix from CJ to really put the pressure onto the Titans' defense. Titans absolutely are going to start to back up from this one.
Flux for Gravitic Flux covering both angles from the approach. Both of these teams here, Mortality is going to get deleted. They're trying to match that too. Sugar Free falling comfortably below. Spire does get hacked in the back, and he checks Nas for it. Crawley's gonna meet him right back in the spawn, and Punk doing what he does best, clearing the rest of the Valley in these tight corners. In these corners with the 3K, deleting them, and look how aggressive they're getting to. Whatever if they got back tapped, there's 60 seconds on the clock and counting going down for the Valley to get that second checkpoint.
All right, Punk went to math class. I think he maybe has a degree in geometry or whatever you want to call it. That was really, really great positioning from Punk, and also just being able to keep Valiant here brings them down to a final fight. Oh, Crow eats the dragons, though.
Oh, that was huge there. Love it, because now still Valiant can approach off this high ground. It's going to force the Titans to respect them. Taking different angles here too. See the lamp coming in to help out Sugar Free, enable him to find Seeker and Paintbrush on the low ground before putting in even extra pressure onto Kari to go for the reset.
Why?
Yeah, it's 4 here. Yeah, Crimson and Punk do go down. But the Valley are going to start rolling in. Crawley took advantage of that EMP necro from Nas. That was great because that was right after Sugar Free had already invested into the blade. They haven't completely cleared out the point, but it still forces the Titans off when overtime is now online for Valiant.
Yeah, I agree. So, yes, I think that the EMP there has absolutely helped out the situation. It has bought enough time for the Valiant to come back into this one. I just personally would have loved to see it for these final moments when you know the Titans have to approach the point to be able to defend you. And now look at Punk. Just completely set up for success.
And Crimson unchecked on the high ground. Gravitic Flux as overtime has nobody to touch the point from the Valiant. Cleared out right before that second point finish line. Necra Titans, they don't care if you back cap, they don't care if they C9. You can see the way that Punk was playing so far. The rest of this team were absolutely having fun and feeling themselves.
Yeah, at that point, I think that the Titans were still able to turn it around, but oh my god, maybe mentally boomed a little bit there. They all want the bag. They all want the bag. Punk's like, I'm broke now.
They're focused on that money. The money bags, Punk coming through.
Oh, it's so funny. Well, this is going to still be a tough battle ahead for the Valiant. We saw how much impact Aspire was having with being able to get those picks on the Widowmaker. We're going to have to maybe see a little bit more of that if they're going to expect Seeker to be on the Widowmaker as well. But the defensive side, I mean, if you're playing the Widow and you were able to get those picks and just keep being able to keep the attack at bay, then I think you feel really good about that one. But Punk, let's go back to geometry, kids. The accretion onto Nos, able to get the immortality field out of the way, just to be able to follow up on the paintbrush as well. That's an A+ right there.
Oh man. And then right afterwards, use the gravitic flux, stop them from trying to reset the overtime. We talked about Punk in the last map. We're gonna talk about him again here too. So accretion lands were amazing. Been able to get 3 accretion kills, 3 gravitic flux kills here too, as Seeker tries to go for a nice cheeky pick over on the back. Trying to call out Faith, who goes in for the other rotate onto the high ground. You see that split push now coming in from the Titans.
So I really like Aspire's choice here to go for the Hanzo instead. It does leave him a little bit vulnerable for Seeker being able to just hit him in the dome like that, but with the Hanzo, you're able to play a little bit closer to the team and not necessarily need to get that one pick potential. On the attacking team as well, it's a little bit harder to actually find value with the snipers, unless you're able to get like 2 picks, just because of how close his defensive spawns can be.
Just seeing how Nas has been able to do a good job at checking Aspire. This time around hacking Punk, who takes one of those sniper shots from Seeker down mid, going for the reset. Seeker trying to find another angle here. Almost gives it to him. CJ also falling incredibly low. Trying to duke it out face to face here. Punk gets hacked again. Nas has been on top of these hacks. Nice immortality field, as well as the animators now coming in from Crimzo. Paint push in the line of fire, as well as CJ. That's a backline for the Valiant. Out from this defense now as Sugar Free dives in. We saw this Genji put in work on Havana. Now we're seeing Sugar Free trying to shine here. Avoids the accretion, slip and slide like he's in the Matrix here, as he's able to finish up Pry with Punk.
Only using the amplification matrix there. Gonna feel really good about that one. Now that the Titans are able to move forward, they're just gonna take this aggressive stance. This buys them a lot of time for this cart to move forward. Maybe even makes this into a 1 fight and win. 1 and done here. But they do have to contend with Nas's EMP, and there isn't really a great way for them to be able to do that sustainably without maybe Faith staying out of the way and coming in for that rally.
Also thinking Sugar Free out here too, but he does get caught in the huge EMP, finding 4. The immortality field also coming in just in time. That window is activated from CJ, clearing out that entire side room off the high ground, forcing the Titans to try to reposition if they want to try to recontest on that rotate. See Sugar Free ready with the blade. Yes, they use up that EMP, but they didn't get it the follows maybe that they needed. The gravitic flux and the accretion on top of it as the rally comes in from Paintbrush. Probably falls incredibly low. They stop him again. He dives in. Somebody stop Sugar Free. They see him in their face. And the rest of the Titans clear out that high ground from the Valiant. The shiny box of victory necker right in front of them.
Yep, I think they can just take this forward positioning once again. Punk is going to go ahead and play up towards the doors, body block, and that's it. That's it. Sugar Free, you can't even do that to them. How are they going to do that? Punk was in the way.
Hey, look at his face. They're smiling. They're having a good time out here. The Titans coming out on top of Junkertown, taking the series. The Valiant nowhere to be seen to contest, of course, into the contention right there. I mean, the Titans look great, but I also want to highlight the individual performances between Sugar Free, Aspire, Punk. Obviously, we saw what he did at the very end of that first round when they were on the defense. You love to see it here for this team. I love to see more of the Titans, especially when we highlighted Sugar Free so much yesterday. It's difficult. They were up against the Florida Mayhem, but they still did a really good job at keeping it even, and now they take their victory over the Valiant Necra.
I think that's a great start for the season. Florida Mayhem have been really high up on everybody's power rankings after their performance during the Pro-Am, and to make that series competitive and also have a great performance today for a win under their belt, I think they're starting to look at that finish line, the goal of being able to make it to that mid-season madness. I feel like that's everybody's goal right now. What a way for Vancouver Titans to kick off the season.
Yeah, I love it. I love to call out the individual performances, too, that we've seen from a lot of the players here on the Titans, because we saw Aspire have his shining moments, especially when it comes to looking down those sight lines. He was getting those important picks off the very beginning. Sugar Free, I like giving him a lot of that attention, but we got to look at Aspire, who had such a large impact for that series. Player of the match is going to go in favor to Aspire. Aspire. We saw those Hanzo plays on the high ground. We saw how hard both Nas and Seeker were trying to boot him off all that positioning. And also, just want to talk about the communication coming in from the Titans. You could see there was a lot of follow-ups coming in from Punk. Aspire doing a really good job of following with the headies between Kari and Nas, even forcing the Valiant to change things up a lot too when they realized that their initial attack at least, was not working in their favor when they tried to Reaper comp.
Yeah, Spire. I just I feel like the stats, the plays, everything kind of speaks for itself here. Even on Kings Row, we were mentioning that just the heavy lifting that Aspire was doing just to be able to enable the team. Got some great opening picks every single time they were on the Hanzo or the Widowmaker. And you can see there as well, just also the final blows, the elims, that speaks volumes to how Titans were able to get the job done today.
Especially for that one match that we just saw right now, too. A final map for 7.8k damage done out here. Almost 20 elims, 10 final blows, too. We highlighted Punk. Falls were incredible out here. I like the cheeky angles that we saw from him earlier on, and his survivability was also next level.
Yeah, I think you can thank the backline for that.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of self-sufficiency there when you're playing the Widowmaker, but at the end of the day, you saw how much healing was really coming through from Crimzo, how often those nano boosts were coming online during Kings Row, and just Faith as well. Nice way to enable the team, whether it's going to be through those health packs or the Speedy Lucio.
Also contesting, too, with those Shield Bastards. You love to see it. You love to see our final series done for the day. I'm going to be tossing it over to the desk. That's going to be it from us, guys. Thank you so much.
That's it. Welcome everyone to the Watchpoint post-show. Zoe here, joined by Danny, Jake, and Jonathan, and we got a match to break it down. Not as close as some would have hoped.
Right? Not a 3-1.
3-0!
3-0, baby! 3-0! Not a 3-2.
That was a dominant performance from the Vancouver Titans.
Oh.
However, still some cleanup work to do. There were a few mistakes, a few little hiccups, which they should not happen, guys.
Yeah, of course. But the Valiant, they made them work for it. And this is a completely new team, a lot of rookies on it. So, yes, I wanted to see a map win out of the Valiant, but my hopes weren't completely dashed. There were some signs of life there.
I'd agree with that. It was, again, a good showing from the Vancouver Titans, though. Mm-hmm. Like I mentioned yesterday, I think that this Vancouver Titans roster, it is a roster with pretty considered league average players, and they're hungry, right? They want to punch above their weight. They want to take it to teams like Toronto Defiance, Boston Uprising. How do we compete with the Florida Mayhem? So it's a very interesting roster to follow throughout the season, because I think they're going to be considered underdogs in a lot of these series, and we're going to see the journey for these players as they try to level up their game, as they try to compete with these top teams, right? So Vancouver Titans, this is a match we expected them to win, and they did so with relative ease. But moving forward, I think that the Vancouver Titans is going to be one of the most interesting teams to follow in the league.
Yeah, no, I would absolutely agree with that. And again, like yesterday, there were a lot of great moments in their match against the Florida Mayhem, which has been hailed as, one of the pink juggernauts in our league here next to Hangzhou Spark. So for them to have just overall, despite that first loss, a really great first week in this season, that bodes well, not just for the players, but for all the fans watching. And we now, of course, have one of the absolute fan favorites joining us for a winner's interview, and that is no other than Punk. Congratulations on the W.
Punk!
And, thank you so much for joining us.
How's it going?
Hey, Punk!
Hi, Punk!
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you guys in the new studio, looking clean.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm gonna start off this interview. I mean, congratulations on getting this win. I want you to be honest. Did you actually expect this match with the LA Valiant to go as smoothly as it did? Did you actually expect 3-0 even before the match started?
Yeah. I mean, after yesterday, we kind of just wanted to get the 3-0 and make sure that we send a bit of a message. Not sure if that message was fully sent, but that's C9. But,
oh well.
Tried our best. 3-0 on the scorecard. So.
All right, Punk. I gotta know. I want you to call him out. Whose fault was it? Who should have touched card? You're the tank player. You're Sigma. You gotta get in. You gotta deal damage. You gotta charge the ultimate. All these mobile heroes around the map. Which one of them should have touched card? I want a name.
Well, I mean, it was really our Widow, I think, dying to their Sombra, which allowed the back cap. So I'm gonna blame it on Aspire, I think.
Yeah, it's always I appreciate that. Aspire, you've been called out. Don't lose the 1v1 next time. Punk's watching you.
He's looking at me right now.
He's in the room. All right. I'm causing some team drama. I'm sorry about that.
Punk, it's been looking good for you adapting to the tank role, and it seems like you're improving by the day. So, great showing today from you. Do want to ask you, though, now that you're kind of situated, in this main tank role, you're playing the Winston, but also some Ramatra today. How do you level up? Like, what is the next step for you, and how do you get it where you're competing against some of the best tank players in the world?
I mean, I think a lot of improving at the top of you kind of just have to look at the guys who are doing a bit better than you. So, obviously, the #1 Winstons like Someone or Fearless, take something from their game and then look at the Western tanks. So, you just got to keep looking for things in other people's play to kind of adapt into your own or just make you think about your own play. So that's what I'm going to keep doing, and hopefully the Winston gets there.
With enough time, we'll see the Punk Fearless impression. I'm looking forward to that, man.
Yeah,
that's going to be good.
Lots to look forward to. Punk, we're going to let you go now. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and best of luck in the next game.
No worries. See you later.
Thank you, Punk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always great to hear it from Punk. Vancouver Titans getting their first W on the scoreboard, and a quality loss yesterday against the Florida Mayhem as well. So overall, a really great showing in that first week of the season. Now let's take a look at our scores of the day and recap a little bit, or walk down memory lane of all the matches we had today. We started things off with the New York Excelsior and the Atlanta Reign. That was a 3-0. Very dominant showing, of course, from the Atlanta Reign, which is exactly what we all expected. Houston Outlaws and the Gladiators, 3-0.
Some of us expected.
Yep, some of us called it. Others did not.
There was a bit of a luck involved in there.
There's a lot of luck in a 3-0.
I mean, I think Gladiators win that match 9 out of 10 times. Just happened to be the 1 out of 10 times.
Oh, wow. Johnny's spending a lot of time in parallel universes recently, so I'm excited to see
He's
what
on a
comes out
journey,
next.
that's all right.
I don't know what you do. You win some, you lose some.
Yeah.
Jake would know.
Fair. I'll own that.
Oh well. Don't have a good transitions, but I want to talk about headlines here. Although that could make my headline because I like a good banter. There we go. That was my segue into our headlines of the day. We're gonna kick things off actually with you, Jake. What tickled your fancy today?
For me, I've got to say it's Winstonable. I'm really excited for this meta as a devoted supporter, biasee for the Houston Outlaws.
Oh my God, you're talking about Houston Outlaws again. Please stop talking about the Houston Outlaws.
All right, Johnny. Let me go a little
Jonathan has
deeper.
a lot of big feelings,
Let me go
and
a little
that is
deeper.
okay.
I can see this is a touchy subject for you as the one failed prediction of that match, but what I mean to say is that I think Houston is the best Winston team. I think Fearless is the top Winston. I mean, Punk mentioned him as one of the best. I think their lineup is just fully set for this comp, and I think it will end up being the meta. Even Gladiators, they didn't even try playing their Matra comp. They didn't even really try playing Rush comp. They did a little bit on the third map, and it didn't end up working. And so, for me, what that says is that we're looking towards a Winston meta for the top teams, and it's a good time to be a Winston team, a team comfortable, ready to bring it out. So for Punk's sake, I hope he's ready to bring out that Winston sooner rather than later. I think that's where the meta's going here at the start of the season.
I'm starting to see like a green aura around Jake.
Green halo. The good news here, Jonathan, is that point is applicable to more than just one team.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
Jake,
I got ahead of myself.
About Houston Outlaws, right? That's just like it is Winstonable. It is a Winston kind of meta. So if you've got a good monkey, you're in a good spot.
Yeah, I got ahead of myself.
I see your point. Gladiators debut. Gladiators already after just one loss.
Yeah, I mean, I was in touch with some Gladiators fans. They've been calling the crisis meetings, emergency meetings at this point.
Wow.
They're getting together. They're having an emergency meeting.
Escalated quickly.
Some of the things that maybe we could change. So, the most obvious thing that all the Gladiators fans mentioned to me, we need some roster changes already. One loss into the season. So, a few candidates on the short list. Super. Can we get Super to this team? I think it'd do good for...
He has that in his book. We need to take a look at his book.
I mean,
he actually wrote something down.
Well, Dante, he can play, the Doomfist, the Ramatra, stuff like that. Can we get Super onto this team? If nothing else, camaraderie of Space. Space is a great glue guy, team vibes, teamwork, Yeah, the Space just livens up the mood.
Good vibes, yeah.
If not, if you want some more firepower, lots of firepower on this Gladiators roster, I wrote down here, Profit, can you trade for Profit? You combine like Yaki and maybe you add Unter to the trade. So you trade Yaki and Unter for Profit.
I'm not in favor of trading away Unter.
I think, Unter would teach you a lot about, the Western playstyle and North America. Oh, yeah. Shu. What if we get Shu back? I know he was just traded to Rialto.
I don't think
Shu seems pretty happy right now.
Reverse the trade. Okay, Houston, you get Lastro back. We can send Bobble too. Just give us Shu. Last one I had was LeBron James. I don't know if he's good at Overwatch, but he's the GOAT.
Probably. Like he could hack it.
Maybe.
He'll figure it out.
Lakers in 6.
Okay, sports ball, go home team. Danny?
Yeah.
What you got for us?
Mine's actually very short and simple. As you guys could all see, lip service, yes, quite literally. Lip is a beast. That is my highlight. We got to see him. And we've been talking about Lip all day long, and for a good reason. He's built different. I think that phrase, built different, is made for Lip. And
does he know how scared we are of him? Like, is he aware?
Everyone who saw that video is a little bit scared.
Yeah. After seeing that video, I mean, I hope Lip saw that video. He has to know how scary he is for anyone on the opposing side, right? I think he's just a fantastic player. I love Lip. I love you, Lip.
Yeah.
Love you. That's
how does he do it?
He's one of the innovators of that Sombra playstyle, by the way. One of the players getting the most value out of Sombra in the comp. Not just, hack, I did 50 damage and I TP'd away, just kill people. No, he's in there fragging, insane tracking, he's picking up the frags himself. It's a really big difference maker on Sombra, and he's got the intelligence to play a hero like that. That says a lot for his strength as a player, that he's not just a namer.
Yeah, and he's definitely gunning for another role star, maybe MVP, like just bag him all. Lip will do it, and he will come for it. Or for you.
He's on your back.
I think Lip's probably just like a nice guy. Like, we're making him this
He's super nice.
He's probably a great guy to play with on the team.
Take a look at the schedule, guys, because tomorrow we don't have 1, we don't have 2, not 3, nay, we have 4 matches.
Oh,
right.
big day.
It's absolutely stacked schedule, and we're going to see a first look at the Vegas Eternal here in the 2023 season as they face off against the Washington Justice. LA Valiant will follow suit after that and go up against the Houston Outlaws. Followed by that, New York Excelsior are taking on the Boston Uprising, and then we're going to end the day with what I hope to be a banger. San Francisco Shock and Atlanta Reign. Man, I want this one to go to distance.
Guaranteed banger. 100%.
Guaranteed certified banger?
Yeah. Gonna be great.
I don't know. I feel like in the past, whenever we mention that, it always goes the opposite way.
No, it will be. It will be. Take my word for it, Danny. The last match will be.
I believe.
I guarantee.
Promises.
Yep. There's huge implications. If this is a roll and one of the teams runs away with it, I mean, that's gonna look terrible for the other one. I mean, these teams are both expected to be top of class. So if one of these teams snowballs and just absolutely runs away with it, then they're gonna look like the juggernaut of the season. I mean, you have to see this match. This matters so much for the future.
Absolutely. Now, another thing which matters a lot to me is, of course, the announcement of an announcement that I made yesterday. We got some more updates on that because today we did announce our spring update for the Calling All Heroes program with updates on both the Challenger Series as well as the Speaker Series, which is it's such a great program. If you want to learn more about both those programs, head on over to the website, callingallheroes.gg. There you can find out how to register for the next tournament from right now until May 15th. So you still have a little bit of time to assemble the team. You can also register, of course, for our next panel. Or just join the community on Discord. We'd love to have you there and chat to you and just see you around, Now, this is it for today. It's been a fantastic day number 2 of our opening weekend. Once again, thank you guys so much for letting me pick the wrinkly brains. We're back again, same place, same time tomorrow, and we hope to see all of you there. Thank you so much for watching.
Thank you.
4 matches.
Bye.
4 matches.
And you got to see number 4.
Bye.
That's the big one.
That's the
big one.